Chapter 290. Chapter 290. Exploded with a few punches. 549690339. Little Qing, there's something I need to tell you. On the blood demon's back, Lu Ming suddenly said to Xianxia. What is it? Xianxia said coldly. Although she hated Lu Ming for calling her Shaoqing, she had already tacitly agreed. I've seen your sister before. Lu Ming said. What? Xianxing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of hatred and determination flashed in his eyes. What did she say to you? Xianxing stared at Lu Ming and asked. She told me to pass you a message. She told you not to keep thinking about surpassing her, because that's a waste of time and it's impossible. Lu Ming relayed Xianxing's words to Xianxing. As expected, you're still so self-righteous. After hearing this, Xianxing gritted his teeth and said with determination, Isn't it just an innate king-level bloodline? What's so great about her? One day I'm going to step on her. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. This chick really liked to trample on others. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. From what Xianxing said, Xianxing actually had a natural king-level bloodline. That was terrifying. The meaning of innate king-class bloodline was that the first bloodline awakened was a king-class bloodline. Without a doubt, this kind of person was a rare monster with a terrifying talent. No wonder Xianxing was so powerful. With his 6th grade Grandmaster realm cultivation, he was able to injure a martial Grandmaster from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion with just an inscription formation. Lu Ming even suspected that Xianxing had not used his full strength at that time. What kind of sisters are they? What's their background? His talent was actually so amazing. They don't seem to get along? Lu Ming was secretly curious. However, since Xianxing didn't say anything, he didn't ask. On the back of the blood demon, there was silence as they continued on their way to the Burning Sun Empire. Blazing Sun Empire, outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. 4 figures were standing guard there. These 4 people were the ones who Qiu Chongkong had asked him to guard this place. How fucking unlucky. It's all because of those 2 little bastards. They made me stay in this godforsaken place. It's been more than 10 days. I think those 2 little bastards must have died in there. A burly man cursed unhappily. Although we'll definitely die if we enter the blood domain and devil's den, young Master Chongkong is just being cautious. Let's guard here for another month. If there's still no movement after a month, we'll leave. A white-haired old man said. He had the highest cultivation among the 4 of them, reaching the 4th level of martial ancestor realm. I really hope those 2 little bastards didn't die. If that's the case, I'll make them regret being born into this world. The burly large man sinisterly said. However, the next moment his pupils suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. The other 3 were in a similar situation. In the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave, a bloody mist rolled out and 3 figures walked out from the bloody mist. If it was not Lu Ming and Xianxing, who else could it be? After more than a day's journey, the blood demon finally carried them to the border of the Burning Sun Empire's Blood Zone and Devil's Cave. There was no stone door here. Instead, there was a door of light. After stepping through the door of light, one would naturally leave the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. However, the blood demons couldn't leave with them, but the golden-eyed blood zombies could. The golden-eyed blood zombies didn't belong to the Blood Zone. To Lu Ming's surprise, as soon as he left the Blood Realm and Devil's Den, he ran into the people from the Omnipresent Sword Sect. Ah, these 2 little bastards are really not dead. Fine, I'll take them down and torture them. I'll make them tell me the secret of why they didn't die after entering the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. The burly man laughed, his eyes filled with coldness. The aura of a 2nd-grade martial arts grandmaster exploded from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming and Xianxing. You want to know? Alright, come here, I'll throw you in and you'll know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're on the verge of death and you're still trying to win with your words. You're really stupid. Kneel down. The burly man strode forward and pressed his palm toward Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad, he was at the 2nd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was confident that he could suppress Lu Ming with a single palm. However, the result was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Ming stretched out his hand casually and grabbed his palm. At the same time, an extremely strong genuine qi gushed toward his palm. With a destructive force, it crushed his genuine qi and gushed into his arm. Kacha. The sound of bones breaking came from his palm. Then the muscles of his arm exploded and the bones broke into pieces. The burly man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He was in so much pain that tears were flowing out. Bang! Lu Ming's kick landed on the burly man's dantian, shattering the cyclone in his dantian and crippling his cultivation. The burly man let out a desperate scream. That's fucking unpleasant to hear. Didn't you want to know why I didn't die after entering the blood realm and devil's den? You can go in and take a look yourself. With that, Lu Ming swung his arm and threw the burly man into the blood realm. Don't! The burly man shouted in despair, but in the blink of an eye his figure disappeared. How dare you? You're looking for death. At this time the remaining 3 people from the 10 Direction Sword School finally reacted. They all shouted and their eyes revealed shock and disbelief. The burly man's strength was at the 2nd tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he was completely helpless against Lu Ming. It had only been a short 10 days. How did Lu Ming become so strong? You're the ones who will die today. The 10 Direction Sword sect will start with you. Let's collect some interest first. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he strode toward the remaining 3 people. Presumptuous, you little bastard. Don't think that you can be impudent in front of me just because you killed a 2nd-level martial ancestor. I'll let you know that the difference between a 2nd-level and a 4th-level martial ancestor is like heaven and earth. The white-haired elder howled as his bloodline exploded, raising his strength to the maximum. Whoosh! He swung his sword and a vast sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying fist radiance burst out from Lu Ming's fist, tearing through the void and crashing into the vast sword chi. Bang! The sword chi instantly dispersed, but the remaining fist radiance didn't slow down and landed on the old man. The old man let out a blood-curdling screech and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying back 1,000 meters. How can he be so strong? This man is invincible. I have to run away and report this to young Master Chong Kong. The white-haired old man revealed a look of disbelief and turned to run. When the other 2 saw that Lu Ming had sent the white-haired old man flying with one punch, they were scared out of their wits. They turned around and flew into the distance. You want to leave? How was that possible? Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw 2 consecutive punches. Boom! Boom! 2 fist radiances streaked across the sky and headed towards the 2 people. The 2 of them were only in the 1st tier of the martial ancestor realm and could not resist at all. 2 screams rang out and the 2 of them were directly blown up in the air. Then Lu Ming stepped on the void and chased after the old man. In just a few breaths he had caught up to the old man. The old man roared and fought back desperately, but it was useless. He was blown up by Lu Ming's punch. Chapter 291. Chapter 291. Don't talk nonsense. 549690339. Lu Ming activated the 9-dragon bloodline and devoured the white-haired elder's blood essence. Then in a flash Lu Ming took away the storage rings of the others. At the same time he also devoured all the blood essence. The 4 Grandmaster-level powerhouses of the Omnidirectional Sword School were killed by Lu Ming in such a short time. Qiu Chongkong probably did not even dream of this. Let's go. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Together with Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood zombie, they soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow light, flying rapidly towards the imperial capital. As he flew, Lu Ming refined the blood essence. Let's see if my 2nd bloodline can increase its level by devouring essence blood. With a single thought, Lu Ming transferred all the energy refined from the 9-dragon bloodline to his 2nd bloodline. Instantly the 2nd bloodline devoured the energy in a frenzy. Lu Ming could feel that the 3 Asilavir chakras were shining and the strength of the 2nd bloodline was increasing. It's really useful. The grade of my 2nd bloodline can also be improved. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Heaven-defying, this was too heaven-defying. The 9-dragon bloodline could actually devour blood essence and upgrade the level of other bloodlines. This was too shocking. The level of his bloodline was not important anymore. What was important was that as long as he could devour the blood essence, his bloodline could be improved infinitely. Lu Ming immediately transferred the remaining energy essence to the second bloodline. The combined energy of 2 Martial Grandmaster 1 Dan, 1 Martial Grandmaster 2 Dan, and 1 Martial Grandmaster 4 Dan was too strong. If the 9-dragon bloodline devoured it, it would probably level up instantly, which would attract Xianxia's attention. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could not be exposed. However, although the blood essence was strong, it was still a drop in the bucket for the second bloodline. It was difficult for the second bloodline to level up. The amount of energy essence required for a 3rd-level king bloodline to level up was extremely terrifying. Xianxia seemed to sense that Lu Ming was a little strange, but he only took a casual glance and did not pay much attention to it. The two of them rushed to the imperial capital at full speed. With the two's current cultivation, their speed was much faster than before as they flew through the air. In just slightly more than half a day, the imperial capital was already in sight. The two of them returned to the imperial capital and rushed to the General Star Hall as fast as lightning. Previously, Lu Ming had already learned through the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman that Lu Yuntian had returned to the imperial capital safely and was in the General Star's hall. Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yuntian. "Tianyun, you really did appear." Just as Lu Ming and the group were about to reach the General Star's hall, a loud shout was heard. The sound of the air being torn apart could be heard as 2 young men appeared in front of Lu Ming. "So it's you guys. You're really patient. You've been guarding this place like dogs. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Ming sneered as he looked at the 2 young men with a mocking smile. These 2 young men were the genius disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School who had charged into the General Star Hall to kill Lu Ming. They had declared that they would stop Lu Ming outside the General Star Hall. He did not expect that the 2 of them would still be here after so many days. "What did you just say? You're looking for death." The 2 young men were furious and 2 powerful auras rushed out of their bodies. The aura of a peak 2nd-level martial ancestor realm expert was like a mountain. The people nearby were all alarmed. "What's going on? What's happening?" Those are the 2 golden disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School. The other side is Tianyun. "I know. Half a month ago, 2 disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School charged into the General Star Hall, wanting to kill Tianyun. In the end, they failed and were stopped by the elders of the General Star Hall and the experts of the royal family. In the end, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School declared that they would kill Tianyun outside the General Star Hall. There's actually such a thing? Now that Tianyun has left the General Star Hall, he's finished. The experts of the General Star Hall will have no reason to interfere. Tianyun is in danger. Countless people in the surroundings were attracted by the commotion and gathered around, discussing spiritedly. "Tianyun, you shouldn't have said those words. Ever since you said those words, your tragic ending has already been determined. Today I'll let you know what pain is, what it means to be unable to die." One of the disciples from the 10 Directions Sword Sect had an extremely gloomy expression. Killing intent burst out from his body, and it was as if it had materialized. Lu Ming actually dared to call them dogs. Damn it, this was definitely 1,000 times worse. Who were they? The golden disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect. The proud sons of heaven had always been pampered. When had anyone dared to say this about them? Don't fucking babble. If you want to fight, then do it. If you don't, then get lost. Get as far away as you can. Lu Ming berated. The surrounding spectators were all stunned. This Tianyun was too overbearing, wasn't he? He actually dared to berate the geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword School like this. These were a few young grandmasters. They were incomparably powerful, and many of the older generation had to be extremely respectful in front of them. Where did Tianyun get his confidence from? I think Tianyun is going all out. He knows that he's going to die, so why don't he just curse to his heart's content? I think so too. It must be so. The surrounding people were discussing. Kill, kill, kill. Tianyun, I'm going to kill you and feed your corpse to the dogs. A young man from the 10 Directions Sword Sect shouted. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Buzz. The combat sword trembled and a terrifying sword ray, sparkling and dazzling, was slashed at Lu Ming. Retreat, quickly retreat. The others in the surroundings were extremely shocked and quickly retreated. This sword was too terrifying. If they were swept by the aftermath, they would either die or be injured. However, Lu Ming's body was as tall as a mountain. He stood there not moving. Beside him, Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood corpse were also standing there motionless, as if they didn't see anything. Dumbfounded. Tianyun and the others have been scared silly. Many people roared in their hearts and came to this conclusion. The sword gleam was about to slash down on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming stretched out his palm. His palm glowed and a long spear condensed. Boom! The sword gleam slashed at the long spear that Lu Ming had condensed and a deafening boom was heard. Then everyone saw that Lu Ming's body did not move at all. His clothes did not even flutter. He used the long spear condensed from essential qi in his hand to block the sword gleam steadily. The crowd was dumbfounded. He blocked it. How could Lu Ming block the sword of the youth from the omnidirectional sword sect so easily? Could it be that the young man from the 10 Directions sword sect had not used his full strength? The eyes of the youth from the 10 Directions sword sect almost popped out, and his heart was in turmoil. Others might not know, but he knew very well that he had used all his strength in that sword attack. Previously, Lu Ming had been forced to flee in a sorry state under this sword attack. He did not even have the strength to fight back. How much time had passed? How was it possible that Lu Ming could easily block his sword? This is your strength. You haven't changed at all, you're just making progress on the spot. How disappointing. Lu Ming spoke in a slightly mocking tone. Then dash. Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The body of the spear shook and a terrifying force exploded. Ah! The young man from the 10 Directions sword school let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed through more than 10 walls before he could stabilize himself, but blood spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 292. Chapter 292, Challenging Qiu Chonglai. 549690339. CC Gu. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. This was too strong, the gap was too big. The gold disciple of the 10 Directions sword school couldn't resist at all and was easily suppressed. Previously, those who thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure felt their faces burning. Lu Ming was not scared out of his wits. He was not courting death. He had the confidence in the ability. Die. The long spear condensed from essential qi in Lu Ming's hands turned into a flash of lightning and shot out like an arrow. The long spear pierced through the chest of the youth from the 10 Directions sword school, killing him. Run. The remaining young man was scared out of his wits as he frantically fled into the distance. Who told you that you can walk? Let's go and accompany your companions. A cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth. Then a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The long spear pierced through the void and pierced towards the other party. Break. The other party roared and used all his strength to slash out with his sword. A mighty sword qi slashed at Lu Ming's long spear. However, with a splat, the sword qi was pierced through by the long spear. The long spear did not stop, it was as fast as lightning. No. The youth from the 10 Directions sword school shouted. Stop. An earth-shattering shout suddenly came from the distance. But it was too late. The chest of the youth from the 10 Directions sword school was pierced through by the spear, and a huge hole was blasted open. His body fell to the ground and his blood scattered in the air. Buzz. At this time, a violent air-piercing sound was heard, and a figure appeared in the sky. This figure was also a young man in his 20s. Qiu Chonglai. It's Qiu Chonglai. Someone exclaimed when they saw the young man. Qiu Zhanglia's name had shaken the entire Blazing Sun Empire during this period of time. It was because he had defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi, not too long ago that he had become unparalleled in the limelight. Some people had already spread the rumor of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun because of him. Qiu Chonglia's face darkened. He glared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun? You actually dared to kill a genius of my 10 Directions sword school. Do you know how big of a crime you've committed? Do you know that this is a great crime that will result in the extermination of 9 generations of your family? Laughable. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "They've tried to kill me several times, so I can't kill them? I don't care if you're from the 10 Directions Sword Sect or the 9 Directions Sword Sect. Anyone who dares to offend me will be killed. Kill, kill, kill." The 3 words resounded in the air. They were filled with killing intent and sent chills down one's spine. How dare you? You're looking down on the 10 Direction Sword School. You must be beheaded. Qiu Chonglai shouted as a beam of sword chi shot out of his body and into the sky. Cut your sister. If you want to fight, then fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Now I'm officially challenging you. Lu Ming howled madly, his voice rumbling and spreading in all directions. Everyone was stunned. Tianyun actually wanted to challenge Qiu Chonglai? Was he crazy? Although he had displayed incredible combat strength and the 2 martial ancestor realm 2 Dan youths were unable to resist him, he was still a powerful man. However, no one believed that he was a match for Qiu Chonglai. Qiu Chonglai was a peerless genius secretly nurtured by the 10 Direction Sword School. Once he was born, he defeated Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun Empire. He was extremely powerful and could be said to be standing at the peak of the younger generation of the Burning Sun Empire. How long had it been since Tianyun rose to power? Not long ago he was only at the Great Martial Master realm. How could he be Qiu Chonglia's match? Tianyun, you can't. At this moment, a long howl came from the distance and a few figures rushed over. It was Hua Qi and a few elders from the imperial family. The elders and Hua Qi quickly arrived. Tianyun, don't be rash. This is the imperial capital. Let's see what Qiu Chonglai can do to you. Hua Qi called out. It was not that he did not trust Lu Ming. On the contrary, he trusted Lu Ming very much. He believed that it was very possible that Lu Ming would surpass the 6 Scorching Sun heroes in a year or 2. However, he did not believe that Lu Ming could defeat Qiu Chonglai. It was too unbelievable. Hua Qi, what are you doing? Don't think that you can stop me just because you're some bullshit prince. If you anger me, I'll kill you as well. Now get out of my way. Qiu Chonglai looked at Hua Qi and chided. From his tone, he did not put Hua Qi in his eyes at all. How dare you disrespect the 8th prince? An old man shouted from the edge of the pool. Old thing, what are you shouting for? So what if I'm disrespectful? What can you do to me? Let me tell you, today Tianyun killed a gold-ranked disciple of our 10 Direction Sword Sect. His crime is unforgivable and no one can save him. Qiu Chonglai was extremely arrogant as he glared at Hua Qi and the others. Hua Qi and the other elders had ugly expressions. Hey, are you done with your nonsense? I challenged you just now. If you don't fucking dare to accept the challenge, just say it. Don't try to change the topic here and talk nonsense. Lu Ming shouted. Everyone was stunned. Qiu Chonglai was arrogant, but this Tianyun was even more arrogant and savage than Qiu Chonglai. You fuck. Qiu Chonglia's face turned ashen and he almost vomited blood. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down and said coldly, "Fine, I agree to fight you. It's a life and death battle. No outsiders are allowed to interfere." Good, that's just what I want. I'm really afraid that if I accidentally kill you, the old man from the 10 Direction Sword School will come to me for revenge. Lu Ming said loudly. Haha, Tianyun, what do you think the 10 Direction Sword School is? Don't worry, if you really can kill me, it'll be because my cultivation is not enough. My 10 Direction Sword Sect will not pursue this matter. But let me tell you, it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll let you know what despair is. Qiu Chonglai laughed with confidence. His voice spread far and wide and everyone heard it. All right, then let's fight. Lu Ming let out a long howl. He took a step forward and appeared in the air, standing opposite Qiu Chonglai. Lu Ming has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. Seeing this, Hua Qi's mind stirred. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, followed by a hint of joy. He understood Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming would never fight a battle that he was not confident in. Buzz. With a wave of his hand, a huge combat sword flew out and hovered above Qiu Chonglia's head. A terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, covering half the sky. Die! Qiu Chonglai bellowed. His sword trembled and turned into a terrifying sword ray that slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword chi was fused with an incomparably powerful force. The momentum of the mountain that had reached the great completion, caused the attack power of the sword ray to reach its peak. The 2 golden disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School were trash compared to him. There was no way to compare them. The sword light slashed down, terrifying and shocking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The demon's subduing spear appeared in his hand and he thrust the spear forward. The true qi in his body continuously gathered at the tip of the spear. At the same time, the power of wind and fire also gathered and compressed at the tip of the spear. This was the 6th move of the fire gun art, explosion. However, Lu Ming had modified it to merge the wind and fire forces. The power of wind and fire had been condensed to the extreme, but it was still not completely fused. However, its power was already very shocking. Explode. Go. Lu Ming shouted. A terrifying force suddenly burst out from the tip of the spear. The 2 forces met in the air. Chapter 293. Chapter 293. Fusion of Wind and Fire. 549690339. Boom. Heaven and earth shook violently as if a sun had exploded in the sky. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. From the ground, one could see that a visible wave of air exploded from the point where the 2 met in the air. It spread out rapidly and covered the entire imperial city in an instant. At that moment, all the powerful cultivators in the imperial capital were shocked. They looked at the place where Lu Ming and Qiu Chonglai were fighting. Boom. After the earth-shaking tremor, the 2 figures quickly retreated, each retreating 1,000 meters. They were evenly matched. Whoosh. In an instant, the entire place burst into an uproar. Lu Ming was actually able to fight Qiu Chonglai head-on and they were even. How is that possible? How was this possible? Tell me, am I blind? What I just saw wasn't real. You're blind, but I'm not. I saw it too. My God, Tianyun was only a martial grandmaster half a month ago. It's only been half a month and he's already able to fight Qiu Chonglai. Isn't this a little too crazy? I've lived my life in vain. Everyone's nerves seemed to be in a mess as they screamed randomly to vent the shock in their hearts. It was simply too shocking. This guy. Hua Qi was tongue-tied and almost couldn't speak. Beside him, the few elders of the imperial family were also dumbfounded. Damn it. Tianyun, you deserve to die. Qiu Chonglai roared. Qiu Chonglai was a genius, but he had been in hiding for more than 20 years. His goal was to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and break through the clouds. In the end he did it. With a single move he defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. His name shook the world and his glory was boundless. He enjoyed this kind of glory incomparably. He had a kind of ambition. He wanted to climb all the way up and trample all the other geniuses under his feet. He might even be able to replace Qiu Chongkong. However, to think that he would actually be stopped by an ant like Tianyun. This caused his reputation to be somewhat imperfect. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Boom. Qiu Chonglia's body flashed with a blood-red light as a ferocious tiger charged out. This ferocious tiger had a pair of wings on its back, and its aura soared into the sky. Around the tiger there was a dazzling Esilavir chakra. King-level first-class bloodline. Tianyun, I have a king-tier bloodline and I'm a natural-born king. Why don't you die? Qiu Chonglai bellowed. His aura was incomparably powerful as he slashed his sword toward Lu Ming again. Natural king. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. His body shook and a blood-red light shot out. Then a huge stone tablet emerged. The 3 Esilavir chakras on the stone tablet were so bright that they almost blinded the others. Oh heavens, oh earth, what am I seeing? 3 Esilavir chakra? A 3rd level royal bloodline. It's actually a 3rd level royal bloodline? How is that possible? Monster, he's a real monster. The crowd's mood that had finally calmed down was turned upside down again. Everyone let out a roar of disbelief. Hua Qi's dumbfounded expression turned into a bitter smile. He had tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. However, he realized that he was wrong every time. He had always underestimated Lu Ming. No, this is impossible. Qiu Chonglia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he shrieked in disbelief. Boom. Lu Ming waved his long spear and blocked Qiu Chonglia's sword gleam. He then looked at Qiu Chonglai with a cold smile and said, "What's impossible? It's just a third-level king bloodline. How big of a deal is that? What was there to be surprised about? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well." There was a 7th-tier king-level bloodline genius standing next to him. Lu Ming did not think that a third-level king-level bloodline was a big deal. Kill, so what if it's a third-level king-class bloodline? You'll still die today. Qiu Chonglai roared. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. In his heart, Tianyun was just like an ant. He had actually awakened a third-level king bloodline which was 2 levels higher than him. This was unforgivable. He must kill Lu Ming. He could not allow Lu Ming to live in this world. Just now he was still feeling smug and self-proclaimed to be a natural-born king, looking down on Lu Ming. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming erupted with a third-level king-level blood meridian. His blood meridian was trash compared to Lu Ming's. This was like a slap to his own face. This made his killing intent towards Lu Ming even stronger. Buzz. Qiu Chonglia's sword trembled as he charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled as he charged toward Qiu Chonglai. Boom. Boom. The two of them were engaged in an intense battle. One had to admit that Qiu Chonglai was indeed extremely powerful, far more powerful than the other young experts of his generation. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. His force had reached the phenomenal success stage, and he had also cultivated a low earth grade martial skill to the 4th stage. The cultivation technique he practiced should be a low earth level cultivation technique. With the first-class king bloodline he could kill a peak 4th level martial ancestor realm martial artist with one move, let alone a martial artist of the same level as him. He could cross 2 levels and fight with a peak 5th level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was not easy for Lu Ming to win since his cultivation level was more than a level lower. Moreover, Lu Ming did not use any earth-level martial arts technique. He wanted to use the power of wind and fire to fight against Qiu Chonglai. He wanted to use Qiu Chonglia's hands to temper the power of wind and fire so that the power of wind and fire could be completely fused as soon as possible. Boom. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed and Lu Ming was gradually at a disadvantage. After all, he didn't use an earth-rank martial skill, so he suffered a great loss in this aspect. Tianyun is going to be defeated. Seems like Qiu Chonglai is still stronger. However, for Tianyun to be able to fight Qiu Chonglai to this extent, it's already extremely terrifying. With Tianyun's bloodline he might be able to surpass Qiu Chonglai in time. The people watching the battle couldn't help but express their opinions. In the crowd, Hua Qi had a worried expression. "Elders, if Tianyun is no match for you later on, you must save Tianyun no matter what price you have to pay." Hua Qi secretly sent a message to the imperial family elders. "8th Prince, don't worry. We will protect young Master Tianyun even if it means our lives." A few imperial family elders said. Only then did Hua Qi relax a little and continue to watch the battle. "Haha, Tianyun, go to hell." Qiu Chonglai let out a long howl. His aura was like a rainbow. Dazzling sword qi continued to burst out, determined to kill Lu Ming. At this moment Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. He was completely immersed in his own world, in the world of wind and fire. Soon. Just a little bit more and the wind and fire will be completely fused together. Just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved the long spear in his hand at an increasing speed. The space was filled with spear shadows. Moreover, each spear shadow was more powerful than the last. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had been exchanged. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the wind and fire had reached a point. When they reached this point, the wind and fire had completely fused together. "I've succeeded." Lu Ming was overjoyed. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear shook. The power of wind and fire combined and exploded into a terrifying wave, destroying Qiu Chonglia's sword radiance. Whoosh. Then the long spear shook and stabbed out like a real dragon. The power of wind and fire fused together and exploded. Bang! Qiu Chonglai let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying several thousand meters away. Chapter 294. Chapter 294. Chapter 294 Overbearing Killing. 549690339. How did this happen? Qiu Chonglai stood thousands of meters in the sky, spitting out a large mouthful of blood as he let out a roar of disbelief. The countless spectators were also in disbelief. What was going on? Qiu Chonglai had clearly gained the upper hand earlier, and victory was only a matter of time. Why did Tianyun suddenly unleash his full power and send Qiu Chonglai flying with a single strike, severely injuring him? Could it be that Tianyun had been hiding his strength all along? Qiu Chonglai, thank you. Thank you for sparring with me just now, allowing me to cultivate a martial skill. Lu Ming laughed heartily. What? The countless spectators looked at each other and then came to a realization. Lu Ming had actually borrowed Qiu Chonglai's help to cultivate a unique skill. The crowd was speechless. Lu Ming was actually using Qiu Chonglai to cultivate. It was crazy. The craziest thing was that he had actually succeeded. Tianyun. Qiu Chonglai hauled into the sky and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. These few mouthfuls of blood were completely from anger. This was an insult. This was an insult. Qiu Chonglai felt as if his anger was about to burst out of his chest. What are you screaming for? It's your honor to be able to let me use you to cultivate. Lu Ming stepped in the air and chided indifferently. Wasn't Qiu Chonglai crazy? I'm more arrogant than you. Boom. Following that, Lu Ming pulled the spear down. The power of wind and fire naturally fused together, erupting with a terrifying power. Bang. Qiu Chonglai's sword qi was instantly destroyed, and the spear continued to strike Qiu Chonglai. Bang. Qiu Chonglai was sent flying like a rubber ball. His body was almost blown apart and he was spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Crushing, a complete crushing. The power of wind and fire is actually so strong when completely fused. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. The power of the fusion of wind and fire had greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. Lu Ming estimated that the power of the fusion of wind and fire should be equivalent to the 6th level of the low earth level martial arts technique. After force has reached perfection, it's time to comprehend intent. The natural force of heaven and earth, the natural intent of heaven and earth, contains too many profound mysteries. I've only touched the surface of it now. In the future I'll have to work harder on force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The fusion of wind and fire force will be called wind and fire kill. Can be considered a killing move that I comprehended on my own. In the future, as my comprehension of wind and fire force deepened, I might be able to create a set of martial skills that belongs to me. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ah! Qiu Chonglai howled as he turned around to run. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in a few steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few spear strikes landed on Qiu Chonglai's body, causing him to scream in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken, and he was almost unable to fly. He was barely able to remain in the air. The entire arena fell silent. Qiu Chonglai was no match for Tianyun at all. This was a one-sided battle. Tianyun, stop. This battle ends here. I admit that your strength is indeed slightly stronger than mine. Qiu Chonglai shouted. Stop? Have you forgotten that we have agreed to a life and death battle, one that will not end until one of us is dead? Lu Ming sneered as he walked toward Qiu Chonglai. Qiu Chonglai used the last of his strength to retreat as he shouted, No, you can't kill me. Tianyun, I'm warning you. I'm the peerless genius of the 10 Direction Sword School, and I'm destined to become a figure at the peak of the world. If you kill me, the 10 Direction Sword School will never let you off. What a joke. You and I have a life and death battle. Neither side will pursue the matter. This is the rule of martial arts. If the 10 Directions Sword School pursues the matter because of this, it will be breaking the rule of martial arts and making an enemy of all martial arts cultivators in the world. I would like to see if the 10 Directions Sword School has the ability to do so. Lu Ming sneered in response. At the same time, he closed in on Qiu Chonglai with a bone-chilling murderous intent. No, Tianyun, you can't do this. Let me tell you, if you really kill me, no one can protect you. Don't think that the royal family can protect you. Let me tell you, the royal family will be destroyed sooner or later, and the 10-direction sword school will unify the Blazing Sun Empire sooner or later. When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the Blazing Sun Empire. Qiu Chonglai bellowed and even tried to threaten Lu Ming. Oh really? That's a matter for the future. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming sneered. He was already close to Qiu Chonglai. He extended his palm and tried to grab Qiu Chonglai. Qiu Chonglai was already on the verge of death. He had no way of resisting and was held by his throat by Lu Ming. His body began to struggle violently, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Just now, didn't you say that you wanted me to understand what despair is? Now you should understand, right? Lu Ming looked at Qiu Chonglai coldly and said with a hint of mockery. Just now, Qiu Chonglai had arrogantly told Lu Ming that he wanted him to understand what despair was. Now he understood. No. Please don't kill me, I beg you, I beg you. Qiu Chonglai shouted out with all his might. He was truly terrified and desperate. The experts of the 10-direction sword sect had all rushed back to the 10-direction sword sect to discuss an important matter. He was the strongest among those who remained in the imperial capital, so no one would come to save him. It was useless even if he came. However, he didn't want to die. He was a peerless genius with a great future. He really didn't want to die. At that moment he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke Lu Ming? Now he understood one thing. There were some people that he could never afford to offend. But it was too late to realize it now. It's too late to beg me now. Lu Ming's eyes glowed coldly, then his essential qi exploded. Bang! Qiu Chonglia's body exploded in the air. Lu Ming secretly controlled his blood meridian and devoured Qiu Chonglia's blood essence. Of course he would not let go of his storage ring. Silence. At this moment, it was as if the entire imperial capital had fallen silent. Qiu Chonglai had been killed by Tianyun. This genius who had just risen and was about to become one of the 7 heroes of the Scorching Sun had been killed just like that. Phew. This Tianyun is too domineering. He's really a ruthless man. The higher-ups of the 10-direction sword school are probably going crazy now that Qiu Chonglai has been killed. So what if I go crazy? Tianyun and Qiu Chonglai are fighting to the death according to the rules of martial arts. Would the 10-direction sword sect dare to interfere? Even if we don't interfere openly, we can do it in the dark. That's true. In the imperial capital, countless people were discussing excitedly. Of course, there were also people who sighed. The path of martial arts was just so cruel. No matter how talented you were, you could die at the hands of a stronger genius. The fall of a genius represented the rise of another genius. From now on, there would be one more top genius in the Blazing Sun Empire. That was Tianyun. He really killed Qiu Chonglai. At the edge of the pool, a few imperial family elders were still in disbelief. This is his style. Hua Qi smiled bitterly. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and appeared at the edge of the pool. Let's go to the General Star Hall. After being delayed by the people from the omnidirectional sword sect for such a long time, Lu Ming could not wait to see Lu Yuntian. Hua Qi nodded. Lu Ming, Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood corpse followed him to the General Star Hall. Chapter 295. Chapter 295. The Martial Emperor's Treasure. 549690339. When Lu Ming saw Lu Yuntian again, they were in an extremely well-hidden side hall of the General Star Hall. Right now Lu Yuntian had already changed into a new set of robes. He had shaved off his beard and combed his hair neatly. His sword-like brows extended to his temples, making him look extraordinarily handsome. When Lu Yuntian was young, he was already a rarely seen handsome man. However, there was a hideous scar on the top of his nose that extended all the way to his lips, ruining his beauty. However, Lu Yuntian did not mind at all. He only stared at Lu Ming in a daze and sized him up carefully. Ming, are you finally grown up? You've even become a genius whose name shakes the world. As expected of my son, huh? After a long while, Lu Yuntian laughed out loud. He was very satisfied. During this period of time, Hua Qi had already told him everything about Lu Ming. He was extremely excited and gratified to hear that Lu Ming had achieved so much. However, Lu Ming's nose was sour. His eyes were filled with tears as he said in a trembling voice, "Father, who is it? Who did this? I will make him pay 10 times the price." He had already checked Lu Yuntian's body in detail earlier. Other than a scar on his face, Lu Yuntian's internal injuries were even more severe. All the meridians in his body were broken and not a single part was intact. In such a situation, let alone cultivation, he was not even as strong as an ordinary person. It was hard to imagine what kind of suffering Lu Yuntian had gone through all these years. Lu Ming felt a terrifying killing intent about to burst out of his chest. I'll say the same thing again. Don't be rash. Before you have absolute strength, you can't act on impulse. Lu Yuntian muttered to himself. Father, don't worry. Knows. Lu Ming said, but his fists were clenched tightly. Fine, father will tell you. All of this was done by Chiu Chong Kong. Lu Yuntian sighed. Chiu Chong Kong, it's him. Lu Ming growled and then said, Why? Father, why did Chiu Chong Kong do this to you? Because of the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian said, back then Chiu Chong Kong wasn't the current leader of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, but he was already a young genius. For some reason he found out that I had the martial emperor's treasure, so he secretly sent people to capture me. He has been interrogating me all these years, trying to get the news of the martial emperor's treasure from me. He's dreaming. How could I tell him? It's just a waste of effort. Chiu Chong Kong, I'll make sure he pays a terrible price for this. Lu Ming said in a low voice, his voice extremely cold. The martial emperor's treasure? Why is he so sure that father knows about the martial emperor's treasure? I do know about the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Yuntian chuckled. What? Lu Ming was greatly shocked. I got the news of the martial emperor's treasure by accident. But I was prepared for it, so I've already left the news to you. Lu Yuntian smiled. You're leaving it for me? Lu Ming was a little stunned. Could it be that bronze pendant? Lu Ming asked. No. Lu Yuntian smiled. I obtained that bronze pendant by chance. I found it interesting, so I've been carrying it with me. I'll leave it to you later. The news of the martial emperor's treasure is actually in that heavenly star sword. Heavenly star sword. Lu Ming was stunned. Then he moved his hand and the star sword appeared in his hand. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed. He took the heavenly star sword and examined it carefully before passing it to Lu Ming. That's right. I've sealed the news of the martial emperor's treasure in this heavenly star sword. In this heavenly star sword, there's a key to opening the martial emperor's treasure as well as a map. You can find an inscription master to retrieve them later on. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can head to the martial emperor's treasure and obtain a great opportunity. It's actually in the heavenly star sword. Lu Ming secretly sighed. How has your mother been all these years? Lu Yuntian asked. However, his voice was trembling. Father, mother is very good. It's just that all these years I've been thinking about you. Lu Ming said. That's good. Chapter 296. Chapter 296. 4th grade physical body, 9 dragons trampling the heavens. 549690339. In the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace, although he didn't kill many people, his opponents had killed a lot of people. Which one of them didn't have a few lives? Therefore, when he sorted out the storage rings, there were more than 200 of them. Most of the 200-odd storage rings belonged to 8th or 9th grade Grandmaster Realm young geniuses, but there were also dozens of storage rings that belonged to martial grandmasters. There were even storage rings from peerless geniuses like Chiu Chonglai and Zhao Hong. Lu Ming was full of anticipation for the wealth inside. He didn't know and was shocked. Even though Lu Ming was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. A mountain of spiritual crystals could not even be stored in a storage ring. There were 56 million spiritual crystals in total. 50 million? What a terrifying number this was. Lu Ming was in a daze. Holding back his ecstasy, Lu Ming used a few storage rings to keep the spiritual crystals and looked at the other items. There were over 4,000 spirit weapons. There were more than 12,000 spiritual herbs and grasses. However, most of them weren't very high level and only a few of them had reached level 4. There were also over 200 books of various cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, as well as all kinds of forging materials. He had struck it rich. Lu Ming had struck it rich. This amount of wealth. Other than the 5 great sects in the royal family, I don't think the other small forces in the Blazing Sun Empire would have this much even if they went bankrupt. Lu Ming secretly sighed. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put the various items into the storage ring and kept them. Then he kept it and the 10,000 Spirit Combat Body Manual appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He flipped it open and started to read it carefully. An hour later, Lu Ming closed the secret manual. The 10,000 Spiritual Combat Body is so terrifying and mysterious. Lu Ming was amazed. The 10,000-mile battle body could refine all the spirits in the world and produce the chi of 10,000 spirits, which would be integrated into the body and constantly improve the strength of the body. 10,000 spirits, as long as it was something with spirituality in the world, it could be used. For example, all kinds of spiritual herbs, metal materials, and ores that contained spiritual essence could be refined into the chi of 10,000 spirits to cultivate the body. Could even be used on living creatures. It was terrifying. As expected of a technique that can cultivate one's body to the 9th stage. It's really overbearing. Lu Ming was shocked and excited. Then Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Ming had been trying to comprehend the 10,000 spiritual combat body. Tens of thousands of miles away from the imperial capital, there was a stretch of mountains that stretched on endlessly like a fairyland. This was the location of the 10-direction sword sect, the 10-direction mountain. At the highest point of the 10-square mountain, a dozen people were sitting in a hall. Each of them was just sitting there casually, but they exuded an aura as vast as the mountains and as deep as the sea, vast and unfathomable. Zhou Xian, the sect leader of the 10-direction sword sect, sat at the highest position with a gloomy expression. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely oppressive. Bang! Suddenly, an old man with a cold face slammed the table and shouted, "That brat Tianyun deserves to die for killing the peerless hero of my 10-direction sword sect. Sect leader, please allow me to personally kill Tianyun. This is inappropriate." Another voice rang out. Tianyun and Chonglai were having a life-and-death battle. Countless people in the imperial capital saw it. If we were to kill Tianyun like this, I'm afraid it would incur the wrath of the martial world. Then we can send assassins. The cold-faced old man said. Tianyun is a small matter. Our plan is more important. I don't think we can let Tianyun affect our plan. The person from before said. The crowd fell into silence again. After a while, Zhou Xian said, "Let's follow our plan first. As long as everything goes well, Tianyun will be dead. He killed the hero of our Shifang sword sect. He can't live in this world. But let's put it aside for now. Now let's discuss the specific details of this matter." No one objected to Zhou Xian's suggestion. Then they began to discuss an important matter. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming had been meditating on the 10,000 spiritual combat body for 3 days. 3 days later he opened his eyes. Then he moved his hand and a level 2 spiritual herb appeared in his hand. "Refine," Lu Ming muttered. Following that, the essential qi in his body trembled according to the 10,000 spirit combat bodies technique. A wave of dense qi spread out from Lu Ming's palm and wrapped around the spiritual herb. After a few breaths, the spirit herb disappeared. It was refined into a wisp of strange gas and entered Lu Ming's body. This was the qi of 10,000 spirits. Once the qi of myriad spirits entered Lu Ming's body, it seeped into his entire body. Lu Ming could clearly feel that his physical body was getting stronger. Although the extent was not large and it was very small, it was indeed getting stronger. It was many times faster than ordinary physical cultivation techniques. Amazing, this is amazing. Lu Ming was shocked and his eyes were filled with excitement. Then he took out a level 3 spiritual herb and turned it into the qi of 10,000 spirits to improve his body. For the next 3 days, Lu Ming continued to refine spiritual herbs and improve his physical body. In these 3 days he refined no less than 200 spiritual herbs. Finally his body broke through the limit and reached the 4th grade body in one go. The fourth-grade physical body was extremely wondrous. Lu Ming could almost change his muscles, bones and body shape at will. Even after being injured, the muscles would automatically wriggle, sealing the wound and healing it quickly. His muscles were like steel and his bones were like steel. His veins were wide and flexible. Lu Ming could unleash his strength without any restraint. This was a huge improvement to his combat strength. Now that my physical body has reached the fourth stage, I can finally start cultivating the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. Lu Ming could not wait to take out the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps and begin to comprehend it. The pressure from the secret manual was no longer a problem for Lu Ming. However, after a moment he closed the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps and frowned. Because he was completely confused, he didn't know where to start. It was too difficult to cultivate a divine-level martial technique. A god-level martial technique was completely different from the heaven, earth, black and yellow level martial techniques. God-level martial techniques were not divided into levels such as the first level, the second level, and so on. God-level martial techniques were very special. Each one was unique in the world and there were all kinds of differences. For example, the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps was divided into 9 steps. With every step he cultivated, the power would become stronger and stronger. Step by step, the power would stack. If he could cultivate the 9 steps, the power of the 9 steps would stack up and he could crush mountains and break the heavens. The power was terrifying to the extreme. As long as the first step of the 9 Dragons' Heaven Treading Steps was cultivated, the full power of the first step could be exerted. At the same time as one's cultivation level increased, the power of the first step would also become stronger. It was a pity that it was too difficult to cultivate it. Lu Ming studied it for a while but could not find any clues. Looks like I'll have to comprehend it slowly. As long as I put in more effort, I don't believe I can't cultivate it successfully. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and pondered. After comprehending the 9 Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps for a while, he began to cultivate the 10,000 spiritual combat body. He had countless spiritual herbs on him, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual herbs to cultivate. After cultivating the 10,000 spirit combat body for a few hours, Lu Ming condensed a figure on the 3rd platform and fought with it to cultivate his martial arts technique. Chapter 297. Chapter 297. The Attack of the Dark Moon Empire. 549690339. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for a month. His physical body had improved the fastest in the past month. After using 3,000 spiritual herbs, Lu Ming's physical body reached the 5th grade. However, after reaching Tier 5, using some Level 1 and Level 2 spiritual herbs to cultivate would have very poor effects. Only Level 3 spiritual herbs had some effect, and Level 4 spiritual herbs were even better. However, Lu Ming did not have many Level 4 spiritual herbs. Lu Ming still had more than 8,000 spiritual herbs on him. However, he felt that even if he refined all of them, he could not cultivate his body to the 6th grade. The higher the level of the body, the more energy it required. Also, after reaching the martial arts Grandmaster realm, one's comprehension of martial arts techniques would be much faster. After a month of bitter cultivation and continuous battles with himself, Lu Ming's martial arts skills had improved at a rapid pace. He had cultivated the Ancient Shield mantra to the 6th level in one go and could condense 6 ancient shields at once. His defensive power had been greatly enhanced. As for the 3 palms, he had successfully cultivated the 2nd palm in one go, the Beast Palm. A palm struck out, a huge beast palm blasted out, its power was a level stronger than the human path palm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of the 3rd platform. Of course, he had to pay more than 600,000 crystals for it. Now, with Lu Ming's cultivation at the 2nd tier of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, he would need 10,000 spiritual crystals to condense a figure that looked exactly like him. Each time it could last for 6 hours. The consumption was extremely shocking. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had a net worth of more than 50 million, he could not afford to spend it. At this moment, Lu Ming's ability could be said to have reached its peak. Although his cultivation was still at the early stage of the 2 Dan martial ancestor realm, he could kill Qiu Chonglai in one move if he were to fight him. On the other hand, Li Ping had already arrived at the imperial capital half a month ago to meet Lu Yuntian. When the two met, they were naturally full of warmth. They stayed together every day and were reluctant to part. During this time, Xianxia had also been cultivating in seclusion. As for the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming had asked it to lie dormant in a place. That day Hua Qi came to Lu Ming in a hurry and brought him a piece of shocking news. The Dark Moon Empire had sent out 1,000,000 troops to attack the Blazing Sun Empire. The Ghost Moon Saber sect in the north had already asked for help from the Burning Sun Empire. The imperial family's 2 armies at the northern border also asked for help. The entire Blazing Sun Empire was shaken. Although the Inu Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire had always been in constant conflict, it was still rare for them to dispatch an army of 1,000,000 to attack. In fact, there were only a few times in history. Lu Ming, the royal family, will be sending an elite army this time, as well as some young powerhouses that the royal family has been secretly cultivating. They'll head north. On one hand, it's to boost the reputation of the royal family, and on the other hand, it's to train these young powerhouses. However, as you know, all geniuses are proud and unruly. No one is willing to submit to the other. My father wanted to choose someone to be the commander of this army and subdue these young experts, but after thinking about it, only you are suitable. Hua Qi said to Lu Ming. Me? Lu Ming was stunned. Yes, there's no one more suitable than you. To tell you the truth, some of these young experts are geniuses from Star Cluster Hall, and some of them were secretly recruited by the royal family and sent to the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Mansion to cultivate since they were young. They all have their eyes on the top of their heads and ordinary people can't subdue them. Hua Qi explained with a bitter smile. But father said that he won't force you. If you don't want to go, he will find someone else. Hua Qi said. Yes, why not? Lu Ming smiled. After being in seclusion for so long, he wanted to go out and train himself. The battlefield was undoubtedly the best place to train. Lu Ming, you agree? That's great. I'll go back and report to my father. If everything goes well, we'll set off in 2 days. Hua Qi was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Hua Qi then took his leave. I'll also go and bid farewell to father and mother. After that, Lu Ming went to Lu Yuntian's residence. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping did not object to the news. A martial artist must experience a series of life and death situations in order to reach the peak. Ming, go ahead. Lu Yuntian was very supportive. Back then, as a member of the Lu clan, Lu Yuntian had often gone out to explore in his pursuit of martial arts. It was only then that he had unintentionally discovered the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. Ming, the battlefield is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Although Li Ping did not object, she could not help but be worried. She warned him seriously. Father, mother, don't worry. Ming will be fine. Lu Ming smiled and assured the 2 elders. 2 days passed quickly. 2 days later, Lu Ming brought the golden-eyed blood corpse to the General Star Hall's training ground. The army was gathering there. Lu Ming, don't even think about ditching me. Xianxia appeared beside Lu Ming. Little Qing, what's wrong? You can't bear to leave me? Lu Ming chuckled. Who can't bear to leave you? I'm afraid that you'll run away or die on the battlefield. If that's the case, who can I find to settle the score with? How can I step on you? Xianxia snorted. Then come with me. But I heard that it's cold in the north. You have to warm my bed at night. Lu Ming laughed and walked forward. Warm your head in your dreams. Xianxia's fierce voice could be heard as the 2 of them walked further and further away. Rows of armored soldiers stood in front of the field commander of the General Star Hall. These soldiers were all tall and burly, and they emitted a powerful and murderous aura. With one look, one could tell that they were all elite soldiers, veterans who had gone through the baptism of war. There was a total of 20,000 soldiers. The sunlight shone on the armors of the 20,000-strong army, giving off a cold glow. At the top of the martial arts field stood dozens of people. Most of them were young men in their 20s, and each of them had a strong and profound aura. Even the weakest of them was a 9th-grade great martial master. There were 10 young men whose auras were as strong as mountains, and they were clearly martial ancestor realm experts. Among these 10 people, 7 of them were the strongest experts in Star Cluster Hall, equivalent to the gold disciples of the 5 great sections. The remaining 3 people had the strongest auras. As they looked around, a faint sense of pride could be seen. They were the geniuses that the royal family had sent to the Great Sun Mansion to cultivate. In the middle stood the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing. Next to Hua Jingxing was Hua Qi. Your Majesty, who is our commander? Why isn't he here yet? What arrogance to have His Majesty wait here. And Enbis P, a young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Prefecture, shouted unhappily. That's right. I don't think he has any respect for His Majesty. In my opinion, we should just remove him from his position and let senior brother Huaying be the commander-in-chief. Another young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Mansion said. The Huaying he was talking about was a young man in a golden robe. He was the last young man to cultivate in Great Sun Mansion. This man was extraordinary and had the aura of a king. He was a member of the royal Hua family, but he was not a direct descendant. He was from the branch. However, his talent was extremely terrifying. He was a rare genius in the past 100 years. He had been noticed by the emperor and sent to the Great Sun Prefecture to cultivate. His cultivation was unfathomable now. Chapter 298. Chapter 298. I am the Commander-in-Chief. 549690339. Huaying stood with his hands behind his back. He had an extraordinary bearing and his eyes revealed a faint arrogance. At the same time he revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Originally he had thought that he would be the commander-in-chief this time, but unexpectedly, it had been given to someone else, which made him very unhappy. Your Majesty, I suggest that we change senior brother Huaying to be the commander-in-chief. Senior brother Huaying is well versed in military tactics and has a profound cultivation. He will definitely lead the army and win every battle. The young man from before saluted Hua Jingxing and suggested. 100 victories. I don't know where this brat came from, but he actually wants to take the position of commander-in-chief. What a joke. Among the 7 martial arts grandmasters of the Star Cluster Hall, someone was unconvinced and sneered. The royal family had always treated the Star Cluster Hall as the leader. The 7 of them were the strongest experts in the Star Cluster Hall. Where did those 3 brats come from? How was it possible for him to covet the position of commander-in-chief the moment he arrived? How could the young expert from the Star Cluster Hall possibly agree? Kid, what did you say? The young man who had been suggesting Huaying to be the commander-in-chief looked at the Star Cluster Hall's people with a dark expression. His name was Gao Li and he had a very good relationship with Huaying. Did you not hear what I said? I said that he doesn't have the qualifications to be the commander. If he wants to be the commander, he's a genius of my Star Cluster Hall. That person from the Star Cluster Hall continued to speak. A genius from the Star Cluster Hall? Oh, I'm dying of laughter. A few trash-like things dare to call them Slavier's geniuses. It's really laughable. Gawain laughed in disdain. Who are you calling trash? Today I'll let you know my power. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall roared and a powerful aura burst out as he walked towards Gao Li. You want to fight? That's just what I want. Gao Li's figure moved and swept towards the other party. At the same time he threw a punch. This punch was as powerful as a mountain and a powerful force spread out. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall also shouted and struck out with his palm. As the fist and palm collided, the young man from Star Cluster Hall let out a blood-curdling screech and his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Second level of Wu Zone. The young man from the Star Cluster Hall shouted. A mere one-stage martial ancestor realm wants to fight me? You're really looking for death. Gawain said coldly. During this process Hua Jingxing did not stop him and just watched coldly. He had already expected this outcome. As long as no one died he would not care. Now if you are unconvinced, feel free to attack. Gao Li was incomparably arrogant as he swept his gaze across everyone in the Star Cluster Hall. Everyone from the Star Cluster Hall had an ugly expression as they could not help but look at a bald youth in the middle. This bald young man was the #1 expert in Star Cluster Hall, with a cultivation of the 2nd level of martial ancestor realm. I'll fight you. The bald young man stepped forward and stood opposite Gao Li. Boom. There was nothing much to say, and the battle immediately erupted. It had to be said that Gao Li was indeed very strong. Although the bald youth was at the same level as him, he was no match for him at all. In just a dozen moves he was sent flying and coughed out blood. You're indeed a bunch of trash. Still not admitting it? I can only say that you have not seen the world and have never seen the geniuses of a big country. You think that just because you are in a corner and have a little achievement you are self-satisfied? How short-sighted are you? How can you improve like this? Gao Li had his hands behind his back as he looked down at the people of Star Cluster Hall and berated them with the tone of an elder disciplining a junior. Detestable. Where did these guys come from? How can they be so strong? The faces of everyone in the Star Cluster Hall turned red as they roared in their hearts. They were extremely aggrieved. Hee hee. Gao Li let out a disdainful sneer and said, Senior brother Huaying is much stronger than me. Why don't you accept him as the commander-in-chief? Of course not. A guy who stayed in a big country for a while and thinks he's a genius has come back to show off his strength. What right does he have to be the commander? At this time a faint voice was heard. Who is it? Gao Li's face instantly turned ugly. Huaying's face darkened. As for Hua Qi, a hint of joy flashed through his eyes when he heard this voice. The owner of the voice was of course Lu Ming. With his hands behind his back, Lu Ming walked towards them with Xianxia and the golden-eyed blood corpse by his side. Kid, who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? Gao Li stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy look. Tianyun, it's Tianyun. Before Lu Ming could say anything, the young experts from the Star Cluster Hall could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming smiled and said, Who am I? I'm the commander-in-chief this time. You still don't kneel and pay your respects when you see the commander-in-chief. Don't you understand military law? Commander? You're the commander-in-chief? Ridiculous, ridiculous, I can't accept this. Gao Li shouted, then turned to Hua Jingxing and saluted. Your Majesty, the commander-in-chief this time is no small matter. How can you let such a young boy take up the position? I'm not convinced. Hua Jingxing's face was calm and no expression could be seen. He said, Tianyun is someone that I have my eyes on. What's there to be unconvinced about? Your Majesty, the position of a commander is no small matter. Only the capable can take it. If we let an incompetent person become the commander, it will harm these tens of thousands of soldiers. Gawain said. I agree to let Tianyun be the commander-in-chief. I'm convinced that Tianyun will be the commander-in-chief. Suddenly, a young man from Star Cluster Hall shouted. I also agree to let Tianyun be the commander. I also agree. I'm convinced. The other young men from Star Cluster Hall also chimed in. Tianyun had killed Qiu Chonglai some time ago and he was extremely powerful. They were all convinced of his strength. However, Gao Li and the others had just returned from the Blood Zhao Empire and had not heard of Tianyun's name. At this moment, Gao Li's face was extremely gloomy as he said coldly, A bunch of frogs in a well. They've never seen a real genius so they can only regard trash as geniuses. Then he looked at Lu Ming. Kid, if you want to be a commander you have to be capable. I'd like to see what you're capable of. With that, a powerful aura emanated from his body and he slowly approached Lu Ming. You talk too much. Hurry up and attack or you won't have the chance. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Arrogant. Gao Li was furious. He shouted and threw a punch at Lu Ming. The powerful fist force almost penetrated the void. He had used all his strength in this punch. He was determined to teach Lu Ming an unforgettable lesson. However, Lu Ming completely ignored his fist force. He took a step forward and the ground cracked. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of Gao Li and kicked him. This kick landed directly on Gao Li's stomach. Bang! Gao Li let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He flew thousands of meters away and crashed heavily into a huge rock. Everyone was dumbfounded. This included the Star Cluster Hall's heroes and the 20,000-strong army present. Although they knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, the visual effect was too shocking. The second-level martial arts grandmaster genius was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. This is what it means to cultivate in a big country? A genius who had seen the world. It's not much? Lu Ming slowly retracted his leg and said indifferently. Poochie. Hua Qi couldn't help but laugh. Some people from the Star Cluster Hall almost laughed out loud. Chapter 299. Chapter 299. Chapter 299 Defeat. 549690339. On the other hand, Huaying was the complete opposite. He clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Bang! He took a step forward and a wild, beast-like aura exploded from his body. It was extremely terrifying and vast. He was in the late third level of martial ancestor realm. You're Tianyun? Just now you only used your movement technique to avoid Gao Li's attack and caught him off guard. What's so great about it? In my opinion, it's just a despicable method. Otherwise, how could you seriously injure Gao Li with your second-grade martial ancestor realm cultivation? Huaying stared at Lu Ming coldly. Oh really? Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered to explain. However, this will not work in my hands. I will let you know what true strength is. Huaying's eyes were filled with confidence. His talent was indeed very high. At the age of 25 he had already cultivated to the late stage of martial ancestor 3 Dan. Even in the Blood Zhao Empire where geniuses were as common as clouds, he was still a top genius, only slightly weaker than the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao. In the younger generation of the Blazing Sun Empire, other than the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire, he did not believe that there was anyone else who could be a match for him. Therefore he did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. 3 moves. I will defeat you within 3 moves. If I can't defeat you, why don't I give you the position of commander? Huaying put her hands behind her back and looked extremely arrogant. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. Then he slowly stretched out a finger. 1 move. Ah, it seems like you don't have much confidence in yourself. Do you think I can defeat you in 1 move? Huaying laughed. No, you've misunderstood. Lu Ming shook his head and said, what I mean is I will defeat you in 1 move. And NBSP. What? What did you just say? You defeated me in 1 move? Ha! Huaying was stunned for a moment, thinking that she had misheard him. Then she burst out laughing. Defeat me in 1 move? Even if the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun are here, they wouldn't dare to say such words. You're so boastful. I'd like to see how you're going to defeat me in 1 move. Boom. A terrifying aura burst out of Huaying's body, and a beam of sword chi soared into the sky. At the same time his bloodline also burst out and a Silavir chakra appeared, which was extremely dazzling. Huaying's second bloodline was also a first-tier king bloodline. This meant that he had the potential of one of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. Slash. Huaying held his sword with both hands and raised it high. A giant sword that was 100 meters long formed and stood between the sky and the earth. The 20,000 soldiers were all shocked. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the use of all these tricks? Lu Ming pursed his lips and then struck out a palm. A huge beast claw condensed in the sky and pressed down on Huaying's giant sword. This beast claw was more than 20 meters long and wide. It was like a small mountain covered in black scales, looking extremely ferocious. The second palm of the 3 palms, beast palm. Bang! Under the beast Dao palm, the giant sword that Huaying had condensed was like a bubble collapsing. The beast's claw did not stop and continued to press down on Huaying. How did this happen? Huaying let out a roar of disbelief. He kept swinging his sword upwards, sending out sword chi at the beast claw. However, it was of no use. The sword chi collapsed one after another, and the beast claw continued to press down on Huaying. Bang! A cloud of dust filled the air as Huaying was directly crushed by the beast's claw and smashed into the ground. After a while, the beast claw disappeared, leaving a 20-meter wide beast paw print on the ground. Huaying was lying in the palm print, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Tragic, it was really too tragic. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, 1 slap would have been enough to smash him into a pulp of flesh. Good. The invincible Tianyun. After a long moment of silence, a loud shout suddenly came from the army. Lu Ming swept his gaze over and saw Ming Feng in the army. The roar just now was from Ming Feng. If it wasn't Ming Zhu and Ming Qing beside Ming Feng, who else could it be? The invincible Tian Yun. Ming Feng continued to shout. After that, Ming Zhu and Ming Qing also shouted. Soon the others seemed to have been infected as well and started to shout as well. The 20,000-strong army let out a deafening howl that shook the heavens. In the end, even the geniuses of Star Cluster Hall started to roar. Lu Ming raised his hand and the entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone, it is thanks to His Majesty's favor that I am allowed to become the commander of this army. I, Tianyun, swear that as long as everyone believes in me, I will do my best to lead everyone to great achievements. Lu Ming's clear voice spread throughout the entire venue. Make a contribution, make a contribution. The 20,000-strong army roared. On the high platform, Hua Jingxing stroked his beard and looked at Lu Ming with admiration in his eyes. How could this be? How did this happen? At this moment, Hua Ying and Gao Li had already struggled to get up, but their eyes were filled with disbelief. All right, Gao Li, Hua Ying, step forward and listen to my orders. Hua Jingxing suddenly shouted. Your Majesty. Hua Ying and Gawain bowed. Now Tianyun is the commander-in-chief. Are you convinced? Hua Jingxing asked. I'm convinced. The two of them hesitated for a moment before answering. Lu Ming could tell that although the two of them were convincing verbally, they might not be convinced in their hearts. However, Lu Ming did not care. He did not take these two people to heart at all. All right, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately, Hua Jingxing announced. Not long after, an army of 20,000 soldiers, each riding a tall green scale horse, left the capital and headed north. The 20,000-strong army formed a long dragon that stomped across the earth. Lu Ming was riding on a tall and majestic green-scaled horse at the front. Xianxia, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and the three siblings from Ming City were following him. Behind them were Hua Ying and the other young geniuses. Ming Qing, why are you guys here? Lu Ming asked curiously on the way. Because the general of Moonview City is our father. Ming Feng rushed to say. No wonder. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. The place they were going to provide assistance to this time was Full Moon City. Although the royal family was weak, the northern border with the Dark Moon Empire was an important military location. The royal family still had two powerful legions guarding it and listening to the royal family's orders. One of them was the Mountain Army and the other was the Northern Army. The two legions were both elite and had been through hundreds of battles. Each of them had 100,000 troops and could be considered one of the few elite legions of the royal family. Ming Cheng and Ming Zhu's father was the general of the mountain-suppressing army Ming Meng. This time the 1 million troops of the Dark Moon Empire were attacking. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, the Ghost Moon Saber sect. The Mountain Army and the Northern Army were also affected and started a fierce battle with the Dark Moon Empire. The mountain-suppressing army was struggling and had asked for help from the royal family. This time Lu Ming and the rest were rushing to the mountain-suppressing army's aid. Therefore the three Ming siblings naturally followed. Along the way, the three Ming siblings were very worried that something bad would happen to their father. The army's speed was naturally much slower than Lu Ming's flying. It would take at least a month's time to travel from the imperial capital to Full Moon City. Chapter 300. Chapter 300. Chapter 300. The Killer. 549690339. Soon 25 days had passed. These 25 days had been calm and peaceful. They had come all the way to Mount Han. In front of them was the 1,000-li cold mountain. As long as they crossed this 1,000-li cold mountain, they would reach Moonview City, which was a 4 to 5 day journey. Let's go into the mountains and set up camp. Lu Ming gave the order. The 20,000-strong army advanced towards Mount Han. After a few dozen miles, they found a flat area to set up camp and had dinner. As night fell, the roars of beasts could be heard from the 1,000 li of Mount Han. Lu Ming asked some of them to patrol and some to rest. Late at night, More than 20 figures were leaping at high speed in the 1,000 li of the cold mountains. More than 20 people, all wearing black robes, moved at a terrifying speed, like ghosts in the forest at night. Not long after, more than 20 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's army, looking at the military camp. According to the news, the Burning Sun royal family has sent out only young experts this time. The general is also a young man. He's a peerless genius named Tianyun. As long as we kill Tianyun and the other young geniuses, this army will be crippled. A few black-robed men were discussing. I've heard that Tianyun is a genius on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Leave him to me. A black-robed man with a golden moon embroidered on it said. The others nodded. This golden moon black-robed man was the strongest among them. Come, let's get closer. Jinue waved her hand and more than 20 people followed her like ghosts towards the camp. They didn't emit any aura and they didn't make any sound as they walked. It was silent. It stopped 1,000 meters away from the military camp. One of the tents is emitting the aura of a 3-stage martial ancestor realm expert. That person should be Tianyun. I'll go kill him, you guys go and kill the others. The black-robed Jinue ordered. The others nodded. Under the moonlight, their figures actually became hazy and they disappeared without a sound. The golden moon black-robed man was the fastest. He easily passed through the layers of checkpoints and arrived in front of a tent. A young man was sitting cross-legged in the tent. He was none other than Huaying. Among the many young powerhouses, his cultivation was the highest. He had reached the later stage of the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. The golden moon black-robed man naturally thought that he was Lu Ming. Genius. Die. Killing intent flashed in Jinue's eyes. A slender black sword appeared in her hand. She and the sword turned into a black lightning and stabbed toward Huaying. Huaying, who was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death envelop him. All the hair on his body stood on end. Not good. Huaying's spiritual sense was extremely sensitive, and he had used it to avoid killing intent many times. At this time he did not think and rushed into the sky. Even so, he was still a step too late. Puchi. The long sword pierced through his shoulder. As blood splattered, Huaying roared and an eagle appeared above his head. This was his bloodline. The eagle's wings flapped rapidly and he retreated. You're quite capable. You actually managed to avoid my sure-kill sword strike. But you still have to die. The golden moon black-robed man sneered and charged at Huaying like a ghost. At the same time, in another tent, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, the tent suddenly split open, and a dark sword light stabbed toward his forehead at an extremely fast speed. A 2nd-level martial ancestor realm assassin. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not move, but he waved his right hand suddenly. A long spear was condensed instantly and stabbed forward. His speed was much faster than that of a killer. How could this be? The assassin was so shocked that it was too late to dodge. Lu Ming's long spear pierced through his heart and the assassin was sent flying. Buzz. Lu Ming burst out of the tent and appeared in the sky. In the military camp there were several screams. A young master had been assassinated. There were also young experts who were fighting with the assassins. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the area and saw Xianxia's figure flash across the sky. Behind her there was a corpse. He swept his gaze again and saw that Golden Moon Black was chasing after Huaying. He was in danger and could be killed at any moment. Golden Eye, kill. Lu Ming ordered the golden-eyed blood corpse. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared in anger and pounced at the assassins. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. Then he threw it out. The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the Golden Moon Black-robed man. And NBSP. At this moment Golden Moon Black's men had already closed in on Huaying, their cold killing intent enveloping Huaying. Huaying's body turned cold. He had a feeling that he would die under the sword of the Golden Moon Black-robed man in the next moment. This feeling almost suffocated him. He roared in his heart. Oh, I can't die. I can't die. I still have to revitalize the Hua family. However, he had just been stabbed by the sword, and the terrifying sword qi had continuously penetrated his entire body. He felt waves of weakness. Jinue's black-robed figure instantly closed in. Die. The golden moon black-robed man laughed coldly and thrust his sword at Huaying. This sword was even faster than the previous one. It was incomparably sharp and unstoppable. Huaying couldn't block it at all. No. Huaying roared, her heart filled with despair. At this moment whoosh. A bolt of lightning broke through the air, fast to the extreme. It was a long spear that was condensed from true energy. Clang. The long spear struck the golden moon black-robed man's long sword, causing a violent tremor. Jin Yu's black-robed figure trembled, and his body couldn't help but drift to the side. Lu Ming's figure moved. In the next moment he passed by Huaying and headed towards Jinue's black-robed man. Huaying cast a complicated look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had saved him just now. Who are you? The golden moon black-robed man let out a low roar. The power of Lu Ming's move had exceeded his expectations. He was shocked that he was forced back even with his 6th-level martial arts grandmaster cultivation. Tian Yun. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Jinue's pupils suddenly contracted and she said in a deep voice, "So you're the real Tian Yun? You know me? You were sent by the Dark Moon Empire, right?" Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he asked, "So what if you know? I'm here today to send you to your death." Jinue sneered. The sound of his sword rang out. He became one with his sword and turned into a ray of sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. Whoosh. Lu Ming shook his long spear and thrust it forward. The body of the spear was wrapped in the power of wind and fire. The power of wind and fire had completely fused. Bang! The long spear and the sword light collided. Waves of powerful shockwaves spread out. Then Jinue let out a muffled groan, and her body was sent flying like a cannonball. How can he be so strong? As he flew back, the golden moon black-robed man roared in his heart. He could tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, while he was at the 6th level. But the result was that a 2nd-level martial ancestor realm sent him flying with one move. How was this possible? Such a thing actually existed in the world. The golden moon black-robed man was shocked. Chapter 301. Chapter 301. Chapter 301 Convinced. 549690339. Huaying was also shocked. He had personally experienced how terrifying the black-robed Jinue man was. It was not something he could fight against. To be able to avoid an assassination attack was already a feat of extraordinary talent. But now the golden moon black-robed man was sent flying by Lu Ming in one move. The impact on him was too strong. Lu Ming did not care what the others thought. After he sent the golden moon black-robed man flying with one move, he took a step forward and charged toward him. At the same time he struck out with his palm. Boom! In the sky, a huge beast palm smashed down toward Jinue. Jinue roared and tried to resist, but it was useless. She was crushed by the beast's palm and her body fell rapidly. At this moment Lu Ming had already arrived. The long spear that carried the power of wind and fire pierced through the heart of Jinue's black-robed man. The golden moon black-robed man let out a desperate roar before he died. Never in his dreams did he expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. Wasn't the news he received the same level as the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? However, other than Qiu Chongkong, most of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes were only at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He was only at the 6th stage of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, but he was killed by Lu Ming so easily. Was this still the combat strength of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? Wasn't this almost as powerful as the geniuses on the Cloud Emperor ranking? This was Jinue's last thought before she died. She was filled with unwillingness and doubt. Swallow. After killing the Golden Moon black-robed man, Lu Ming controlled the 9-dragon bloodline to devour the Golden Moon black-robed man's blood essence. The bloodline of the 9 dragons began to refine the blood essence crazily. On Lu Ming's body, 9 red meridian cycles flashed and disappeared. They were so fast that no one noticed them. That's right, 9 red chakra. Previously he had obtained 9 portions of 6th grade 4th level demonic beast's blood essence in the Yun Emperor Palace ruins. It was equivalent to 6th grade martial grandmaster. Some time ago in the imperial capital, Lu Ming had refined all of them and completely transformed them into bloodline energy. 9 portions of blood essence that were equivalent to a 6th level martial ancestor realm. How terrifying was that? It would directly raise the 9 dragon bloodline to ordinary level 9, and the next step would be king level bloodline. However, it was extremely difficult to advance from the mortal class to the king class. Who knew how much blood essence was needed? Buzz. As Lu Ming refined the blood essence, he charged in other directions. In that direction, a 2-dan martial ancestor realm assassin was fighting with a young man. That young man was a genius from Star Cluster Hall. At this moment he was surrounded by danger and could lose his life at any moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed over and stabbed the assassin with his spear. The assassin did not even have the strength to resist before he was killed. His blood essence was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. At this time there were screams from other places. The golden-eyed blood corpse was simply undefeatable. Its body flickered and one of the assassins was torn apart. In just a short while, 7 assassins had died in the hands of the golden-eyed blood zombies. Xianxia wasn't too far off either. With a wave of her hand, the assassin couldn't resist and his head was inexplicably cut off. There were also 4 people who died in her hands. Retreat, retreat. The enemy is too strong. It doesn't match the information we received. The remaining 10 or so killers shouted in panic and wanted to retreat. Where do you think you're going? Kill them. The army was alarmed. Countless soldiers rushed out and surrounded the dozen or so assassins. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming floated high in the sky, his killing intent surging. Then dash. Whoosh. Whoosh. Lu Ming waved his hands and spears were formed one after another. The wind and fire forces were condensed on each spear and turned into a flaming light, shooting toward the fleeing assassins. Ah! Ah! Continuous screams were heard. There was no way to block it. There was no way to block it. The strongest of the remaining assassins was only in the 3rd level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. No matter what methods they used, it was useless. They were pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear and nailed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the remaining dozen or so assassins were all killed. The 20,000-strong army and the young experts all quieted down. Then they burst out with earth-shaking roars. The general is invincible. The general is invincible. The roars of the 20,000-strong army were especially loud in the middle of the night. The demonic beasts were so shocked that they didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment the army of 20,000 was convinced of Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming's divine might had subdued them. On the other side, Huaying looked at Lu Ming with mixed feelings. She gritted her teeth and flew toward Lu Ming. At the same time, Gao Li and the remaining young man who was cultivating in the Great Sun Prefecture flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the 3 of them in surprise. Brother Tian, no general, I was blind to have offended you before. I didn't expect that you'd let bygones be bygones and save my life. From now on, Huaying's life belongs to you. Whether it's to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a pot of boiling oil, Huaying will not refuse as long as you say the word. General, senior brother Huaying's wish is also my wish. Gao Li swears to obey General's words to the death. Me too. Gao Li and the other young man also shouted. This time Lu Ming's ability had completely convinced them and they were shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. If he wanted to kill them, he could do it with a flip of his hand. Previously they had offended Lu Ming in such a way. They were afraid at the thought of it. Furthermore, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 2nd-tier martial arts grandmaster realm. It was simply unbelievable for him to have such combat strength. They understood that the gap between them and Lu Ming was too great. They would never be able to catch up to him in their lifetime. They were convinced of Lu Ming's abilities. No need to be so polite. Since I'm the general of this army, it's my duty to ensure your safety while you're in this army. Lu Ming swept a glance at them and said in a deep voice. I can't wait for the general's generosity. Huaying sighed. Alright, now let's take a look. How many people have we lost? Lu Ming waved his hand and instructed. Yes. Hua Ying quickly cupped her fists and turned around to check. After a while the result was out. 11 of the young martial grandmasters had died, and 3 of the one Dan martial ancestor realm had died. This was a great loss. One had to know that these were all geniuses that the imperial family had secretly cultivated. They were the future pillars of the imperial family, but now they were dead. As for the others, most of them were injured. The Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming muttered, the murderous intent in his eyes flickering. At the same time he raised his guard. The Dark Moon Empire was most famous for its assassins. The killers of the Dark Moon Empire were very famous in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Those killers who lurked in the dark could make people tremble with fear and cause headaches. Next, Lu Ming increased the number of patrols and sent out golden-eyed blood zombies to patrol the surroundings. Since the golden-eyed blood corpse didn't know fatigue, it was perfect to patrol the surroundings. Lu Ming returned to the tent to refine the blood essence. Just now, Lu Ming had found an opportunity to devour the blood essence of the assassins. Out of the 20 people, only a few of them were at the Great Martial Master realm. The rest were at the First Martial Ancestor realm and above. The strongest was at the 6th Martial Ancestor realm. The blood essence of these people gathered together was huge. However, after the 9-dragon bloodline advanced to the 9th level, the refining speed was greatly increased. Soon, all the blood essence he had devoured had been refined and turned into nourishment for the 9-dragon bloodline. However, he was still at Tier 9 of the ordinary class and had not advanced to King class. Chapter 302. Chapter 302. Chapter 302 Grey Wolf Cavalry. 549690339. That night it was very peaceful. The next morning the army set out and continued on their journey. For the next 4 days, Lu Ming strengthened his vigilance every day. However, no assassins from the Dark Moon Empire came. Very soon they would arrive at Moonview City. According to the 3 siblings from Ming City, they would only need a few hours to reach Moonview City. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the earth rumbled and trembled. What's going on? At the side, Ming Feng's expression changed. There's a large number of cavalry galloping. It looks like there's a large number of them. Hua Ying frowned. Hua Ying was well versed in military tactics and had a very accurate judgment in the field of war. Could it be that my father has sent someone to pick us up? Ming Feng was overjoyed. Impossible. Judging from the sound, there are at least 5,000 soldiers. How could they have sent so many people to pick us up in this situation? Hua Ying refuted. Stop. Lu Ming waved his hand and the army stopped. Following that, Lu Ming rose into the air and hid in a dark cloud to look ahead. A dozen miles ahead, there was a long line of people running along the mountain path. Each of them was riding on a huge wolf. At a glance, there were definitely more than 5,000 people, maybe even close to 10,000. One of the flags was embroidered with a dark moon on one side and a wolf on the other. The great army of the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He then descended and explained what he had seen. What? How could the army of the Dark Moon Empire appear here? Could it be that the Moonview City has already been breached? Ming Feng exclaimed. Father. Mingzhu's voice trembled, filled with worry. I don't think so. Judging from the number of soldiers and the direction of the march, they are most likely going to take a detour to attack the Moonview City. If I'm not wrong, there should be a big war in the city. In this case, when this army arrives, the Moonview army will be attacked from both the front and back. Hua Ying analyzed. Lu Ming could not help but look at Hua Ying in a new light. He did not expect that Hua Ying's analysis of military warfare was so good. Let's lower our voices and advance stealthily. We'll set up an ambush in front and annihilate this army. Lu Ming waved his hand and gave the order. Immediately, the 20,000-strong army dismounted and led their horses forward, setting up an ambush on a hill 2 li away. The hill was covered with weeds and small trees, and the energy was 2 meters high. People and horses couldn't see it at all. At the bottom of the hill there was a slightly flat mountain path. By the time Lu Ming and the rest were well hidden, the army of the Dark Moon Empire was already approaching. Woo! Wolf howls rang out, and the earth rumbled as an army galloped over. Each soldier was tall and burly. They wore iron armor and carried a bow and a large blade. Beneath them were black wall-levers that were 2 meters tall. They howled continuously and emitted a fiendish aura. They're the famous Grey Wolf Corps of the Yingyue Empire. Hua Ying's expression changed slightly. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard of the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Army. Most of the land of the Dark Moon Empire was made up of boundless grasslands and highlands, on which countless demon beasts were born. Therefore the cavalrymen of the Dark Moon Empire were very famous. Depending on the type of mount, it could be divided into multiple legions such as the Grey Wolf Legion, the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion, and so on. They were extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the howls of the wall-levers, the front troops of the Grey Wolf Army charged through the mountain road below. Lu Ming did not make a move. It was not the time yet. It would be best to make a move after more people had rushed past. Very quickly, more than half of the Grey Wolf Army had charged through. Kill! At this moment Lu Ming shouted. He was the first to rush down. Kill! Kill! The 20,000-strong army mounted their green scale horses and roared as they charged down the mountain slope. Not good enemy attack. The Grey Wolf Army roared. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and rushed down the hill in an instant. He condensed a huge spear that was hundreds of meters long and swept it out. Bang! Bang! In an instant, dozens of Ash Wolf cavalrymen, along with their metal armors and mounts, were destroyed by Lu Ming's spear. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered all over the place. Even the metal armor exploded into pieces and shot out in all directions, piercing through the armor of the other soldiers of the Grey Wolf Army and killing them. Lu Ming had killed more than 50 armored soldiers with one shot. Kill! Lu Ming swept his spear again and another 50 or so soldiers were killed. Swallow! Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. His left palm was like a vortex, emitting a powerful devouring force. All the blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. Although most of these sergeants were at the warrior realm and some were at the master realm, and only a few of them were grandmasters, there were many of them. Lu Ming would not let them go. There was also the blood essence of the Ash Wolf. Drops of blood essence were all devoured by Lu Ming and he was refining them crazily. Kill! At this moment the army on the hill had also arrived. They had cut the Ash Wolf army into several pieces and surrounded them separately. The scene was in a chaotic battle. Damn it, die! More than a dozen generals in iron armor with powerful auras rose into the air and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Clearly, these were the martial grandmasters of this army. Good. Lu Ming rushed forward and Hua Ying and the other martial grandmaster powerhouses also went to meet him. Lu Ming had his eyes on a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster at first sight. This person should be the strongest person in this army. Bang! Lu Ming swung his spear and the general's armor was destroyed. He coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. This person is too strong, I can't fight him. The general was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He turned around and tried to escape. However, the next moment, a long spear pierced through his heart, killing him. Lu Ming devoured his blood essence and turned to kill the others. The dozen or so martial grandmaster powerhouses were not enough for them to kill. It did not take long for them to kill all of them. They then charged at the Ash Wolf cavalry. The Ash Wolf cavalry had a small number of about 10,000 men to begin with. In addition, Lu Ming's group had ambushed them, so they naturally had the upper hand. When Lu Ming and the other martial arts grandmasters joined in, the battle would be even more one-sided. An hour later the battle was over. More than 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry had been killed, their corpses strewn across the forest. Calculate the number of casualties. Lu Ming instructed. He waited while refining the blood essence. Not long after, his body glowed with a blood-red light as his blood essence was completely refined. I still haven't advanced. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. At this time the number of casualties had already been reported. 2009 people died in battle and several thousand were injured. This number made Lu Ming's heart tremble. It was beyond Lu Ming's expectations that so many people had died in battle. The Ash Wolf cavalry are too strong. At the side Huaying's side. In this battle they had launched a surprise attack and had double the number of people. Even with the help of the martial arts grandmasters, they had lost more than 2,000 people. It was clear how strong the Grey Wolf cavalry were. If it was a head-on battle, the elites of the royal family that Lu Ming had brought along would not be his match at all. Chapter 303. Chapter 303, Flood of Steel. 549690339. It's mainly because of the mounts. The skin of the Wallevers is as hard as iron and they are extremely fierce. They can run like the wind and the green scale horses can't even compare to them. Many of the soldiers who died in this battle were torn apart by the Wallevers. Huaying explained. What about their Wallevers? How many have we captured? Lu Ming asked. Not many. These Wallevers have long been tamed by the Dark Moon Empire with a secret technique. They will not surrender at all and will only fight to the death. We barely managed to capture 100 but we can't use them at all. Huaying explained. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. Let's go. A moment later Lu Ming led the army and continued on their journey. There was nothing much to think about. Lu Ming did not believe that the army of the Dark Moon Empire was as elite as the Ash Wolf army. If they were all elites like this, the Burning Sun Empire would have been destroyed long ago. There shouldn't be a lot of such an elite army. The army set out and rushed towards Moonview City. At this time the Moonview City might be experiencing a great battle, so they must hurry over as soon as possible to provide support. They didn't guess wrong. A fierce battle was indeed going on in the Moonview City. Kill. To the north of the Moonview City was a boundless grassland. On the grassland 2 armies were engaged in an intense battle. On one side was the mountain-suppressing army, which had a total of 80,000 people. All of them were cavalrymen, and their momentum was as magnificent as a mountain. On the other side was the Inuit army which only had 50,000 people. However, among these 50,000 people, there was one army that was particularly eye-catching. This was because each of the cavalrymen was riding a Blood Moon demonic tiger. This was the Dark Moon Empire's Blood Moon demonic tiger legion, which was even more powerful than the Grey Wolf Legion. This Blood Moon demonic tiger legion had a total of 10,000 people. The Dark Moon Empire's 10,000 Bloody Moon demonic tiger army as the vanguard, together with the other 40,000 ordinary cavalrymen, were engaged in an intense battle with the 80,000 soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army on the boundless prairie. Hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry galloped on the grassland, causing the ground to shake. A powerful and terrifying aura gathered, stirring up the wind and clouds. The clouds in the sky exploded and were swept away, making it difficult for them to gather. Kill. The sounds of battle shook the heavens as the 2 steel torrents collided. Instantly, killing intent soared into the sky, and all kinds of true chi swirled wildly. Miserable screams rose and fell and blood floated in the air and the smell of blood assailed the nose. Clang. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded through the plains, and a few moments later, the 2 armies of steel charged past, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Adjust the direction, hurry. In front of the mountain army, a burly man in his 50s shouted. He was burly and his hair and beard were all standing up. It looked very similar to Ming City. He was the general of the mountain army, the father of the 3 Ming siblings, Ming Meng. Thump. Dong. Under Ming Meng's lead, the 80,000 soldiers drew a large arc across the plains and quickly turned around. On the other side, the Dark Moon Empire's army, under the leadership of their general, also quickly turned around. The 2 armies faced each other again. Armor-piercing arrow fire. Ming Meng roared. Close to 80,000 cavalrymen took down the armor-breaking bow on their mounts and shot arrows. Swish swish swish. A dense wave of armor-piercing arrows was shot towards the Inuit army. Fire. On the side of the Dark Moon Empire, arrows were also shot out in an overwhelming manner. After shooting the armor-piercing arrows, the two armies charged forward madly, charging at each other. Ah! Arrows fell, people screamed, and horses neighed. People were thrown off their horses and people were killed. This was an armor-piercing arrow. It could pierce through thick armor and was extremely powerful. If an ordinary person were to be shot by an arrow, their entire body would explode. With tens of thousands of people shooting arrows at the same time, even a martial grandmaster would not dare to be careless. If they were not careful, their protective Xianxia would be completely consumed by the dense armor-breaking arrows, which would penetrate their defense and kill them. Therefore, an ordinary martial arts grandmaster was not invincible in the face of such a huge army. Once the army formed a battle formation, it was not impossible to kill a martial grandmaster. Such things had happened in history. After shooting a round of armor-piercing arrows, the two sides collided again. The first to bear the brunt were the generals of the two sides. Kill! Ming Meng roared. He wielded a 2-meter-long blade and slashed out. The world seemed to be split apart as he slashed toward the enemy general. Ming Meng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. He was also a general who had been through hundreds of battles, and his combat strength was extremely strong. However, the cultivation of the Dark Moon Empire's general was not any weaker than his. He was also at the peak of the 6th level martial ancestor realm. The spear in his hand trembled the space as he waved it. Clang! The two of them exchanged a blow, creating a powerful storm that swept up the nearby cavalry and sent them flying hundreds of meters. Ah, Ming Meng, today I will definitely destroy your Yuzheng army and level the Moonview city. The enemy general laughed. You've been saying this every day, is there any use? Ming Meng snorted coldly. However, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army had not appeared, which made Ming Meng worried. Although there were only 10,000 soldiers from the Grey Wolf army, their combat strength was too strong. They could not afford to be careless. Although he had left 20,000 soldiers to defend the Moonview city, he was still not confident. Ha ha ha. The enemy general laughed and exchanged a few more moves with Ming Meng. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers charged over, leaving behind a field of corpses. Roar! Roar! A tiger's roar resounded. The 10,000-strong Blood Moon Devil Tiger army of the Dark Moon Empire was so powerful that they could bite a piece of the formation of the mountain-suppressing army every time. After a few clashes, the mountain-suppressing army had lost thousands of armored cavalry. Ming Meng's heart was bleeding. The mountain-suppressing army was a strong army that he had spent countless efforts and decades to create. It was one of the few powerful armies of the imperial family. Losing even one would make Ming Meng's heart ache. Kill! Ming Meng's hair and beard were all standing up, and he was as fierce as a lion. Boom! 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 At this moment, a violent roar came from the direction of Moonview City. The earth was shaking. Ming Meng's expression changed drastically. It's finally here. The enemy general laughed. It's the Grey Wolf army. You asked the Grey Wolf army to take a detour around Mount Han so that you could launch a sneak attack on Moonview City. Ming Meng's expression changed greatly as he roared. Ah, that's right. But it's too late now. How can the 20,000 soldiers you left behind be a match for the Grey Wolf army? The enemy general laughed. Ming Meng's expression was extremely dark. At this time he was caught in a dilemma. If he led the army back to help, the local forces would definitely chase after him from behind. By then the Grey Wolf army would come to the front and attack him from both sides. The mountain-suppressing army would be in danger. But if they didn't come back, could the Moonview City block the attack of the Ash Wolf army? Boom! 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 The vibration was getting closer and closer. Ming Meng's expression became uglier and uglier, while the great general of the Dark Moon Empire laughed more and more freely. Ah, today I'm definitely going to flatten Moonview City, and then lead my army to break into the Blazing Sun Kingdom. What's going on? The Dark Moon Empire's great general started to laugh arrogantly and carefreely, but his expression immediately changed. Because that army did not attack the Full Moon City, but instead rushed towards the Inu Empire's army. Chapter 304. Chapter 304. Chapter 304 Initial Victory. 549690339. In the midst of the smoke and dust, one could see that this army was not riding wallevers but strong green scale horses. The army of the Burning Sun Empire. The great general of the Dark Moon Empire's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the army of the Burning Sun Empire appear here? What about the Grey Wolf Cavalry? Where did he go? This new army was naturally Lu Ming's group. Kill. Lu Ming took the lead, holding a spear in one hand and exuding a murderous aura. The 18,000 soldiers followed closely behind, stabbing towards the Dark Moon Empire's army like a sharp knife. Kill. Sons of the mountain-suppressing army, come with me and kill those bastards of the Dark Moon Empire. How could Ming Meng miss such an opportunity? He immediately roared and his voice spread throughout the entire area. Kill. 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 All the soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army roared and followed Ming Meng, charging toward the Inuit army. The Dark Moon Empire's face turned extremely ugly as they roared. The enemy doesn't have many people, less than 20,000. We are all elites who have been through hundreds of battles. 10,000 of us should be enough to stop them. At once, the Dark Moon Empire sent out 10,000 cavalrymen to charge at Lu Ming's army. Remember, stop them. Once the Ash Wolf cavalry arrive, we'll kill them all. The Dark Moon general roared. His voice spread across the battlefield to encourage the soldiers. Haha, the Azure Wolf cavalry you were talking about is them, right? Lu Ming laughed heartily. With a wave of his hand, a storage ring flew out. Following that, the storage ring glowed, and the heads of wallevers and humans fell to the ground. Those are the heads of the Ash Wolf cavalry. So many. Could it be that all of the Grey Wolf cavalry were killed? Immediately, the army of the Dark Moon Empire became restless. We've already killed the 10,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf cavalry. Don't expect too much from them. Lu Ming roared and charged at his opponent at top speed. Impossible. The great general of the Dark Moon Empire roared. He found it hard to believe that 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry had been killed just like that. Lu Ming's words made the army of the Dark Moon Empire suspicious. Some soldiers did not even hold their weapons as tightly as before. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming's army of 18,000 had already collided with the enemy's army of 10,000. Delude the masses with lies, kill. The leader of the other party was a burly man in the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. As he shouted, he slashed his saber at Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming roared and thrust his long spear forward. The saber beam shattered and the long spear pierced through the other party's throat. Bang. The spear's radiance didn't stop. It killed more than a dozen people behind it before it disappeared. Lu Ming rode on the green scale horse and charged past. Behind them, Xianxia, the golden-eyed blood corpse, Hua Ying, Gao Li, and the rest followed closely, leading the 18,000 troops. Kill. With Lu Ming as the leader, the Blazing Sun Army's momentum was like a rainbow. They immediately tore a huge hole in the enemy's formation. The Dark Moon Empire's 10,000-strong army was not as powerful as the Ash Wolf army. Their strength was on par with the army that Lu Ming had led. Naturally, they could not stop Lu Ming. Moreover, the morale of the Dark Moon Empire was low and they were outnumbered. They were no match for the Sun Army at all, and in a few moments they had already been scattered. On the other side, Ming Meng led the mountain-suppressing army and held the enemy back, gaining the upper hand. All troops move out. Ming Meng let out a long hiss that spread into the Moonview city. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a large army rushed out of the Moonview city and charged towards them. It was the 20,000 troops that Ming Meng had left behind to defend the city. As a result, the Dark Moon Empire was besieged from all sides, and their morale was even lower. Large numbers of soldiers were killed by the Burning Sun Empire. Retreat, retreat. The great general of the Dark Moon Empire roared, extremely anxious. He knew that today's defeat was certain. If this continued, he was afraid that his entire army would be annihilated. The Dark Moon Empire's general led the powerful Blood Moon Devil Tiger army and charged forward. Instantly, the mountain-suppressing army led by Ming Meng was broken through. Charge out! The Blood Moon demonic tiger army took the lead, followed by the rest of the army. They retreated frantically. The army that was fighting with Lu Ming's group threw away their armor and ran wildly. Kill! Lu Ming roared and led the army to pursue. On the other side, Ming Meng also led the mountain-suppressing army in pursuit. The army was defeated like a landslide. Along the way, the Dark Moon Empire left behind a large number of corpses. Half an hour later, Lu Ming and the rest finally called it a day. In this battle, only about 20,000 out of the 50,000 soldiers of the Dark Moon Empire had escaped. 30,000 had died, and the mountain-suppressing army had seized countless materials. Could be said to be a big victory. An hour later, the two armies met on the plains outside Moonview City. Father! Father! The three Ming siblings rushed towards Ming Meng. Why didn't the three of you stay in the imperial capital and cultivate? Why did you come back? Ming Meng chided with a straight face. Ming Zhu stuck out her tongue and did not make a sound. Father, when we heard that the Inoue army was besieging the Moonview City, we were burning with anxiety. As father's son, how could we not fight against the strong enemy with you? We naturally have to come back to be with father. Well, at least you have some filial piety. Ming Meng's expression improved a little as he nodded. Also, this time around, the royal family has sent an army to reinforce us. The leader is big brother Tianyun. Naturally, we have to return together so that we can introduce him to father. Ming Feng said. Tianyun? Could he be the Tianyun who killed Qiu Chonglai from the 10 Direction Sword Sect? Hurry up and introduce us. When Ming Meng heard Tianyun's name, he was suddenly shocked and hurriedly said. Tianyun pays his respects to Great General Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming walked up and cupped his fists. So you're Tianyun. Ah, you're indeed a dragon among men. I'm impressed, really impressed. Ming Meng laughed heartily and cupped his fists in greeting. He was very polite. Great General Ming, you're too polite. This time I've received orders to fight against the Dark Moon Empire with you. If there's anything I don't understand, please enlighten me, Great General. Lu Ming said politely. I don't deserve your advice. As soon as you came, you annihilated the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf army and defeated the Dark Moon Empire's army in one fell swoop. Also, don't call me General, just call me Big Brother Ming, ha. Ming Meng said very heroically. Big Brother Ming. Lu Ming had a strange expression on his face as he swept a glance at Ming Qing and the rest. Ming Qing, Ming Zhu and Ming Feng's faces were frozen and they were dumbfounded. Lu Ming addressed Ming Meng as Big Brother. Did that mean that they were one generation younger than Lu Ming? What should they call Lu Ming then? Uncle. When they thought of this, the three of them were a little mad. Oh. I'll call you Big Brother Ming then. Lu Ming unkindly agreed and laughed heartily. On the other hand, the three Ming siblings were the complete opposite. Each of them had a bitter face and were against it in their hearts. However, Lu Ming and Ming Meng ignored them. They laughed heartily as they made their way to Moonview City. They were prepared to hold a banquet to celebrate their victory and to welcome Lu Ming and the rest. Chapter 305. Chapter 305, Blood-Red Scaled Wolf. 549690339. For the next 3 days the army of the Dark Moon Empire did not move, and the Full Moon City was quiet. To the north of the Full Moon City was the direction of the Inu Empire, and to the west was a boundless plateau. The terrain of this plateau was complex. There were boundless grasslands and high mountains. Ta! Ta! The earth trembled. Lu Ming led Xianxia, Huaying and a few hundred other people. Ming Meng led 3,000 guards and sped across the plains. This plateau was usually used as a training ground for the mountain army, and there were many demon beasts howling in groups. Roar! Lu Ming saw a group of hundreds of wild lions, their bodies shimmering in gold. When they saw Lu Ming's army, they roared and ran into the distance. Not long after, he saw another herd of thousands of black bulls, each 2 meters tall, running wildly on the grassland. There are many demonic beasts on this plateau. If we can capture them and form an army, how strong will our combat power be? Lu Ming smiled as he rode on the green-scaled horse. Little brother Tianyun, you're right. However, the demonic beasts of the plateau are unruly, and there aren't many of them of the same species. It's too difficult to form a cavalry of tens of thousands. If we use different species, it'll be difficult to train them together, and their combat strength won't be high. Ming Meng explained with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. He understood that too. For example, the berserk lion was not inferior to the blood moon demonic tiger. Unfortunately, it was difficult to capture more than 10,000 berserk lions. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to tame such wild demonic beasts. As the group galloped across the plains, they saw all sorts of demonic beasts along the way. Some moved alone while others moved in groups. Roar. Suddenly, a roar came from the front and a fiendish aura filled the air. Tadashi. Then they heard a group of wild lions, giant bears, and other demonic beasts running toward them. The eyes of the demonic beasts were filled with panic and fear. Ow! Wolf howls came from behind them. Then Lu Ming and the rest saw more than a dozen bloody shadows running wildly toward them. Upon closer inspection, they were not blood shadows but a dozen huge wall-evers. These giant wall-evers looked extremely demonic. Each of them was more than 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Their bodies were blood-red and covered in blood-red scales. Even their legs were covered in scales. There was only a ball of fiery red hair on its neck like a ball of fire. Ow! A wild lion was caught up by a giant wolf, and it was actually unable to resist at all. It was directly slapped over by a claw and then its neck was bitten off. What a mighty giant wolf! What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he exclaimed in admiration. This is a blood-red scaled wolf. The weakest of these wall-evers is equivalent to a 7th grade Great Martial Master, and 2 of them are even at the 1st grade Martial Grandmaster. They must have run out from the depths of the plateau. Ming Meng's eyes were also filled with surprise as he spoke. Roar! Roar! At that moment, the demonic beasts in front of them saw Lu Ming and the rest and they quickly avoided them and ran away. However, the dozen or so crimson-scaled wall-evers stopped in front of Lu Ming and the rest. They looked at them ferociously and howled continuously, showing no intention of running away. This type of blood-red scaled wolf is definitely a top-tier mount. Lu Ming looked at the dozen or so crimson-scaled wall-evers with great interest. That's right. It's said that this type of blood-scale wolf has the bloodline of a flood dragon. It's invulnerable, can run like the wind and has infinite strength. It's definitely a top-grade mount. If you have an army of tens of thousands of blood-scale wall-evers, you'll be invincible. Unfortunately, the crimson-scaled wolf might really have the bloodline of a flood dragon, making it extremely proud and unruly. It is extremely difficult to tame them. Even if you use your strength to subdue them, they would rather die than submit. The Dark Moon Empire also drooled over the crimson-scaled wolf, but after so many years they have been helpless. Ming Meng explained. Oh. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. He had wanted to build a powerful army. If it's just an animal, I don't believe I can't tame it. Hua Ying snorted coldly and said in an unconvinced manner. Then his figure rushed out and pounced at the crimson-scaled wolf. Roar! The dozen or so crimson-scaled wall-evers roared and pounced on Hua Ying, launching a counterattack. Get lost! Hua Ying shouted coldly and threw a few punches. Bang! Bang! Some of the Grandmaster Realm crimson-scaled wall-evers were sent flying. They rolled on the ground for a dozen times before they got up and shook off the dirt on their bodies. They were completely fine. The 2 demonic beasts of the 1st Martial Ancestor Realm had only retreated a dozen steps. On the other hand, Hua Ying's body also shook. Good fellow, what powerful strength! I'll tame you! Hua Ying shouted and rushed forward, punching continuously. With Hua Ying's cultivation, these blood-red scaled wall-evers were naturally no match for him. He was sent flying. Hua Ying identified a blood-red scaled wolf in the 1st tier of the Martial Ancestor Realm and rode on it, trying to tame it. Roar! The crimson-scaled wolf let out an earth-shattering roar as if its dignity had been insulted. It flew into a rage and its body trembled and jumped wildly. At the same time, his body emitted a burning flame that enveloped Hua Ying. Kneel down. Die! Hua Ying roared as he used his full strength to suppress the crimson-scaled wolf. With Huaying's martial grandmaster 3 Dan cultivation and his king-level bloodline, his full power was like a huge mountain pressing down on the back of the blood-scaled wolf. The blood-red scaled wolf howled continuously, but it still couldn't resist and was pressed down. However, it didn't yield. It kept struggling and roaring, looking extremely ferocious. "Surrender or I'll kill you," Huaying shouted. Roar. The only response he got was the roar of the blood-red scaled wolf. Detestable. Huaying continued to suppress it. After a while he was sweating profusely, but the crimson-scaled wolf still did not yield. "You're indeed unruly," Lu Ming sighed. At the same time he felt that it was a pity. This type of crimson-scaled wolf was not too powerful. As long as a portion of them was equivalent to a martial master realm expert and formed an army, it would be extremely terrifying. Ow! At this moment, a loud roar was heard. 2 blood-red lights came from the distance at an incredible speed. They arrived in front of Huaying in a few breaths. One of them pounced on Huaying. Huaying was shocked and threw a punch. Boom! With a loud boom, Huaying's body was pushed back more than 10 meters. At this time he could clearly see that 2 more crimson-scaled wallivers had appeared on the field. These 2 crimson-scaled wallivers were extremely majestic, and they were 1 size larger than the other crimson-scaled wallivers. It's equivalent to the 3rd level of Wu Zong. Lu Ming muttered. What's going on? What's going on today? Why are there so many martial ancestor realm blood-scaled wallivers? Normally, the blood-scaled wallivers would hide in the depths of the plateau, so why are there so many of them today? Ming Meng was extremely surprised. Roar. The 2 crimson-scaled wallivers howled as they glared at Lu Ming and the group. Then with a roar he turned around and ran towards the plateau. The other crimson-scaled wallivers followed closely behind. Lu Ming, how about we make a bet? At this moment Xianxia galloped out and looked at Lu Ming provocatively. Chapter 306. Chapter 306. A bet, a Wolf's Denver 549690339. A bet. Lu Ming was stunned. That's right, let's use these 2 blood-scaled wallivers as a bet. We'll each take one of them. Whoever can tame them first wins. The loser has to agree to one condition of the winner. Do you dare to bet? Xianxia said. As soon as he said that, the people around them looked at the 2 of them with interest. Standing together, Lu Ming and Xianxia looked like a golden couple. Moreover, Xianxia had been by Lu Ming's side since the imperial city. Naturally, others thought that their relationship was not ordinary. When Xianxia proposed to make a bet with Lu Ming, the others naturally thought that this was a different kind of flirting between the young couple. At the side, Mingzhu looked at the beautiful Xianxia and sighed in her heart. She thought that perhaps only a peerless beauty like Xianxia could be worthy of Lu Ming. The distance between her and Lu Ming was too great. In the future they would be further apart. After sighing, Mingzhu hid her worries in the bottom of her heart. She revealed a smile on her face and looked at Lu Ming. Why wouldn't I? Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, let's begin. Xianxia's expression was sly as he turned into a beam of light and chased after the blood-red scaled wolf. Lu Ming smiled and similarly moved, stepping on the air and leaving. Let's go and take a look. Ming Meng and the rest chased after them on their horses. However, after a while they could no longer see the 2 of them. Forget it, we'll wait for them here, Ming Meng said. The others nodded and began to wait. The blood-red scaled wolf ran at a terrifying speed on the grassland. However, with Lu Ming and Xianxia's hot pursuit, they caught up in no time. Buzz. Xianxia's body moved and pounced on a 3rd-grade martial ancestor realm blood-scaled wolf. Roar. The crimson-scaled wolf roared and spat out a pillar of fire at Xianxia. However, with a wave of his hand, Xianxia sent out a palm print and the pillar of fire was dispersed. Xianxia stepped lightly on the back of the crimson-scaled wolf. Roar. The crimson-scaled wolf immediately went berserk. It let out a furious roar and shook its body wildly, trying to throw Xianxia off. However, Xianxia's true qi burst forth, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on the crimson-scaled wolf. However, the blood-red scaled wolf howled madly and refused to yield. On the other side, Lu Ming was also standing on the back of the crimson scaled wolf, channeling his energy to suppress it. But at the same time, the blood-red scaled wolf went berserk and refused to yield. In fact, it was not difficult for Lu Ming and Xianxia to kill the two crimson scaled wolvers. It was very simple. However, what they wanted was not to kill it but to tame it. In this way they could not use too much power or they would kill the crimson-scaled wolf in an instant. He could only use an appropriate amount of strength to suppress the blood-red scaled wolf and wear down its ferocity. Only then could he slowly tame it. This was a process of consumption. Roar. Roar. The two martial grandmaster 3 Dan's scarlet-scaled wolvers howled and leaped, trying to shake Lu Ming and Xianxia off. However, the two of them stood firmly on the back of the wolvers. Just like that, the two crimson-scaled wolvers abandoned the other crimson-scaled wolvers and howled as they headed deeper into the plateau. The crimson-scaled wolf's speed was too fast. It could easily cross mountains and rivers as if they were flat ground. Not long after they crossed 1,000 miles. Here the grassland had disappeared and was replaced by an endless plateau and mountains. The two blood-red scaled wolvers howled continuously as they leaped through the forest. Not long after they traveled 1,000 miles deeper into the plateau. Oh. Ow. Suddenly, the howls of the wolvers resonated with the two blood-scaled wolvers. Hearing the howls from the wolvers around them, the two blood-red scaled wolvers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and they howled even louder and madly. Oh. Oh. In the surroundings, the howls of the wolvers became even more concentrated, coming from all directions. Then tall and strong figures appeared from all directions. Blood-red scaled wolvers. They were all around him. The crimson-scaled wolvers glared at Lu Ming and Xianxia, their eyes filled with killing intent. There are so many blood-red scaled wolvers. Could this be a wolf den? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The howls of the wolvers could be heard all around. Lu Ming looked around and realized that most of the blood-red scaled wolvers were level 2 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to martial masters. Only a small number of them were level 3 demonic beasts. With so many blood-red scaled wolvers, how powerful would an army be if they were to be used as mounts? Lu Ming's heart could not help but burn. Oh. Ow. At this moment 2 wolf howls suddenly rang out. These 2 howls shook the heavens and earth, piercing straight through the clouds. After these 2 howls, the other blood-scaled wolvers in the surroundings all fell silent. Within a radius of several dozen li, the other demonic beasts didn't even dare to breathe. It was extremely quiet. That was Dash. In the next moment Lu Ming saw 2 blood-red scaled wolvers walking out from the highest mountain. The 2 crimson-scaled wolvers were extremely burly and 3 meters tall. They were covered in fiery red scales that looked like they were made of fire jade. They were crystal clear and seemed to have flames jumping out of them. An extremely powerful aura burst out from the 2 crimson-scaled wolvers. A peak 6th grade 4th level demonic beast is equivalent to a peak 6th grade martial grandmaster. Lu Ming's gaze suddenly flickered. Ooh. At this moment, the other blood-red scaled wolvers whimpered and prostrated as if they were welcoming the arrival of their king. Are these 2 blood-scale wolvers the king of the pack? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he thought of this possibility. Looking at the situation, it shouldn't be wrong. Roar. Roar. The 2 crimson-scaled wolvers appeared and howled in anger. They leaped into the air and pounced at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not dare to be careless. They used their full strength and met the attack. Boom. Boom. With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Xianxia were both sent flying. What a powerful force. Although this Wolf King is a peak class 6 4th level demonic beast, its combat strength is not something an ordinary class 6 4th level demonic beast can compare to. It's at least at class 7 4th level. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Roar. Roar. The 2 blood-scaled Wolf Kings howled in anger and pounced at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The 2 of them began to fight. However, as soon as they started fighting, Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was slightly better, but he was also at a disadvantage. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he would have no problem fighting against an average 6th-grade martial arts grandmaster. He could even kill them. However, against a 7th-grade martial arts grandmaster, the difference was too great. He was no match for them. Bang! Bang! After a few consecutive exchanges, Lu Ming's muscles trembled and he retreated continuously. He was at a disadvantage. Bang! On the other side, Xianxia was sent flying. He landed beside Lu Ming, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, she did not say a word and did not escape. It was as if she would not leave as long as Lu Ming did not leave. She was very stubborn. Roar! The two Crimson Wolf Kings howled as they surrounded Lu Ming and Xianxia. Their murderous intent was like a tidal wave. Chapter 307. Chapter 307. Chapter 307 Taming. 549690339. Little Qing, why don't we leave this place first? Lu Ming said. With the two wolf kings here, it was impossible for them to tame the blood-red scaled wolf today. No, I don't believe I can't tame it. Xianxia said stubbornly. Lu Ming was speechless. This girl was throwing a tantrum again. It's just a fake wolf king. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant in front of the real wolf king. Xianxia snorted and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, Xianxia's body emitted layers of black light. Slowly, the black light condensed into a giant Selavir wolf in the air. Moonhowl wolf. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. Lu Ming could not be more familiar with this giant Selavir wolf. Lu Ming and Xianxia had each obtained half of a Moonhowl wolf's beast soul in the Dongi tribe's ancestral ruins. Later on, in the battle at the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming had fused with half a beast king soul, killed Lu Yunxiong and fought Duanmu Lin. He was extremely familiar with this giant Selavir wolf. He didn't expect Xianxia to condense a Moonhowl wolf. However, Lu Ming could tell that this did not seem to be a beast soul. It had been condensed and was the embodiment of a kind of cultivation technique. The aura of the sky wolf had weakened a lot. Ow! The Moonhowl wolf let out a deafening howl and a supreme pressure radiated from it. Although it was only half a beast and had been condensed, the Moonhowl wolf had been a true demon king. A true king, and the pressure of a superior was extremely powerful. Ooh. Countless crimson-scaled Wallivers howled and lowered their heads, looking at the Moonhowl wolf in awe. The Moonhowl wolf's entire body was Silaviri white, and it stood in the air, howling continuously. Slowly, some of the rank 4 demonic beasts, the blood-red scaled Wallivers, also knelt down. Roar! Roar! However, the two blood-scaled wolf kings kept howling. They looked at the Moonhowl wolf in the sky. Although they were a little afraid, they did not give in. Furthermore, his eyes glowed with ferocity as if he was ready to pounce on Lu Ming and Xianxia at any moment. It seems like the two wolf kings are very difficult to tame. Lu Ming thought to himself. Ow! The Moonhowl wolf in the air howled into the sky, and its body glowed with a dazzling Silavira light. At this moment, Lu Ming's body began to emit a Silavira light. Then the Silavira light condensed into a huge Moonhowl wolf in the sky. What's going on? Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that when I fused with the Moonhowl wolf's soul, there were traces of the wolf left in my body? Now that Xianxia's half of the Moonhowl wolf has activated it, it's showing itself. Lu Ming's mind whirred and he thought of this. This was the only explanation that could make sense. The Moonhowl wolf materialized on Lu Ming's body and howled into the sky as well. Waves of mighty pressure emanated from it. The rest of the Wallivers were all lying on the ground, and some of the low-level ones were even trembling. Even a small number of level 4 crimson-scaled Wallivers were lying on the ground obediently, not daring to move. Only the two blood-scaled wolf kings continued to howl, but there was finally a trace of fear in their eyes. At that moment, the Moonhowl wolf above Xianxia's head and the one above Lu Ming's head fused together to form an even larger Moonhowl wolf. Ow! The Moonhowl wolf let out a long howl and emitted an extremely powerful king's pressure. It was a pressure that was born to the wolf race. It was high and mighty and could not be provoked. The two blood-scaled wolf kings began to tremble, their eyes filled with fear. The Moonhowl wolf stood in the air, looking down at the two blood-scaled wolf kings. There seemed to be a faint displeasure in his eyes. Woo. The two blood-scaled wolf kings were finally scared. They prostrated on the ground and whimpered like two dogs raised at home. Tamed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ow. The Moonhowl wolf let out an angry howl. The two blood-scaled wolf kings trembled and stood up shakily. They crawled to Lu Ming and Xianxia's side and lay down obediently. It really is. Lu Ming muttered, overjoyed. He moved and mounted the back of a blood-scaled wolf king. The blood-scaled wolf king did not resist at all. On the other side, Xianxia also mounted another blood-scaled wolf king. The other one was also very obedient. Lu Ming took a glance and realized that Xianxia's wolf was a female while Lu Ming's was a male. No wonder they were two wolf kings. Ah, little Qing, one male and one female. They're a perfect pair just like you and me. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Who's a couple with you? You wish. Xianxia snorted and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grinned. He was just joking and did not mind. The Moonhowl wolf in the air howled and transformed into two rays of light. They disappeared into Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies. The powerful pressure between heaven and earth also disappeared. Roar. The two blood-scaled wolf kings growled and stood up. However, they didn't go crazy or resist. They seemed to be completely tamed. Perhaps, there are still remnants of the Moonhowl wolf's aura on me and Xianxia. That's why we were able to subdue the two wolf kings. Lu Ming made a guess. He then patted the blood-scaled wolf king and said, "Call all your subordinates and follow me." Roar. Roar. The two blood-scaled wolf kings were very obedient. They let out two long howls that spread out for dozens of miles. The other blood-red scaled wolvers howled and gathered from all directions. In the end, the surroundings were densely packed with blood-red scaled wolvers. It covered the mountains and plains and one could not see the end of it. So many. Lu Ming was a little stunned, then he was overjoyed. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that there were more than 8,000 crimson-scaled wolvers all over the mountain. There were 8,000 of them and most of them were rank 2 demonic beast. A small portion of them were rank 3 demonic beasts, and there were even dozens of rank 4 demonic beast. A level 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Why are you so happy? Don't forget, it's all thanks to me that you were able to tame the crimson-scaled wolf this time. If it were you, you would have run away a long time ago, you coward. Xianxia pouted and said in disdain. Yes, yes, it's all thanks to you. Lu Ming was in a good mood and did not argue with Xianxia. You've lost the bet this time. You won't go back on your word, will you? Xianxia said. Hey, I've also contributed to taming the Wolf King. How do you say I lost? Lu Ming said. What kind of contribution is that? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had the chance to tame the Wolf King. If you go back on your word, I'll tell everyone in the camp that you're going back on your word. Xianxia said through gritted teeth. In the end, Lu Ming could only compromise and agree to one of Xianxia's conditions. What condition? As long as it's within my means, I won't refuse. Lu Ming said. It's not the time yet. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. Xianxia smiled slyly and rode away on the blood-scaled Wolf King. Lu Ming rode on the Wolf King and followed. Lu Ming and Xianxia took the lead, followed by more than 8,000 blood-red scaled wolvers. Chapter 308. Chapter 308. Crazy. 549690339. 2,000 li away on the grassland, Ming Meng, Hua Ying and the others were waiting anxiously. Why haven't the generals returned after so long? Did something happen? Gao Li said with a frown. I don't think so. With your cultivation, you should be able to escape even if you can't defeat anyone below the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Hua Ying said. However, his eyes were filled with worry. Ever since they had completely submitted to Lu Ming, they would naturally think of Lu Ming in all aspects. Ming Meng, Ming Qing and the rest were also anxious as they looked in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground began to rumble as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. Ming Meng's expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Not good, a large group of demonic beasts is coming. This is a beast tide. Listen to my orders, set up the formation and prepare for battle." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3,000 guards that Ming Meng had brought with him got into formation. They knocked their longbows and prepared for a bloody battle. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking became more and more intense as if there were many behemoths galloping. Ming Meng and the others' expressions became more and more grave. Oh. At this moment, a deafening wolf howl could be heard from the depths of the plateau, piercing through the clouds. Not good, that's the cry of a blood-red scaled wolf. Why are there so many of them? Where are Brother Tianyun and the others? Ming Meng roared. The others' expressions also changed. From the sound, they didn't know how many blood-scaled wallivers there were, but they were sure that they didn't have enough people. How were they going to fight? Retreat, retreat. Let's rush back to Full Moon City first. Ming Meng roared. Let's go. One by one they turned their horses around and charged back. That's the general and Miss Xianxia. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. It came from a youth from the Star Cluster Hall. What? Ming Meng and the others hurriedly looked over. At the end of the earth, a boundless red appeared. From a distance, it looked like a fiery red sunset. Upon closer inspection, it was not a sunset glow, but a group of robust blood-red scaled wallivers. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with blood-red scaled wallivers, covering the sky and covering the earth. An extremely dense murderous aura filled the air. Some of the more timid people's legs started to tremble. In front of the boundless crimson-scaled wallivers, there were two of the tallest crimson-scaled wallivers, and their auras soared to the sky. A person sat on each of the scarlet blood beasts. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. It really is Brother Tianyun and Lady Xia, but what's going on? Why are the two of them riding on the crimson-scaled wolf? Ming Meng was dumbfounded. Could it be that the general and the others are being chased by the crimson-scaled wolf? Impossible. The general and the others are riding on two crimson-scaled wallivers, and they seem to have the strongest auras, but they didn't resist. Could it be that the general and the others have already tamed the crimson-scaled wallivers? Tamed? That's impossible, right? Hua Ying and the other young experts were discussing. Ow. At this moment the blood-scaled wolf king that Lu Ming and Xianxia were riding on let out two howls. Immediately the blood-scaled wallivers that covered the entire mountain slowed down. In the end they strolled slowly towards Ming Meng and the rest. This goo is the blood-red scaled wolf king? Could it be that the blood-red scaled wolf king has been tamed? How is that possible? Ming Meng's eyes and mouth were wide open, his face full of disbelief. As for those who were originally from the Moonview City, their eyes and mouths were also wide open as they looked on in a daze. At this moment Lu Ming and Xianxia were already not far away. Brother Tianyun, you've tamed these two blood-scaled wolf kings. Ming Meng asked in a daze. Big brother Ming Meng, we were lucky to have succeeded. We chased the two wallivers from before, but we didn't expect to chase them all the way to the lair of the crimson-scaled wallivers. We encountered these two scaled wolf kings and were lucky to have successfully tamed them, so we got the wolf king to give the order to bring this entire nest of crimson-scaled wallivers here. Lu Ming explained. Jinjin was lucky. Ming Meng's lips trembled as he tugged at his beard. Even now he was still in shock as if he was in a dream. The 3,000 guards he had brought with him were not any better. They all thought they were dreaming. Taming the blood-scaled wolf king? However, he had never heard of anyone succeeding. But now Lu Ming had succeeded the moment he came and even brought back a den of crimson-scaled wallivers. Big brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Feng reacted quickly. He shouted and ran to Lu Ming's side. Big brother Tianyun, can you give me a blood-red scaled wolf as a mount? After a few days of struggle, the three Ming siblings decided to be friends with Lu Ming on their own, regardless of how their father and Lu Ming addressed each other. Otherwise they would really have to call Lu Ming uncle. Of course you can choose one yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Thank you, big brother Tianyun. Ming Feng was overjoyed. He immediately picked a Class 6 3rd-level blood-scale wolf and rode it. Roar. As soon as Ming Feng mounted it, the blood-red scaled wolf let out a furious roar. Roar. At this moment, Lu Ming patted the wolf king he was riding on. The wolf king let out a loud roar and immediately, the blood-red scaled wolf became obedient and whimpered. Ren Ming Feng rode on it. Haha, let's go. Ming Feng patted the crimson-scaled wolf. The crimson-scaled wolf immediately howled and rushed out like the wind. After a while it ran back. How cool, this is too cool. Ming Feng laughed. This made the others unable to stand it. General, give this general one. Hua Ying shouted. General, I also want one. The other young men called out. You guys can choose. Lu Ming waved his hand. Hua Ying and the others were overjoyed. The few of them were all martial arts grandmasters, so they naturally picked the level 4 ones. Hua Ying picked a 4th grade 4th level beast, which was equivalent to a 4th grade martial grandmaster. The others had also picked suitable ones. For a time, the howls of Wallevers could be heard continuously. Red light leaped across the grassland as they tried out their newly obtained mounts. This is so cool. This is a real mount. With such a mount, killing enemies is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Hua Ying and the others laughed. Ming Meng looked on with envy. With his status, he was too embarrassed to ask Lu Ming for it. Big brother Ming Meng, this one is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand and a tall and burly crimson-scaled wolf stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. It was a Class 5 Level 4 blood-scale wolf, second only to the 2 wolf kings. Brother Tianyun, how can I accept this? Although he said he was embarrassed, his eyes were already fixed on the blood-red scaled wolf, unable to move away. Big brother Ming Meng, why are you being so polite with me? Take it and ride it. Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Ming Meng was overjoyed and hurriedly jumped onto the crimson-scaled wolf. He controlled the crimson-scaled wolf to run a big circle, the smile on his face so thick it couldn't be dispersed. Let's go back to the camp. Lu Ming waved his hands and said. At once, more than 8,000 crimson-scaled Wallevers followed Lu Ming and the rest in a grandiose manner, heading toward the Moonview City's military camp. Along the way, Ming Meng's 3,000 guards looked at the crimson-scaled wolf with envy. However, they knew that they belonged to the mountain-suppressing army and not Lu Ming. They would definitely not get a share. Chapter 309. Chapter 309, Blood Red Iron Cavalry. 549690339. When Lu Ming and the rest returned to Moonview City, it naturally caused a great sensation. The entire Moonview City was shaken. The 100,000 soldiers of the Yuzheng army were even more shocked and envious. On the other hand, Lu Ming's 18,000-strong army was extremely excited. They knew that the crimson-scaled wolf would definitely be assigned to them. As expected, from the second day onwards, Lu Ming began to pick out 8,000 of the strongest soldiers from the 18,000-strong army. Each of them was given a crimson-scaled wolf. Every single one of these 8,000 soldiers had a cultivation base of at least 9th grade warrior realm. 2,000 of them were at the master martial realm, and about 100 of them were at the grandmaster martial realm. 8,000 of them formed a scarlet blood-scaled wolf cavalry. The people who were assigned to the crimson-scaled Wallevers were extremely excited. A powerful mount meant that their combat power was stronger. Not only did they have a higher chance of surviving on the battlefield, but they also had a higher chance of killing their enemies and making contributions. Each and every one of them was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. They were deeply grateful. Many of them even secretly swore to follow Lu Ming till death. As for those who did not get a crimson-scaled wolf, although they were a little envious, they were not jealous. They knew that the reason they were not assigned to the crimson-scaled wolf was because their cultivation was not high enough. On the other hand, Lu Ming was an unparalleled genius with a reputation that shook the Blazing Sun Empire. His future was limitless. They secretly vowed to follow Lu Ming and cultivate diligently. There would definitely be benefits. Lu Ming did not expect that this move would make his army more convinced of him and make him more prestigious. 2 days later. Boom, boom, boom. On the prairie, a group of blood-scale wolf cavalry whistled past like a gale, their momentum shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Ming and Xianxia were riding at the forefront. Despite the strong wind blowing and hitting their faces, the light in Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As a man, leading an army of iron and blood, sweeping across the battlefield, making achievements and having a beauty by his side, what could make one's blood boil more? Oh. The 8,000 cavalrymen howled as they passed by. On the grassland, the other demonic beasts saw this and ran in fear, not daring to stop at all. In the distance, Ming Meng led the army and watched in shock. Facing such power, most of the mountain-suppressing army revealed expressions of fear. Who can stop such an army? Ming Meng sighed. It's a pity that there are only 8,000 of them and the cultivation of each knight is too low. Otherwise they might be a surprise army to fight against the Dark Moon Empire. A deputy general beside Ming Meng sighed. That's right. The Dark Moon Empire has 100,000 soldiers like the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army and the Ash Wolf Army. If they attack together, Tianyun's 8,000 Blood Red Cavalry will not be a match for them. Another deputy general sighed. Don't ask for too much. 8,000 Blood Red Iron Cavalry is equivalent to 100,000 ordinary soldiers. To our Moonview city this is a great thing. Ming Meng said. In the next few days there was no movement from the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming led the blood-red scaled wolf cavalry to practice on the grasslands, trying to build up the tacit understanding between the soldiers and their mounts. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The 8,000 soldiers and the blood-red scaled wolf had already gotten used to each other. On the 6th day a piece of news suddenly came. The Northern Battlefront Army, which was 3,000 miles away from the Moonview city, had sent an urgent message to the Mountain Town Army for help. They were under the frenzied attack of the Dark Moon Empire's army. General Ming, it's urgent. I'll lead the Blood Red Cavalry to ask for help. In the main tent of the military camp, Lu Ming, Ming Meng and the others were discussing this matter. Lu Ming directly suggested that he lead the Blood Red Cavalry to rescue them first. The Northern Battlefront Army was another powerful army of the royal family in the north. They were closely related to the Mountain Battlefront Army. Once the Northern Battlefront Army was destroyed, the Mountain Battlefront Army would be in danger as well. Therefore they had to save the Northern Battlefront Army when they were in danger. The Blood Red Cavalry were the fastest, so they were the most suitable to go first. All right. Brother Tianyun will go first. The Northern Army will be right behind you. Ming Meng said. After a while, the Blood Red Cavalry rushed out of the camp like the wind and headed toward the Northern Battlefront Army's northern city. The 3,000 li journey only took 4 hours under the charge of the Blood Red Cavalry. The Blood Red Iron Cavalry could travel tens of thousands of li in a day. When Lu Ming and the rest were on a grassland 100 miles away from Zhenbei City, they saw countless people fighting. There were at least 100,000 people in a chaotic battle, and their shouts shook the sky. The Ash Wolf Army and the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Army. Lu Ming could see at a glance that there were 2 legions in the army of the Dark Moon, each with about 10,000 men. They were extremely powerful and were launching a fierce attack on the Northern Battlefront Army. The Northern Battlefront Army had about 60 to 70,000 people. They were surrounded by the army of the Dark Moon Empire and were constantly charging. The smell of blood filled the entire grassland. Kill! Lu Ming roared and led the way with Xianxia, charging towards the 10,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf Army. Woo! It was obvious that the Grey Wolf Army had also discovered Lu Ming and the others. They gathered their strength and charged toward them. But halfway through, the Grey Wolf Army let out terrified screams. What's that? Oh my god, it's a blood-red scaled wolf? How is that possible? It's really a blood-red scaled wolf. It's an army of blood-red scaled wolvers. Countless people in the Grey Wolf Army looked forward in shock. The blood-red scaled wolf howled. its eyes red as it charged forward. Ooh. The wallevers that the Grey Wolf cavalry rode on actually let out terrified cries and slowed down. Damn it! Charge! Charge! Don't be afraid. The general of the Grey Wolf army roared as the saber in his hand cut the skin of the Grey Wallevers, causing blood to flow. The others did the same and cut open the wolf's skin. The wolf was injured and its ferocity was triggered. It suppressed its fear and charged at the blood-red cavalry. Kill! Annihilate this Grey Wolf army! Lu Ming roared, his voice filled with murderous intent. When he led his army out, the first thing he had encountered was the Grey Wolf army. In that battle they had launched a sneak attack and had the advantage in numbers. 2,000 of them had died in the battle. Lu Ming was still brooding over that. Now that he had seen another group of Grey Wolf cavalry, his killing intent was naturally sharp. Kill! The rest of the blood-red cavalry were in a similar mood as Lu Ming. They roared and charged forward. Bang! The two armies finally clashed. However, the seemingly powerful Grey Wolf cavalry were as fragile as tofu in the face of the blood-red cavalry. As soon as the two armies clashed, the Ash Wolf cavalry were torn in half, their screams echoing through the air. Roar! The blood-red scaled wolf was incomparably ferocious. With a howl, it slashed out with its claws, tearing the Ash Wolf cavalry in half. In just a few moments, the formation of the Grey Wolf cavalry was torn in half by the blood-red cavalry, leaving thousands of corpses. Kill! Lu Ming changed his direction. The 8,000 blood-red cavalry followed him and charged towards the remaining Ash Wolf cavalry. This was a battle without any suspense. The difference in combat strength was too great, and it was a completely one-sided slaughter. Ah, run! Help! Don't kill me! Let's go! The Ash Wolf cavalry howled in misery. Chapter 310. Chapter 310. Chapter 310 Destruction. 549690339. Swallow. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The terrifying devouring power was attached to his left palm. His left palm was like a black hole devouring the rolling blood essence. Wherever he passed, be it the blood essence of humans or wallevers, he would devour and refine it. This time Lu Ming split half of the energy to increase his cultivation. Although the Grey Wolf cavalry were not very strong individually, they had the advantage in numbers. His cultivation base was slowly rising. Kill! Kill! The blood-red cavalry's shouts shook the heavens as they continued to take the lives of the Grey Wolf cavalry. The commotion here naturally alerted the battle on the other side. The Grey Wolf army is about to be destroyed. Our reinforcements are here. A loud shout came from the northern army. As for the army of the Dark Moon Empire, they were extremely shocked. Send reinforcements to the Grey Wolf cavalry, quickly! A general shouted. Instantly, 20,000 ordinary armored horsemen charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill, exterminate them! Lu Ming roared and took the lead in charging towards the 20,000-strong army. The other blood-red cavalry followed closely behind. At this moment, the 10,000 Grey Wolf cavalry were almost completely annihilated. Only a few hundred people were left and they were fleeing in all directions. The blood-red cavalry once again formed a knife-like formation and charged toward the enemy. This time it was even more one-sided. The moment they clashed, the enemy's 20,000 cavalrymen collapsed. The blood-red scaled wolf howled and the enemy's mount trembled, its combat strength greatly reduced. The blood-red scaled wolf waved its claws and several cavalrymen were torn apart. Without any power to resist, it was still a massacre. Send out the signal for reinforcements. An exasperated roar came from the Dark Moon Empire's army. Then fireworks flew into the sky, forming a dark moon. The fierce battle continued. The blood-red scaled wolf went into battle for the first time and displayed unparalleled combat power. Facing an enemy that was several times its size, it easily tore apart the enemy's battle formation and slaughtered the enemy cavalry. Corpses were everywhere, truly everywhere. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming's cultivation had a breakthrough and reached the middle stage of the second level of martial ancestor realm. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, a deafening sound of vibration rang out in the world. In the distance, a tiger's roar shook the sky. It was the Blood Moon demonic tiger. The overwhelming Blood Moon demonic tiger army was charging towards them. There were a total of 20,000 Blood Moon demonic tigers. In addition to the 10,000 from before, the Blood Moon demonic tiger army had a total of 30,000 people. Kill. Annihilate that Bloodscale Wolf cavalry. The leader of the Blood Moon demonic tiger legion was a general in blood-red armor. He was extremely burly and held a mace in his hand. His aura was as strong as a mountain. What a strong aura. This is the aura of a 7th-level martial ancestor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a hint of solemnness appeared. Kill. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming led the 8,000 blood-red iron cavalry and charged towards the 20,000 Blood Moon demonic tiger army. The two armies were getting closer and closer. Brat die. The blood-armored general roared and smashed the mace in his hand toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The mace smashed down and the space shook violently. Golden Eye. With a thought, the golden-eyed blood zombie beside him roared and charged at the blood-armored burly man. Boom, boom. The golden-eyed blood corpse and the blood-armored general clashed, causing loud rumbles. Whoosh. Lu Ming stabbed with his spear. The power of wind and fire fused and exploded. Bang. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the heart of a 5th-tier martial arts grandmaster and he fell to the ground. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured his blood essence, refining it at an extreme speed. Then he swept his long spear across. 100-meter-long spear radiance swept across, and dozens of Blood Moon demonic tiger cavalrymen were blown up. Their flesh and blood, metal armor and fragments scattered all over the ground. Kill. The two sides were engaged in a great battle. The battle was extremely brutal. Boom, boom. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and attacked the blood-armored general without fear. The blood-armored general was at a complete disadvantage. Beast Palm. Lu Ming threw a huge beast palm at the blood-armored general. Great demonic palm. Not far away, Xianxia also sent out a few palm strikes. His ink-black palm prints were also aimed at the blood-armored general. Bang, bang. Although the blood-armored general was very brave, he couldn't take the fierce attacks of the golden-eyed blood zombie. In addition to Lu Ming and Xianxia's attacks, his body shook violently as he spat out blood and retreated. GG. However, the golden-eyed blood zombie wouldn't miss this opportunity. It pounced forward and its 10 fingernails were sharper than sabers. They instantly tore the blood-armored general's armor into pieces. Lu Ming rushed forward and devoured his blood essence. This was the blood essence of a 7th-level martial ancestor realm martial artist. It was simply too shocking. Lu Ming continued to refine and his cultivation level began to increase rapidly. The general has been killed. Someone from the Blood Moon demonic tiger legion shouted. The Blood Moon demonic tiger army's general had been killed, and their morale had plummeted. On the other hand, the blood-red cavalry's morale had risen. General Tianyun is invincible. General Tianyun is invincible. The blood-red cavalry roared as they charged towards the enemy. Slowly, the scarlet demonic tiger army began to collapse. On the battlefield, victory and defeat could be determined by a hair's breadth. Once it collapsed, the army would be defeated like a landslide. Kill. The blood-red cavalry's eyes were bloodshot as they madly charged at the enemy. Hold on, hold on. A deputy general of the Blood Moon demonic tiger legion roared, trying to block the attack and turn the tide. However, it was all in vain. The Blood Moon demonic tiger legion's defeat was already set in stone. Boom, boom. In the distant sky, a series of explosions could be heard. What? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he looked in that direction. A dozen miles away in the sky there was also an intense battle. That was the battlefield of the experts. That was because the people fighting there were all experts above the martial arts grandmaster realm. There were 40 to 50 people fighting in the sky. Lu Ming realized that there were actually experts from the mystical sword sect and the ghost moon saber sect among them. The others were undoubtedly powerhouses of the Inoue Empire. That's Qiu Yu. Lu Ming suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Qiu Yu. It was obvious that Qiu Yu had already reached the martial arts grandmaster realm after not seeing her for such a long time. Huaying, I'll leave the blood-red cavalry to you for now. Suddenly, Lu Ming's loud shout could be heard from afar. Huaying was stunned. Although she did not understand the reason, she immediately replied, yes. On the battlefield, one only had to obey. All right, I'll leave the blood-red cavalry to you, Lu Ming said. There was no longer any suspense in the battle here. Lu Ming was assured to leave it to Huaying, who was well versed in the art of commanding troops. Goldeneye, let's go. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rose from the blood-scaled Wolf King's body and flew into the sky. The golden-eyed blood corpse followed closely behind Lu Ming. The distance of 12 miles was covered in an instant. Who is it? The moment Lu Ming arrived, an expert from the Dark Moon Empire had his eyes on him. Chapter 311. Chapter 311. Meeting Qiu Yu again. 549690339. Someone who's here to kill you. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the other party. He thrust his spear. Wind Fire Kill. This person was only in the 3rd-tier martial arts grandmaster realm. He could not withstand Lu Ming's attack at all and was pierced through the air by the spear. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the battlefield and analyzed the situation. Most of the experts of the Burning Sun Empire came from the Mystic Essence Sword sect and the Ghost Moon Saber sect, so they were obviously at a disadvantage. Even higher up in the sky there was a violent explosion. A powerful aura spread down. It was the aura of a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. Not far away, Qiu Yu was wearing a white dress and exuded an extremely cold aura. With a wave of her hand, the cold air was threatening and everything was frozen. After not seeing her for a while, Qiu Yu had become even more beautiful. Her curves were graceful and her figure was even more voluptuous. However, her beautiful face was extremely cold, even colder than the aura she emitted. Judging from Qiu Yu's aura, she had already reached the early stage of the 2nd level of the martial ancestor realm. Her cultivation had progressed so quickly that even Lu Ming was shocked. Her opponent was a 3rd-level martial ancestor realm expert, but he was completely suppressed by Qiu Yu. Absolute frost. Die. Qiu Yu shouted and waved her hands. Endless coldness emerged. Her opponent roared, but the next moment he turned into an ice sculpture. Qiu Yu slapped out and the ice sculpture was shattered into pieces. A 3rd-level martial ancestor realm martial artist had been killed by Qiu Yu with ease. You little bitch, you're looking for death. At this moment, a sharp sound was heard and a bright sword light was sent toward Qiu Yu. Qiu Yu's expression changed and she moved quickly to avoid the sword light. There was a flash of light and an old man with white hair appeared in front of Qiu Yu. He looked at Qiu Yu with a cold expression. Little slut, die. Old Oyu let out a cold cry, and his sword light flashed as he charged toward Qiu Yu. Wuzong 5 stage. Old Oyu was at stage 5. His sword light was bright and sharp and he completely suppressed Qiu Yu. Rise. Qiu Yu shouted. A blood-red light flashed on her body, and a human figure with unclear facial features appeared. This figure was extremely cold as if it was completely made of ice. At the same time, 5 Esilavir chakras flickered around the figure. However, old Oyu and Lu Ming still saw it. A 5th-level royal bloodline. The 2nd bloodline that Qiu Yu had awakened was actually a 5th-level royal bloodline. Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. But on second thought it felt normal. Qiu Yu's 1st bloodline was a natural ice bloodline that was extremely powerful among the special bloodlines. It was a rank 8 bloodline. It was normal for the 2nd bloodline to be powerful. However, old Oyu was frightened. Then he shouted with a ferocious face, Die, die, I can't let you live in this world. As he shouted, a terrifying sword chi whistled and rushed towards Qiu Yu. After Qiu Yu's bloodline was activated, her combat strength had increased by a large margin. Although she was still at a disadvantage, she would not lose for the time being. However, at this moment, a black-robed figure appeared not far from Qiu and stared at her coldly. Die. Suddenly, the black-robed man made his move. A jet-black sword light shot out from his hand towards Qiu. He was actually in the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. You're the one who's going to die. The moment the black-robed man appeared, Lu Ming had already rushed over. He shouted coldly and swept his spear. Clang! The long spear struck the black-robed man's long sword. The long sword trembled violently and almost exploded. Who is it? The black-robed man's body trembled and he quickly retreated. The person who will kill you. Lu Ming took a step forward and charged at the other party. Boom! The power of wind and fire wrapped around the spear, making it extremely fast and explosive. Bang! The black-robed man was hit by the spear. He screamed and his body exploded. Now Lu Ming only needed one move to kill a 5th-level martial arts grandmaster. The 9-dragon bloodline circulated and devoured the blood essence of the other party. All of a sudden Lu Ming's body trembled. He had a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had reached the late stage of martial ancestor 2 Dan. The blood essence he had devoured was too rich, and there was still a large portion that had not been refined. Kill. With a breakthrough in his cultivation, Lu Ming's combat strength had become even stronger. He moved and appeared beside old Oyu who was fighting Qiu. He thrust his spear forward and the spear's radiance was like lightning. Old Oyu screamed in horror and wanted to dodge, but everything was in vain. The next moment, a large hole appeared in his chest. Lu Ming was like a god of war with his spear in hand. You fuck. Qiu looked at Lu Ming and her heart trembled. She did not know why, but when she saw Lu Ming she felt that he was extremely familiar. Although their body shape and appearance were completely different, she was too familiar with that temperament. For a moment she was stunned. Why? Little girl, you don't even recognize your young master? Lu Ming walked to Qiu's side and smiled. Upon hearing this, Qiu's body suddenly trembled. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she stared straight at Lu Ming. Young Master Xiaojia? It's really you, is it really you? Qiu's eyes were filled with tears as she said emotionally. Little girl, who else could it be if not me? Lu Ming stretched out his finger and grazed the tip of Qiu's fair and tender nose. Qiu was so excited that her entire body trembled, and her tears immediately flowed down. Young Master, Qiu has finally found young master. If there was not a huge battle here, she would have pounced into Lu Ming's arms long ago. Back then she had been taken to a secret place by her master and had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Her cultivation progress had been extremely terrifying. However, when she ended her cultivation and returned to the mystical sword sect, she heard a piece of shocking news. Lu Ming charged into the White Tiger Hall and killed many people from the Duanmu family. In the end, he was forced by the Duanmu family to withdraw from the mystical sword sect and disappeared without a trace. This news was like a bolt out of the blue for Qiu. If her master had not stopped her, she would have already killed her way into the White Tiger Hall. During this period of time she had traveled all over the world, but there was no news about Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't forget her master's kindness, she would have left the mystical sword sect of her own accord. This time she had come with the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's experts to support the Ghost Moon Saber sect. One reason was to gain experience and the other was to look for Lu Ming. They wanted to try their luck and see if they could get any news about Lu Ming. She did not expect Lu Ming to suddenly appear beside her. The excitement in her heart could be imagined. Silly girl, why are you crying? Let's kill the enemy first and we'll have a good chat after we've defeated them. Lu Ming reached out and wiped Qiu's tears. And okay, young master. Qiu's tears turned into a smile, and her face revealed a smile that was brighter than flowers. You still have the mood to be so lovey-dovey at this time. Let this old man send the two of you on your way to the underworld. Suddenly, a dry and hoarse voice sounded. A skinny, cold-looking old man appeared not far away and sneered at the two. His body exuded a powerful aura. He was in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. Chapter 312. Chapter 312. Breakthrough in the middle of a great battle. 549690339. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and blocked the old man. The old man looked at the golden-eyed blood corpse with some fear. The reason why he didn't make a sneak attack was because of it. Old man, you're the one who's going to die. Golden-eye go. Die. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced at the old man. Chi-chi. At that moment, two figures appeared behind Lu Ming and Qiuyu. The moment they appeared, they transformed into two thin, sharp sword lights that shot toward Lu Ming and Qiuyu. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. The sword light was sharp and invincible. The two people who had launched the sneak attack were at the peak of the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Their auras were similar, and when they joined forces, their power multiplied. You're looking for death. Lu Ming let out a furious roar. He pulled Qiuyu and 6 ancient shields appeared in front of him. The 6 shields were stacked together in front of him. Pooh! It was as if leather had been pierced. The sword lights of the two people who had ambushed them were too sharp. The 6 shields were pierced one after another. However, Lu Ming had won himself some time. The long spear turned into 2 spear lights and thrust forward. Ding! 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 The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Lu Ming felt waves of extremely sharp sword aura surging toward him. The wind and fire force on the tip of the spear was almost scattered. Lu Ming pulled Qiuyu and retreated at full speed. The two people who had ambushed him were also blocked and retreated. At this moment, Lu Ming could finally see the two figures clearly. These two people looked almost exactly the same. They were short like monkeys and were about 40 years old. Damn it, this person is so young, but he can actually block one of our attacks. He's too terrifying. We can't let him live. The two short men growled in a low voice. They were extremely shocked. Kill. Chi-chi-chi, the two of them turned into 2 streaks of sword radiance and charged toward Lu Ming and Qiuyu. They were as fast as lightning and were difficult to catch with the naked eye. 10,000 miles of ice. Qiuyu shouted and her second bloodline appeared. With a wave of her hand, the temperature in front of her dropped sharply. A large amount of frost appeared out of thin air as if even the air had frozen. Great ice formation. Lu Ming could tell that the force of ice that Qiuyu had comprehended had reached the major success stage and was extremely powerful. The two short men's bodies seemed to be frozen as well, and their speed was greatly reduced. Damn it! Detestable! The two short men roared. Haha, good. Lu Ming laughed heartily and struck out with both palms. In the sky, 2 huge beast claws condensed and smashed toward the two short men. During this period of time, Lu Ming had already cultivated the 3 palms to the 5th stage. Its power was close to the power of an earth-level high-level martial arts technique, and it was extremely powerful. As long as Lu Ming comprehended the final heavenly path palm, its power would be infinitely close to that of a heaven-level martial arts technique. It would be extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The 2 beast claws pressed down like mountains. The 2 short men slashed out sword chi to block the beast's palm. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 of them trembled and quickly retreated. Buzz! Lu Ming charged over directly. His long spear was like a dragon, and the spear's radiance tore through the air, blasting at the 2 short men continuously. Behind them, Qiuyu waved her hands and crescent-shaped ice wheels appeared one after another, slashing at the 2 short men. It had to be said that the 2 short men were extremely powerful. Their genuine chi was strong, condensed, and sharp. Moreover, their cultivations had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm level 6. If the 2 of them worked together, they could fight against a normal martial ancestor realm level 7. Lu Ming and Qiuyu joined forces, but they could only end up in a draw. Refine, refine. Lu Ming put all his effort into refining the blood essence in his body. Most of the blood essence in his body came from a 7th-level martial arts grandmaster. There were also 5th-level martial arts grandmaster and a large number of other martial arts grandmasters. At this moment, it was constantly transforming into the energy of the 9 dragons bloodline and transforming into Lu Ming's essential chi. Lu Ming's essential chi continued to increase. In a moment he was at the peak of the second level of martial ancestor realm. However, it did not stop there. It began to charge towards the third level of the martial ancestor realm. It was not the first time for Lu Ming to have a breakthrough while fighting. He was very familiar with the process. Of course, this was because of the wonder of the nine-dragon bloodline. The two short men became more and more frightened as they fought. First of all, Qiuyu's cold qi was too shocking. Her cultivation was obviously much lower than theirs, but the cold qi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to freeze everything. They felt that the genuine qi in their bodies was about to be frozen, and their speed slowed down. Of course, the most terrifying one was Lu Ming. His attacks were violent and his strength was shocking. Every attack could destroy a mountain. Every attack forced them to go all out. Moreover, Lu Ming did not seem tired at all. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. The two of them had the intention to retreat. Let's go. We should leave first. These two are too terrifying. Let's get stronger experts to kill them. Let's go. The two of them slashed a few times and planned to retreat. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he sneered, "Leave? It's too late to leave now." Boom. The aura on Lu Ming's body was like a volcanic eruption. It actually soared wildly. Third level of Wu Zong. Just now, his cultivation had successfully broken through. Lu Ming's combat strength soared once again after he broke through to the third level of the martial ancestor realm. Not good. He actually broke through? A short man cried out in disbelief. "Monster, this is a monster, retreat, quickly retreat." The other man shouted crazily as he retreated. However, it was too late. Lu Ming's body was like lightning. He appeared not far away from him in an instant and thrust his spear. It was as if the air had been pierced through. The spear's radiance crossed a distance of 100 meters in an instant, penetrating everything. The short man didn't even have time to react before the spear ray pierced through his heart. Buzz. Immediately, Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and threw it out. A 200-meter-long spear light streaked across the sky and shot toward the short man. Break. The short man cried out in fear and slashed out a shocking sword light. However, it was useless. The spear radiance swept past and the sword radiance collapsed. The spear radiance's momentum did not stop as it struck the short man's body. Bang! The short man cried out in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. His body was sent flying like a cannonball and blood spurted out of his body. Although he didn't die, he was almost dead. Buzz! Qiuyu waved out a moon-shaped ice wheel, which rushed over the short man's body and cut him in two. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured their blood essence. The blood essence of two martial arts grandmasters at the peak of the 6th level was definitely a great supplement. Roar. On the other side, the golden eye blood was fearless and had completely suppressed the opponent. How is that possible? Seeing that Lu Ming had killed the two short men, the old man was in disbelief. Although the two short men were no match for him, they were no small matter. He thought that they would be more than enough to kill Lu Ming and Qiuyu. He never expected that they would be killed by Lu Ming and the others. The old man was shocked. It's your turn. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He moved and thrust his spear at the old man. Clang. The old man slashed out with his sword, clashing with the long spear. However, he was forced back by a powerful force. How can he be so strong? The old man was shocked and turned to run. Chapter 313. Chapter 313. Chapter 313. A big win. 549690339. The old man was no match for the golden-eyed blood corpse. Now that there was the freakish Lu Ming, he did not dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran. You want to leave? How can it be that easy? Lu Ming sneered and gave chase. At the same time, the golden-eyed blood zombie followed suit. The white-haired old man was shocked and his figure soared up into the sky. There were 6 figures there, both men and women. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. All 6 of them were in the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. Among them there were 3 from the Dark Moon Empire and 3 from the Blazing Sun Empire. The 6 of them were in a chaotic battle and it was extremely intense. As soon as they saw the white-haired old man rushing over, the 3 people of the Dark Moon Empire were shocked. One of them asked, "Old Lin, why did you come back?" This time the information was wrong. A few extremely powerful characters appeared. "I'm not their match. Let's retreat quickly." The white-haired old man called out. "Retreat? We're on the verge of victory and we're retreating now? You're crazy." A burly man roared. Buzz. At this moment Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse had already rushed over. The white-haired elder was so frightened that he fled in a hurry. "He's just a little brat, what's there to be afraid of? I'll kill him." The burly man shouted coldly. His opponent, who had been knocked back with one move, wielded a huge saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom. As the saber radiance slashed down, the space shook violently. "You can't." The white-haired old man cried out in alarm. But it was too late. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and charged forward. It waved its claws and blood-red light appeared, clashing with the blade light. Whoosh. Then Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The spear's gleam, which contained the power of wind and fire, instantly pierced through the saber's gleam and went straight for the burly man. The burly man's eyes widened and he looked extremely frightened. "Ah, retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The burly man roared. He used all of his true chi and physical strength in an attempt to dodge the spear. However, he was still a step too late. He managed to avoid being hit in his vital parts, but the spear radiance still pierced his shoulder. The burly man's shoulder instantly exploded and one of his arms was missing. "Ah!" The burly man screamed and coughed up blood. He had been severely injured. He tried to run away with his remaining genuine chi. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. The long spear trembled and the spear's radiance lashed out horizontally, hitting the burly man's body. The burly man let out a terrified cry and his body exploded in the air. "Who?" Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the blood essence. "Retreat, quickly retreat." The white-haired old man was scared out of his wits. The burly man, who was not weaker than him, was killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse in one move. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. He screamed and ran even faster. "Let's go." The other 2 Dark Moon Empire's 7th-level martial ancestor realm experts also turned pale with fright as they frantically fled. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming did not pursue him. The reason why he was able to kill the burly man so easily was not because his combat strength was much stronger than his opponent. The main reason was that his opponent was too careless. That was why he was killed by Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse. If they were to fight head-on, Lu Ming might not be able to defeat the other party. "Young master, how may I address you?" At this moment, the 3 7th-level martial grandmasters from the Blazing Sun Empire flew over and cupped their fists in greeting. At the same time, they carefully sized up Lu Ming and were shocked when they discovered his age. "This one is Tianyun." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. From their attire he could tell with a single glance that one of the 3 was an expert from the mystical sword sect, while the other 2 were experts from the Ghost Moon Saber sect. "You're Tianyun." The mystical sword sect's expert, a tall and thin man in his 50s, exclaimed. The 2 powerhouses from the Ghost Moon Saber sect also looked at Lu Ming in shock. Tianyun's name had already spread throughout the entire Blazing Sun Empire. As long as one was a martial artist, everyone would know him. But today they realized that Tianyun was even more powerful and stunning than the legends had described. 3 seniors, it's more important for us to deal with the enemy first. Lu Ming said. "Not bad. Let's go, let's kill those bastards from the Dark Moon Empire." The tall and thin man from the mystical sword sect roared. The 4 of them then rushed toward the battlefield where the other martial grandmasters were fighting. The Dark Moon Empire's martial grandmaster powerhouses had obviously received the news and fled in panic. After leaving a few people alive, they all escaped. Kill. The other martial grandmaster powerhouses charged towards the battlefield on the ground. "Young master." Qiu Yu appeared beside Lu Ming and whispered softly. Her brows were filled with joy. Qiu, let's go. Let's kill the enemies together. We'll catch up after the battle. Lu Ming said with a smile. Qiu Yu nodded obediently and followed Lu Ming to the battlefield below. There was no longer any suspense in the battlefield below. When Lu Ming left earlier, the 20,000-strong Blood Moon demonic tiger army of the Dark Moon Empire had already been defeated. The situation was hopeless. After that, the Northern Battlefront army fought back and attacked the blood-red scaled wolf cavalry from both sides. The Inoue army was completely defeated. When Lu Ming returned, he saw Xianxia leading the blood-red army at the forefront. They were pursuing the defeated army of the Dark Moon. Along the way, corpses were strewn everywhere. Buzz. Lu Ming landed on the blood-scaled wolf king and Qiu Yu followed suit, sitting slightly in front of Lu Ming. The blood-red scaled wolf had a huge body that was more than 6 meters long. It was still very spacious when the two of them sat on it. At the side, Xianxia noticed that Lu Ming had returned. At the same time he saw Qiu Yu sitting in front of Lu Ming. His face darkened instantly and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Run! The Dark Moon Empire's soldiers let out terrified howls and ran for their lives. However, no matter how fast they were not as fast as the crimson-scaled wolf. One by one they were killed and the smell of blood filled the air. Suddenly, Lu Ming noticed that the golden-eyed blood corpse next to him was gathering a thick blood-red light. The blood qi in the world continued to gather towards the golden-eyed blood corpse, and the blood light on the body of the golden-eyed blood corpse became thicker and thicker. That's right, blood zombies like to devour blood to increase their strength. The battlefield is heaven for blood zombies. Lu Ming thought to himself and was secretly happy. He was naturally happy that the golden-eyed blood corpse's strength had increased. The massacre continued and it took an hour for everything to calm down. In this battle, the Dark Moon Empire suffered a crushing defeat, leaving tens of thousands of corpses. All of this was because of the arrival of the blood-red cavalry led by Lu Ming. The power of the blood-red cavalry had begun to show. Thump thump. A troop of military horses galloped over and stopped 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. It was the Northern Army. That's General Tianyun. A dark-skinned man in his 40s called out. That's right, I am Tianyun. Lu Ming said. I'm Huang Chenlong, the Deputy General of the Northern Battlefront Army. Nice to meet you, General Tianyun. The dark-skinned man cupped his fists and said. So it's General Huang. General Huang, come over for a chat. Lu Ming said. Huang Chenlong nodded and brought a group of people to meet up with Lu Ming. Lu Ming also asked Huang Chenlong about this matter. How was the Northern Battlefront Army? The great general was assassinated. Huang Chenlong sighed and began to talk. Chapter 314. Chapter 314, Xianxia's Thoughts. 549690339. It turned out that the general of the Northern Army had been assassinated by the killers of the Dark Moon Empire. Then the Dark Moon Empire's army had seized the opportunity to attack. With the general's death, the Northern Battlefront Army was thrown into chaos. The Dark Moon Empire took the opportunity to break into the Northern Battlefront city and suffered heavy losses. The remaining troops of the Northern Battlefront Army intended to break through the siege, but they were caught up by the Inoue army, which led to the battle just now. Fortunately, they had the help of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and the Mystic Essence Sword sect's experts during this period of time. Otherwise, they would have been defeated long ago. Coupled with the arrival of Lu Ming's army, they were able to turn the tide and defeat the Inoue army. Northgard City has already been occupied by the Dark Moon Empire, and they've deployed a large army to defend it. It's too difficult to attack it. Huang Chenlong sighed. Lu Ming came to a realization. So this was the case. What are your plans next? Lu Ming asked. Huang Chenlong and the other deputy generals exchanged glances and nodded. They then dismounted and knelt down to Lu Ming. If you don't mind, we are willing to join you with the remaining Northern Battlefront Army. What are you generals doing? Quickly get up and talk. Lu Ming quickly went to help Huang Chenlong and the rest. General Tianyun were defeated and have nowhere to go. If you don't take us in, I'm afraid we'll be destroyed by the Dark Moon Empire sooner or later. General, you're a peerless talent. If you lead us, we'll definitely avenge our brothers who died in battle. Please take us in. Huang Chenlong could not accept it. All right, I'll agree. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Thank you, General Tianyun. Huang Chenlong and the rest were overjoyed. Generals, rest assured. Brothers, rest assured. I, Tianyun, swear that I will lead you all to kill the people of the Yin Moon sect and avenge our brothers who died in battle. Lu Ming shouted. His voice traveled far and every northern battlefront army soldier heard him. General Tianyun is mighty. General Tianyun is invincible. Instantly the crowd burst into earth-shattering cheers. He only stopped after a while. Lu Ming then ordered Huang Chenlong to count the remaining members of the northern battlefront army. Huang Chenlong accepted the order and left. At this moment, a ray of light flashed across the sky and a figure appeared. It was the tall and thin man from the mystical sword sect. Qiuyu, the battle here has ended. Come back to the Ghost Moon Saber sect with me first. The tall and thin man said. Martial uncle, you can go back first. I plan to stay in the military camp to gain experience. Qiuyu said. Stay in the military camp? You can't. The tall and thin man's expression changed greatly. Qiuyu's second bloodline was a terrifying 5th-level king bloodline. This was too shocking. She was much stronger than Duanmu Lin and her future achievements were unimaginable. Only a few higher-ups in the mystical sword sect knew that Qiuyu was listed as a key training target. Now that Qiuyu was going to stay in the military camp to gain experience, he would not be able to explain to Qiuyu's master and the other higher-ups if anything happened. Don't worry, Uncle Master, I'll be careful. Qiuyu said. Senior, if Lady Qiuyue remains in the camp, I will do my best to ensure her safety. I will not let a single hair on her head be harmed. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The tall and thin man suddenly muttered to himself, his mind running wild. How did Qiuyue and Tianyun get to know each other? Could it be love at first sight for a hero and a beautiful woman? It's very possible. With Qiuyu's talent, only a genius like Tianyun is worthy of her. Fine, let her stay here first. I'll go back and report to my senior brother and the sect leader and let them decide. Thinking of this, the tall and thin man bowed slightly and said, In that case I'll have to trouble young Master Tianyun. Senior, don't worry. Lu Ming nodded. The tall, skinny man then transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. Great General Tianyun, you're really suave. You're leading an army to war and you still remember to kidnap a little beauty. It's too cold at night, so you want to use it to warm the bed? At this moment a faint voice was heard. Xianxia rode over on the blood-scaled wolf king. He looked at Qiuyu carefully and a dark look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Cough cough. Little Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Lu Ming coughed a few times, then he moved closer to Xianxia and said, What's wrong? You sound so jealous, don't tell me. Jealous? What the hell are you talking about? Fuck, how could I be jealous of you? Dream on. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he quickly denied. However, her heart was beating even faster. The inexplicable feeling in her heart made her a little flustered. When she saw Lu Ming and Qiuyu together, she felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. Am I really jealous? Oh no, that's impossible. How could I be jealous of this guy? I just want to step on him. Yes, that must be it. I must work hard to cultivate and step on him as soon as possible. Xianxia's mind was spinning with thoughts, but he glared at Lu Ming fiercely and gritted his teeth. Lu Ming's hair stood on end from her stare. Was this woman sick? At the side, Qiuyu's gaze shifted between Lu Ming and Xianxia. No one knew what she was thinking, but she remained silent obediently. After a while, Huang Chenlong came to report the number of goods. The Northern Battlefront Army still had 60,160 men. The Northern Battlefront Army had a total of 100,000 soldiers, but in one night, nearly 40,000 of them had died. It was a heavy loss. Immediately, Lu Ming led the blood-red cavalry and more than 60,000 soldiers of the Northern Battlefront Army to Moonview City. On the way they met Ming Meng, who was leading an army to rescue them. After learning about the situation of the Northern Battlefront Army, Ming Meng also sighed. The group of people returned to Moonview City the same way they came. After returning to the Moonview City, Lu Ming handed over the reorganization of the Northern Battlefront Army to Hua Ying. He hid in the Supreme Shrine and began to refine the blood essence. Although he had refined a portion of the blood essence along the way, there was still a lot left. The surging blood essence energy was transformed into essential qi, and Lu Ming's cultivation level kept increasing. When all the blood essence in the Nine Dragons bloodline had been refined, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the third level of Martial Ancestor Realm. He was only one step away from the peak of the third level. After he had broken through to the third level of the Martial Ancestor Realm, he had killed a 7th-level Martial Ancestor Realm expert. However, the blood essence of this 7th-level Martial Ancestor Realm expert had not helped him improve much. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and helped Hua Ying to reorganize the Northern Battlefront Army. 2 days later, the Northern Battlefront Army had been reorganized. Lu Ming had almost 80,000 soldiers under him. His strength had increased greatly. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. After this battle, Lu Ming had discovered the blood-scaled wolf army's weakness. Although the blood-scaled wolf army was powerful, most of them relied on their mounts. The soldiers' cultivation was too weak, and it was difficult for them to display the full strength of the blood-scaled wolf army. Moreover, their numbers were too few. Originally, there were 8,000 of them, but after losing 500 or 600 in this battle, their numbers had been reduced by a portion. I have to think of a way to improve the soldiers' cultivation. Also, I have to capture some more blood-red scaled wallevers. Lu Ming considered in his heart. Previously, they had only tamed a pack of blood-scale wallevers. Chapter 315. Chapter 315, The King's Storage Ring. 549690339. If there were 30,000 crimson-scaled wallevers and 30,000 Master Realm martial artists to form an army, it would be truly terrifying. It would be an invincible army. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. This was just a thought. It was too difficult to realize. The blood-red scaled wolf was easy to deal with, but it was too difficult to deal with 30,000 Master Realm experts. Now, including the original 60,000 men in the Northern Battlefront Army, Lu Ming had less than 5,000 Master Realm martial artists under his command. Unless it was a force like the 5 great sections. For example, in the mystical sword sect, other than the young disciples, there were many martial artists over the age of 30. The total number of Master Realm martial artists could probably exceed 100,000. But that was the result of many years of accumulation. In the past few days there was no movement in the Inoue army. It seemed that after that battle the Inoue army also needed to rest. Lu Ming simply led the blood-red cavalry and charged deep into the plateau to capture the blood-red scaled wolf. Roar! Lu Ming rode on the blood-scaled wolf king and sprinted forward. Beside him, Xianxia rode on another blood-scaled wolf king and followed closely. On the other side, Qiuyu was also riding on a blood-red scaled wolf and following them. Qiuyu was in a good mood when she saw Lu Ming. She had a bright smile on her face every day and followed Lu Ming around, just like the little servant girl from back then. This made Xianxia grit his teeth. He kept muttering that Lu Ming was a pervert, making Lu Ming smile bitterly. Roar! Roar! The army of blood-red scaled wallevers whizzed past, heading towards the depths of the wilderness. Lu Ming let the blood-red scaled wolf king lead the way. After a few hours they arrived at a huge valley. Oh! Wolf howls rang out from the valley, and then one after another blood-scaled wallevers appeared. As expected, there are more. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was obvious that this was another tribe of the crimson-scaled wallevers. Ow! A loud wolf howl rang out, and an extremely huge blood-red scaled wolf with a fiendish aura walked out. Whether it was in terms of size or aura, this blood-red scaled wolf was not inferior to the blood-red scaled wolf king that Lu Ming was riding. It was obvious that this was the king of the blood-red scaled wall-evers. Oh. Ow. The blood-scaled wolf kings under Lu Ming and Xianxia's legs howled as if they were communicating with the other blood-scaled wolf king. Roar. After a while, the blood-scaled wolf king growled at Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with doubt and finally a provocative glint. It seems that strength speaks the loudest. Lu Ming smiled faintly, then his body moved and he pounced on the blood-scaled wolf king. Roar. The blood-scaled wolf king also pounced forward. A man and a wolf engaged in a fierce battle. Half an hour later, when Lu Ming continued on his journey, there were more than 5,000 crimson-scaled wall-evers behind him. This was the number of blood-scale wall-evers that had appeared. The blood-scaled wolf king had become Qiu Yu's mount. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied and continued to search the plateau. On the plateau there were countless red blood wall-evers. They had lived here for countless years. In 3 days' time, Lu Ming had found 5 crimson blood-scaled wall-evers. The strongest group of crimson blood-scaled wall-evers had more than 10,000 of them. The worst only had 2,000. Through the 2 blood-scale wolf kings at the start, Lu Ming's strength, and the pressure from the Moonhowl wolf king's aura on Lu Ming and Xianxia, these blood-scale wall-evers were subdued one by one. In an instant, Lu Ming's number of crimson-scaled wall-evers exceeded 30,000, reaching about 32,000. At this point, Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. This was because the demonic beasts that appeared in the deeper parts of the plateau were too powerful. Some of them had reached 8th grade 4th level, and some had even reached 9th grade 4th level. If Lu Ming and the others continued to advance, they would probably suffer heavy losses. However, 30,000 of them were more than enough. Immediately, Lu Ming brought the blood-red scaled wolf back to Moonview City. Needless to say, it naturally caused a tsunami-like shock. The Mountain Battlefront Army was extremely envious, while the former Northern Battlefront Army who had joined Lu Ming was ecstatic. Lu Ming was not stingy. He gave a few hundred to Ming Meng. As for the rest, Lu Ming chose the strongest among the 30,000 over men to form a crimson-scaled wolf cavalry. The number of people was 31,000. 1,000 of them were called the Blood Red Guards. They had the strongest cultivation and were the most elite. They were Lu Ming's guards. The other 30,000 people formed a large army. Lu Ming temporarily handed over the management and training to Huaying. Huaying's mount had also changed to a Crimson Wolf King, which made it easier to manage. Lu Ming was happy and relaxed. Other than sparring with Qiu Yu occasionally, he spent most of his time cultivating. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. He had just refined a few hundred spiritual herbs and cultivated the 10,000 spiritual combat body to increase his physical strength. At this moment he stopped cultivating. The 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps is really difficult to cultivate. It has been so many days but I still haven't completed the first step. However, I feel like I've gained some insight recently. As long as I continue to comprehend it, I'll be able to cultivate it sooner or later. There's still the 3rd palm of the 3 Dao palms, the Heaven's Path palm. I don't have a clue either. If I can cultivate it, it'll definitely become my trump card. Lu Ming pondered. Now, cultivating the true war dragon technique and comprehending force were things he had to do every day. The other thing he had to do was cultivate all sorts of martial arts techniques. Lu Ming felt that he did not have enough time every day. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's hand moved and a storage ring appeared. A king's storage ring, what's inside? Looking at the storage ring, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with strong anticipation. That's right. The storage ring belonged to the martial king that Lu Ming had obtained in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral ruins. Lu Ming had even fought with Xianxia over the storage ring. In the end, Xianxia chose a small jade sword. There was a powerful inscription array on the storage ring. In the past, Lu Ming could not break it at all. He could only slowly grind it down. However, recently, Lu Ming felt that the inscription array on the storage ring had loosened and was about to be broken. Today I'll completely break it. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed and his hands glowed. Powerful essential qi surged into the storage ring. The storage ring was suspended in the air, surrounded by a circle of light. However, the light screen had become very thin and was on the verge of collapse under Lu Ming's essential qi. Break. Charge. Lu Ming shouted. His war dragon true qi circulated continuously and charged toward the light screen like miniature true dragons. Suddenly, the light curtain emitted a bright light and expanded rapidly. When it expanded to a few meters wide, it exploded with a bang. The inscription formation on the storage ring had been broken. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the storage ring and immersed his mind into it. It's so big. His first impression was that the space in the storage ring was extremely huge. Lu Ming estimated that it could fit an entire mountain. Then Lu Ming saw the mountain-like pile of items in the storage ring. What is this? Spirit weapons, armors, pills and cultivation technique manuals. Lu Ming swept his gaze and had a rough idea. Chapter 316. Chapter 316. Chapter 316 famous in 2 countries. 549690339. However, Lu Ming was shocked after reading it. In fact, these spirit weapons, armors, pills and secret manuals were not of a high grade. The key was that there were too many of them. Battle spears and battle swords were piled up like mountains, emitting a cold luster. The armors were piled up higher than a mountain, and the pills in the jade bottles were also piled up like a mountain. There were too many of them. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least hundreds of thousands of sets of spirit weapons and armors. This was simply an armory. Lu Ming picked up some of them and noticed that most of them were second-level spiritual weapons. There were a few third-level spiritual weapons and not many fourth-level ones. This is the energy-gathering pill and the energy-breaking pill. When Lu Ming checked the pills, he was shocked at first, then he was excited and overjoyed. The energy-gathering pill could allow martial artists of the warrior realm or even master realm to quickly increase their cultivation. The origin breakthrough pill, on the other hand, could allow one to break through to the next realm. The grade of the pills was not high. Most of them were level 2 pills, which were useless for martial grandmasters. However, there were too many of them. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so excited. These items could be equipped with a huge army. How could there be so many low-level items in the storage ring of a martial king? After that, Lu Ming thought about it and understood. The Dongyi tribe had once occupied a vast territory and established an empire. Most of the territories of the Blazing Sun Empire, the Yingyue Empire, and even the Blood Zhao Empire now belonged to the Dongyi tribe. The Dongyi tribe used to be a true mid-tier empire, but it was destroyed later on. The Dongyi ancestors' storage ring was filled with so many low-level spiritual weapons and elixirs. He must have wanted to build an army in the future and rebuild the Dongyi Empire. However, it died before it could be realized. Now Lu Ming had gained all the benefits. I've really worn out my iron shoes searching high and low for it, and now I've found it without any effort. Good, very good. If the blood-scaled wolf cavalry and the other soldiers are all equipped, their strength will definitely increase greatly. Lu Ming was overjoyed. At the thought of this, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and gathered his deputy general, and dozens of other people. When Lu Ming used some empty storage rings to store the spirit weapons, armors and pills separately and showed them to the deputy general, they were all petrified. All of them widened their eyes and their mouths. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and shock, not moving an inch. It was only after a long while that they finally reacted, and their bodies trembled with excitement. General, these are all yours. Hua Ying swallowed her saliva. Of course. Otherwise, do you think I robbed them? Alright, these spirit weapons and armors, give each of them a set. Distribute these pills to increase their strength. Pay attention, the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry must focus on this. I want them to break through to the martial master realm as soon as possible. Lu Ming instructed. His goal was to make the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry all reach the martial master realm. Only then would they be able to display the true power of the blood-scale wolf cavalry. Of course, he only gave 80,000 sets of spirit weapons and armors, and he kept the rest for now. As for the secret manuals, they were some low-level martial arts techniques and battle formations. They were suitable for killing on the battlefield and would not be of use in the short term. Lu Ming did not give them away. Hua Ying and the others went out happily. Not long after, when Lu Ming's men were all equipped with new equipment, everyone in the mountain-suppressing army was shocked. It was too shocking. Lu Ming's weapons were all second-level spiritual weapons and armors. Level 2 was the same as a martial master. If a warrior realm warrior put on a Level 2 spiritual transformation armor, his combat power and life preservation ability would definitely increase by a large margin. As for the elites, they were all equipped with Level 3 equipment. Soon, everyone found out that all of the equipment had been given to them by Tianyun. The eyes of the soldiers of the mountain-suppressing army turned red with envy. They realized that the treatment of the soldiers following Lu Ming was too good. First, they had the blood-red scaled wolf. Now even their equipment had a new look. If not for the military regulations, they would have been willing to join Tianyun. After Ming Meng found out, he laughed bitterly. From then on, every soldier under Lu Ming was using the essence-gathering pill and essence-breaking pill to increase their cultivation at a crazy rate. During this period of time, the Dark Moon Empire seemed to have remained silent and did not make any other moves. Time flew by and half a month passed. In the past half a month, the strength of the Bloodscale Wolf Cavalry had been increasing at a crazy rate. The Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry originally had around 5,000 martial master realm cultivators. The rest were mostly 8th and 9th grade martial warriors. In the past half a month they had all been improving at a crazy rate. Some of the 9th grade martial warrior realm soldiers had been stuck there for a long time, but with the help of the Origin Breakthrough Pill, they managed to break through their bottlenecks and enter the martial master realm. In just half a month, more than 10,000 people had broken through to the martial master realm. As for the others, almost all of them had advanced by 1 or even 2 levels. A pill that could be left behind by a martial king might not be of a high grade, but it was still extraordinary. It was the foundation of the Dongyi martial king's plan to build a strong army in a short period of time. Naturally, the effects of the pill were amazing beyond Lu Ming's expectations. This is great. If this continues, the 30,000 red blood-scaled wolf cavalry will all reach the martial master realm in less than a month. Lu Ming was overjoyed and he distributed the pills without any hesitation. The pills in the martial king's storage ring were prepared for the 500,000-strong army, and they were never to be used up. At this time, news came from Ming Meng that there had been some strange movements in the Dark Moon Empire. Sure enough, 3 days later, the 600,000 troops of the Dark Moon Empire covered the sky and the earth as they launched an attack on the territory of the Ghost Moon Saber sect. For a time a great battle ensued. After Lu Ming received the news, he did not hesitate and set off with 30,000 blood-red scaled wolf cavalry. This was the perfect time to test the combat power of the Bloodscale Wallevers. This battle shocked the entire Burning Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. The 30,000 blood-red iron cavalry that Lu Ming led were practically invincible. In this battle, the first opponent of the blood-red scaled Wallevers cavalry was the Dark Moon Empire's Grey Wolf Army. The 50,000 Grey Wolf Army was completely powerless against the blood-red cavalry's attack. The 50,000 soldiers of the Ash Wolf Army were almost completely annihilated. In this way, 70,000 of the Dark Moon Empire's Ash Wolf Army had been destroyed by Lu Ming. They were completely crippled. Soon after, the Dark Moon Empire sent out an extremely powerful legion, the Wild Lion Legion. The Berserk Lion Legion had a total of 100,000 soldiers, and their combat strength was even stronger than the Ash Wolf Legion. This battle was incomparably brutal. In the end, the result was the same. The 30,000 Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry had defeated the 100,000 Berserk Lion Legion in one fell swoop, and almost all of them had been killed. For a time, Tianyun's name and the Scarlet Blood-Scaled Wolf Cavalry's name shook the Burning Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire. Chapter 317. Chapter 317. Marquis Champion Tianyun. 549690339. In this battle, the Dark Moon Empire had lost 2 powerful legions, greatly reducing their fighting strength. They had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, the prestige of the Burning Sun Empire's royal family had greatly increased. This was because the blood-red cavalry, Tianyun, belonged to the imperial family. In the imperial capital of Blazing Sun Country, in the imperial palace in the throne room, an excited laugh could be heard. In the throne room, Emperor Hua was sitting on the dragon throne, and below him stood the civil and military officials. Good. Tianyun is indeed a peerless genius. This battle has greatly impacted the morale of the Dark Moon Empire, and our royal family's reputation has also soared. We have regained our popularity in the hearts of the common people. Hua Jingxing laughed, his eyes shining with excitement. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for finding such a genius. I've forgotten the rejuvenation of the royal family. A white-haired old official came forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for recognizing the pearl with your discerning eyes. The other officials all bowed and shouted. Father, Tianyun has made such a great contribution, we must reward him. Huachi walked out and bowed. Reward? Of course I'll reward you. How about this? Pass on my order. I'll confer Tianyun the title of Marquis Champion. He'll be the champion of the 3 armies and he'll be able to form any army he wants and recruit talents. Hua Jingxing announced. Many thanks, Father. Huachi was overjoyed. Your Majesty is wise. All of the officials congratulated. When the news of Tianyun being conferred the title of Marquis Champion spread, the Blazing Sun Empire was once again shaken. Tianyun's name was remembered by everyone, as he was the youngest marquis in the history of the Blazing Sun Empire. In the Heavenly King Suppression Palace. The Marquis Champion? Damn it, this Tianyun deserves 10,000 deaths for his crimes. The Heavenly King's angry roar came from the palace. In a certain side hall of the General Star Hall, Lu Yuntian spread out a piece of white paper on a stone table in a small courtyard. He was currently focused on writing. It was a Wu character. Under Lu Yuntian's brush, it was as if dragons and phoenixes were dancing. The force of the brush was vigorous, and there was a powerful aura about it that seemed to be struggling free. Even though Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had been crippled, the Wu character contained his essence, energy, and spirit. He finished writing it in one go. Lu Yuntian let out a long breath. Tianyi, I believe that in the future Ming-Er will definitely cure you and let you return to the martial path. Li Ping whispered as she read Lu Yuntian's mind. She understood how lonely it was for a martial arts genius to not be able to practice martial arts. Ping, as long as you're by my side, it doesn't matter if I can't cultivate. Besides, Ming-Er's talent is countless times higher than mine. I'm satisfied. Lu Yuntian laughed. At this moment, a maidservant in her 20s rushed in. Li Ping had brought the servant girl from the Lu family and she was very loyal. Chunxiang, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Li Ping asked, frowning slightly. Master, Madam, good news, good news. The young master has won a great victory at the border. His Majesty has already made the young master the Marquis Champion, and this has been announced to the world. Chunxiang excitedly said. What? Lu Yuntian was stunned and the brush in his hand fell to the ground. Li Ping was also stunned. After a while she finally reacted and trembled with excitement. The Marquis Champion? Ming-Er was conferred the title of Marquis? Was it true? Is it true? Li Ping asked a few times, thinking that she was dreaming. It's absolutely true. Master, Madam, the outside world is talking about this. Everyone knows about it. Chunxiang said. Ming-Er has been conferred the title of Marquis. Brother Tian Ming-Er has been conferred the title of Marquis. Li Ping muttered. Tears rolled down her face as she leaned into Lu Yuntian's embrace. He was too excited. What are you crying for? This is a great thing. Why are you crying? Lu Yuntian pretended to be calm as he hugged Li Ping. However, his slightly trembling voice could not hide his excitement. 2 days later, the news reached Moonview City. Marquis Champion, Marquis Champion. The roars that stirred the hearts of the people resounded through the clouds. On the great northern plains, tens of thousands of miles away from Moonview City. There was an endless stretch of military tents here, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. This was the largest military camp in the southern part of the Dark Moon Empire, and it ruled most of the southern territory of the Dark Moon Empire. The Yin Moon Empire's south-vanquishing prince Yin Tianjue was stationed here. He was also fully in charge of the attack on the Blazing Sun Empire. At this moment in Yin Tianjue's tent, there were more than 10 people sitting. Yin Tianjue sat at the highest position, looking at a figure in a black robe in the middle of the tent. Yin Tianjue, why did your Dark Moon Empire retreat? Our plan has been thrown into chaos. The black-robed man only revealed a pair of eyes as he gloomily looked at Yin Tianjue. Why retreat? Nonsense, do you know how much we have lost? The entire Wild Lion Legion has been destroyed and the Ash Wolf Legion is almost done for. There's also the Blood Moon Demonic Tiger Legion and so on. Do you know how much it costs to nurture these legions? Did you know? Yin Tianjue smacked the table heavily, almost shouting. The black-robed man was silent for a moment. This time it's our fault for not being able to predict the situation. We never expected Tianyun to be so difficult to deal with. Hee hee, you want to shirk responsibility just because you didn't expect it? You wish. Yin Tianjue sneered. Before I came, I have already received orders that your country's losses will be compensated by our side. However, the plan must continue or else this loss will be in vain. As long as we succeed, the benefits we promised you will not be any less. The black-robed man said. Continue. You make it sound so easy, but who's in charge of the blood-red cavalry of Tianyun? We can't afford to lose this. Yin Tianjue sneered. The blood-red cavalry isn't scary. What's scary is Tianyun. As long as Tianyun dies, the blood-red cavalry will fall apart. At that time they can be destroyed with a flip of their hands. The black-robed man said. Oh, what's your plan? Yin Tianjue asked. Assassinate Tianyun, the black-robed man said with a cold smile. Assassination? Tianyun is hiding among the 30,000 blood-red cavalry, and he has an extremely powerful expert following him at all times. How can it be so easy to assassinate him? Yin Tianjue said. Then we'll wait. I don't believe that Tianyun will hide in the military camp forever. Your country is famous for assassination and I believe that you're more skilled than me in this. This time, we'll also send our best assassins to cooperate with your country to kill Tianyun. The black-robed man's voice was filled with killing intent. Very well. We'll also send out our strongest assassins. We must kill Tianyun in one fell swoop. Also, I'll need to request for reinforcements from His Majesty. I'm afraid that it'll be very difficult for us to launch a large-scale attack in the short term. Yin Tianjue said. It's fine. We can still afford to wait for another month or two. It's decided then. After the black sex people finished speaking, their figures moved and they disappeared. Yin Tianjue muttered to himself for a moment before giving the order, summon the Yuan and K duo to see me. Yes. Yes, one person replied and then disappeared. Chapter 318. Chapter 318. Chapter 318 Rising Wind and Surging Clouds. 549690339. 3,000 miles northwest of Moonview City, there was a quiet valley. Lu Ming's figure appeared outside the valley. Then Lu Ming moved and headed toward the valley. Lu Ming stopped after about 1,000 meters. In front of him there was a blood light and a huge blood cocoon floating there. The golden-eyed blood corpse is about to evil Avir. Lu Ming muttered. That's right, the blood cocoon that was 5 to 6 meters tall in front of him was the golden-eyed blood zombie. Previously, Lu Ming had led the golden-eyed blood zombies and the blood-red cavalry to kill more than 100,000 soldiers of the Inuit army. The golden-eyed blood zombies had absorbed too much blood chi and had started to evil Avir halfway back to the Moonview City. They could only find a quiet place and let it evil Avir. After Lu Ming returned to Moonview City and settled his matters, he rushed over to take a look at the situation. I don't know how long it'll take for the golden-eyed blood corpse to evil Avir. It seems that the situation is stable now. I'll go back to Moonview City first and come back to check it out later. At the thought of this, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Not long after, they returned to Moonview City. Greetings, Marquis Champion. Greetings, Marquis Champion. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the Moonview City, the officials of the city and the general of the Yuzin army saluted him respectfully. Lu Ming nodded in response to each and every one of them. Very soon he returned to the Blood Red Army camp. Everything was normal. Hua Ying was indeed an expert in commanding troops. Under his management, the Blood Red Cavalry and the other soldiers were all training hard. Regarding this, Lu Ming was very assured. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. A huge stone tablet was floating above his head. The only difference was that there were 4 Asilavir chakra rings shining around the stone tablet. That was right. Lu Ming's second blood meridian had advanced. Lu Ming felt that his 9-dragon bloodline had long reached the limit of ordinary level 9, but it had been difficult to advance. No matter how much blood essence he refined, it remained at ordinary level 9. Therefore, Lu Ming had decided to use the blood essence he devoured to upgrade his second blood meridian. He had devoured too much blood essence in that battle, which had successfully promoted his second bloodline by 1 level. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. I don't know when my 9-dragon bloodline will advance to king class. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. When the time comes, it will naturally happen. Right now, the 9 dragons heaven stomping step is the most important thing. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. After a period of cultivation and the consecutive battles, Lu Ming finally had some progress with the 9 dragons heaven treading steps. Lu Ming took out the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps manual and read it carefully. Then he closed his eyes and tried to comprehend it. An hour later, Lu Ming suddenly stood up and casually stepped to the side. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's body seemed to have resonated with heaven and earth. His body emitted an inexplicable fluctuation which was very mysterious. What a strong pressure. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure in the world acting on his body. He felt as if his body was about to explode from the pressure. Thump. Finally, Lu Ming stepped onto the ground. At this moment, the entire Supreme Shrine seemed to shake violently. The ground rumbled and almost exploded. Whew. After taking a step, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. The mysterious fluctuations on his body disappeared, and the pressure on him disappeared without a trace. What a strong pressure. No wonder the 9 Suns Supreme warned me that I must break through to the martial ancestor realm and reach the 4th tier of the physical body realm before I can practice the 9 dragons heaven treading steps. If my cultivation and physical body do not meet the requirements, I'm afraid I will be crushed by the pressure. Lu Ming sighed. However, there was a look of excitement in his eyes. I've yet to complete the first step, but its power is already extremely shocking. The Supreme Shrine is indestructible, yet it's still shaking. If I were to take a step on the ground, I'm afraid the earth would explode. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied with the power of the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. As expected of a divine-level martial arts technique, it was undefeatable. Continue. Lu Ming then continued to cultivate, striving to complete the first step of the 9 dragons heaven treading steps. Time flew by and another month passed. In a month's time, the red blood cavalry had improved at an astonishing rate. Under the constant supply of pills, the remaining 30,000 blood-red scaled wolf cavalry all broke through to the martial master realm, causing the strength of the blood-red cavalry to rise rapidly. Of course, the consumption was also terrifying. 30,000 people had consumed the pills that were originally prepared for 100,000 people, which was why their cultivation had increased so quickly. Apart from the 30,000 blood-red cavalry, the cultivation of the other soldiers had also increased. The fastest had advanced 3 levels and the worst had advanced 1 level. The overall strength of Lu Ming's army of 80,000 had improved by leaps and bounds. In this month, the outside world was not peaceful either. It could be said that the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. There were 2 people who caught the most attention. One of them was Duan Mulin. After being silent for many years, Duanmu Lin finally broke out and challenged 10 extremely famous gold-ranked disciples of the 5 great sects in succession. He won in a row and won in a crushing manner. He was just short of challenging the geniuses of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Just when everyone thought that he would challenge the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, he stopped and didn't continue. This made countless people wonder how strong Duanmu Lin was. The other person was even more shocking: Qiu Changkong. For some unknown reason, Qiu Changkong had a conflict with Gu Yun, who was ranked 22nd on the Cloud Emperor ranking list. The two of them had a showdown. The result was shocking. In the end, Gu Yun was killed. Qiu Changkong was ranked 36th and last on the Emperor Yun list. However, he had killed Gu Yun, who was ranked 22nd, in a single battle. This was no longer a shock to the Burning Sun Empire, but to the entire Emperor Yun's 36 empires. Qiu Changkong's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. There were 8 medium empires in the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun. Of the 36 geniuses on the list, 32 of them came from the 8 medium empires, and only 4 came from the low-tier empires. The fact that Qiu Changkong could be listed on the Cloud Emperor board was already an extremely shocking thing. This caused an even greater stir. These 2 pieces of news naturally reached Lu Ming's ears. However, after he heard it, he only smiled faintly and continued cultivating. There's movement from the golden eye. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt that the demon suppressing token was a little unusual. It was emitting a faint light. Perhaps Goldeneye has already completed its evolution. Let's go take a look and see how much it has improved. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The golden-eyed blood corpse was already equivalent to the peak of the 7th level of the martial ancestor realm. If it evo-levered further, it would definitely be stronger and would be a great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming left the Moonview City and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the valley where the golden-eyed blood zombie was. Lu Ming did not notice that not long after he left the Moonview City, a few figures were flying into the sky and following him from the grassland in the distance. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the valley and walked in. In front of him, the smell of blood was extremely thick, and the blood cocoon was filled with blood light. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the valley, the blood-red light in front of him suddenly shrank. Gotcha. Then the blood cocoon cracked open and a tall figure walked out. Chapter 319. Chapter 319. Assassination, Unprecedented Crisis. 549690339. This figure was the golden-eyed blood corpse. The only difference was that there were some changes to his golden pupils. They were even more golden now, as if 2 pieces of gold had been embedded in them. Most of the green hair on his skin had faded away, making his skin look blood-red and crystal clear. He looked like he was made of fiery red steel full of strength. In particular, the aura of the golden-eyed blood corpse was more than 5 to 6 times stronger than before. How could he be so much stronger? This aura isn't just at the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Could it be that the golden-eyed blood corpse has already reached the 9th level? Lu Ming's mind whirred and his eyes were filled with surprise. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse growled and came to Lu Ming's side. Let's go back to Moonview City, Lu Ming said. Then, together with the golden-eyed blood corpse, they soared into the sky and flew towards Moonview City. However, he had not even flown 10 miles when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Roar. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse let out a deafening roar and charged toward Lu Ming's head. Chi-chi. Above Lu Ming's head, a dark cloud suddenly split open. 2 pale white sword gleams, faster than lightning, were slashing down on Lu Ming's head. Boom. Boom. The golden-eyed blood corpse collided with the 2 blade lights and its body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Whoosh. At the same time as the 2 blade gleams were released, a jet-black sword gleam pierced through the void behind Lu Ming and stabbed him. This sword was fast, accurate, vicious, and terrifyingly powerful. 9th level martial ancestor realm. 3 9th level martial ancestor realm assassins. Block them. Lu Ming bellowed in rage. 6 ancient shields condensed behind him and stacked on top of each other. But dash. Chi chi chi, the 6 ancient shields were penetrated almost instantly. However, this also bought Lu Ming some time. His second blood meridian burst out instantly. He waved his left palm and a huge beast claw struck out mightily. At the same time, he held the demon's subduing spear in his right hand and stabbed out. On the spear there was a strong power of wind and fire. Bang! The huge beast claw was the first to be destroyed by the sword radiance. Then the demon's subduing spear's tip and the sword radiance clashed. Clang! A terrifying fluctuation spread out. Lu Ming grunted and his body flew backward rapidly. He flew for a few thousand meters before he stopped in the air and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! 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 At this moment 3 figures flashed and appeared in the sky. 2 of them were middle-aged men wearing blood-red robes. One of them had a full moon embroidered on it, while the other had a chipped moon. They each held a scimitar in their hands. The 2 of them were behind Lu Ming, blocking his way of retreat. The third person was wrapped in a black robe and his appearance could not be seen. He held a thin and black long sword. He was in front of Lu Ming. The 3 of them had vaguely sealed off Lu Ming's path of retreat. This Tianyun is truly hard to deal with. Even after all this, I still wasn't able to kill him, said the middle-aged man with the full moon. His voice was cold and hoarse and it was extremely unpleasant to hear. That's a golden-eyed blood corpse. So powerful. It seems to have reached the early stage of martial ancestor 9 Dan. It's not weaker than the 3 of us, Jiang Chen said. The middle-aged man with the chipped moon said. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and rushed out from the ground, blocking Lu Ming. On the claws of the golden-eyed blood corpse, there were 2 deep wounds caused by the blade light. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fell on the thin black long sword of the person in front of him. His eyes flashed as he said, "You're from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, right?" He had seen the sword more than once. Hee, you're going to die today anyway, so there's no harm in telling you. You're right, I'm the #1 assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. It's your honor to have me fight. The black-robed man sneered. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion is actually working with the Inue Empire. It seems like the omnidirectional sword sect is planning a grand scheme. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Hee, you know quite a lot. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin sneered. Charge. Suddenly Lu Ming shouted and dashed to the left. What a joke. The 3 assassins in the early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9 were too strong. They were not something he could fight against. If he stayed he would only die. Only by rushing out would they have a chance of survival. You want to leave? How was that possible? Die. The 3 assassins roared and made their final moves. 2 saber lights and 1 sword light pierced through the void and slashed toward Lu Ming. Fast, it was too fast. It was behind Lu Ming in an instant. A 9th level martial arts grandmaster assassin was simply too powerful. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and charged forward without fear of death. However, it was only 1 person after all. It was no match for them at all and was once again sent flying by 2 saber lights. If it wasn't for its steel-like body, it would have already been hacked into pieces. Clang. On the other side, Lu Ming used all his strength and exchanged a blow with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. This time Lu Ming was sent flying even further away. He coughed up a large amount of blood. One of his arms was covered in sword marks and he felt as if his body was about to split apart. This move caused him to be even more injured. Kill. Kill. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin shouted coldly. His killing intent burst forth as he continued to charge at Lu Ming. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse charged out from underground. Leave this beast to the 2 of us. You're in charge of killing Tianyun. The Yuan and K duo shouted coldly and charged towards the golden-eyed blood zombie. Don't worry, Tianyun will die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin's voice was extremely cold. The sword light became even sharper and it cut through the sky. A sword mark that was several miles long suddenly appeared in the sky, as if it was going to cut the sky apart. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Boom. At this moment Lu Ming erupted with all his strength. His essential chi surged, he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, then suddenly took a step forward. A strange wave was emitted from Lu Ming's body. Then a terrifying force burst out from under Lu Ming's feet. A dragon's roar suddenly rang out. It was as if a supreme true dragon was stepping in the void, crushing everything. After a month of hard work, he had finally completed the first step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom. This step collided with the Shadow Wolf Pavilion assassin's sword light. There was an earth-shattering boom and Lu Ming's body was sent flying far away. However, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin was also struck by this attack, and his body came to a halt. How is that possible? The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted hysterically. He could not believe it. He could clearly see that Tianyun was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, while he was at the early stage of the 9th level. The difference was about 6 levels. It could be said that the gap between them was 108,000 miles. With such a huge gap, it was already a great miracle that she could block 2 of his sword strikes and not die. But now he had actually blocked his attack. This was simply a fantasy. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins had lived for so many years, but they had never heard of such a thing. His self-confidence had taken a heavy blow. Die. 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 The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins howled and charged at Lu Ming in a frenzy. Lu Ming's talent made him feel afraid. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming roared. This time he did not step toward the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. Instead he stepped into the void behind him. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps as a divine-level martial technique was not only used for attack. It was also a movement technique and the principle was the same. As long as the operation method was slightly changed, it would be a supreme movement technique. Chapter 320. Chapter 320. The Supreme Shrine. 549690339. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared he was already 10 miles away. 10 miles in a step. This was the terrifying power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Moreover, Lu Ming had only cultivated the first step. According to the records of the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, if one cultivated it to the highest realm, one would be like 9 dragons. One step would allow one to travel hundreds of millions of miles, and the power would be unimaginable. Lu Ming was still far from it. Damn it, you can't leave. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion bellowed and chased after Lu Ming at high speed. To a martial grandmaster, a distance of 5 kilometers was something that could be covered in a few breaths. Without thinking, Lu Ming took another step forward. His figure flashed like the wind and lightning and he crossed another 10 miles under his feet. Suddenly, Lu Ming's body trembled and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He had already been severely injured, and using the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps had taken a huge toll on him. The pressure from the heavens and earth was also immense, which made his injuries even more severe. The difference was too great. It was impossible for him to fight them head-on, so he could only escape. Whoosh! The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins were in hot pursuit, their killing intent surging like the tide. At the back, the golden-eyed blood corpse was holding Yuan Ke back for a double kill. Tianyun, hand over your martial skill and I'll leave your corpse intact. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted. The martial arts technique that Lu Ming displayed was too shocking. He was very envious. If he could get it, what level would his combat strength reach? His killing intent toward Lu Ming grew stronger. Laughable. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Lu Ming sneered and took another step forward. Buzz. Heaven and earth trembled slightly. Lu Ming's body was like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the void. In the blink of an eye, he was 10 miles away, putting some distance between him and the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin. Damn it, damn it. I don't believe that you can use such a powerful martial technique in succession. Today you must die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin roared. A giant black wolf rose from his body and chased after Lu Ming with all his might. With every step Lu Ming took, he would catch his breath and take another step. And it was these 2 breaths that allowed the other party to catch up to him. Just like that, one chased and one escaped, and in the blink of an eye, 1,000 miles had passed. Lu Ming's body was bleeding profusely. The continuous use of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps had caused him too much damage. His skin cracked open and blood was flowing out. The true qi in his body was becoming more and more deficient, and he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Suddenly there was a wave of moisture in front of them. It was a great river, extremely wide, surging on the great prairie. Big river. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took another step forward along the river. 10 miles away, Lu Ming looked forward. The river split up in front, and it did not split into one but into a fan shape with 5 forks. It split into 5 branches and flowed towards the entire prairie, giving birth to the creatures of the prairie. The heavens are helping me. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Without thinking, he plunged into the big river. The river was extremely deep, more than 100 meters deep. Lu Ming sank directly to the bottom of the river and swam quickly ahead. Buzz. In just 4 to 5 breaths, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassin appeared above the river. You want to escape? In your dreams, kill. Die. The assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion shouted and slashed out with his combat sword. Dense and sharp sword qi shot toward the river. Suddenly the water in the river churned. One after another the big fish were killed. Their corpses floated to the surface of the water, and their blood dyed the river red. Die, die. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins seemed to have gone crazy as they continuously slashed out sword qi at the river. Boom. Boom. The sword qi continued to shoot out, covering the entire section of the river. At the bottom of the river, Lu Ming was swimming like a fish, avoiding the sword aura. Puchi. However, the sword aura was too dense. One of the sword aura pierced through Lu Ming's shoulder and almost chopped off his arm. Blood was flowing out. Lu Ming snorted and continued to move forward. There were 5 forks in the road ahead. Lu Ming chose one at random and swam down quickly. Above them, the assassins from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion wreaked havoc in the river as if they had gone mad. However, they still did not see Lu Ming. Then he rushed into the river and started to search. After searching everywhere, he could not find Lu Ming. When he reached the fork, his face was completely distorted. He did not know which path Lu Ming had taken. In addition, it was impossible to chase the enemy according to their aura in the river, as the river would wash away the aura. Buzz. He rushed into the sky, looked around and roared in anger, "Damn it, damn it." Lu Ming followed the river and kept going down. He had no idea how far he had drifted. Lu Ming felt that he was getting weaker and weaker. His vision was turning black and his body was in excruciating pain. He knew that his previous injuries were too severe and they were completely acting up now. No, I have to find a place to heal. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Following that, Lu Ming wiped his face and removed his disguise mask, revealing his true appearance. As for his body, he had already recovered to his original size due to his injuries. After changing into a new set of clothes, Lu Ming continued to drift along the river for a while, in case the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins caught up to him. In the evening, a group of people rushed along the main road by the Su River. There were more than a dozen people, most of whom were burly middle-aged men. They exuded a heavy aura, and one could tell at a glance that they were martial arts masters. 2 young men, a man and a woman, were riding in the front. The man was handsome, but his long and narrow eyes gave people a gloomy feeling. The woman was wearing a long green dress. Her figure was graceful and her curves undulated. She was extremely beautiful. However, the woman seemed to have a lot on her mind and frowned. "Stop. Stop." Suddenly, the woman shouted and pulled the horse under her carriage to a stop. The others also stopped. "Moing, why did you suddenly stop?" The young man frowned and asked. "There's someone in front," Moing said. Everyone looked forward and saw a figure crawling out of the Su River. After the figure climbed onto the shore, his body staggered as if he would fall down at any moment. The qi is divided into yin and yang. The figure looked at the crowd and suddenly let out a loud cry. Then he fell straight down. He's just a dying man. Why do you care so much? Let's hurry back to Tiansu City. The young prince came to see you, so we can't let him wait forever. The young man casually glanced at the figure and said indifferently, I want to save him. After Mo Ying finished speaking, she jumped off the horse and walked towards the figure. What? You want to save him? You want to save such a piece of trash? The young man shouted. But he didn't see the shock in Mo Ying's eyes. How did he know? Could he really cure me? I'm the only one who knows about this, but this person can see through it with a single glance. I must save him. Mo Ying helped the figure up as she thought about it. She was slightly surprised when she saw the figure. He's so young. The person who had climbed out of the river was Lu Ming. He had drifted along the river for a while, but his injuries were much more serious than he had imagined. His injuries were acting up and he had no strength left in his body. What was more terrifying was that the true qi in his body had disappeared completely. He couldn't even enter the supreme shrine. Chapter 321. 321 Chapter 321 Mo Ying Healing. Lu Ming used all his strength to climb to the shore. However, he was exhausted and could faint at any time. However, at this moment he saw Mo Ying and the others. The moment he saw Mo Ying, he didn't know why, but his 9-dragon bloodline started to throb, and he could clearly feel the cultivation situation in Mo Ying's body. The bloodline in Mo Ying's body was definitely related to dragons. He found out that there were 2 kinds of qi in Mo Ying's body, so he shouted before he fainted to attract Mo Ying's attention. Mo Ying would definitely not leave him alone and would save him. He had guessed it right. Mo Ying was very curious about him. Mo Ying, there's no true qi fluctuation on this person, so he's obviously an ant. Hurry up and leave, follow me back to Su Tianqing. If we make the young prince wait for too long, it will be hard for us to explain. At this moment the young man walked over and glanced at Lu Ming, urging him. Mo Bing. Displeasure flashed across Mo Ying's face as she coldly shouted, if you're in a hurry to return to Su Tianqing, then go back first. Also, I'm not going back to Su Tianqing to see the young prince. I just want to go back. I don't need to explain to anyone. If you want an explanation, you can explain it yourself. Also, this man is seriously injured. If we don't save him, he won't live for long. I must save him. Mo Ying's tone was firm. You. Mo Bing's face was livid. He then glared at Lu Ming and turned to leave. Mo Ying sized Lu Ming up and frowned slightly. Lu Ming's injuries were too serious. This person is definitely a martial artist. He might have just exhausted his Jin Qi. Otherwise, how could he see the abnormality in my body with a single look? However, this person's injuries are too serious. I'm afraid it won't be easy to treat him. Mo Ying pondered for a moment before she took out a fragrant pill and fed it to Lu Ming. The pill melted in his mouth and turned into waves of energy that gushed into Lu Ming's body. A moment later, Lu Ming's face was ruddy. Men, help him onto the horse. Let's continue our journey slowly. Mo Ying ordered. Yes, young lady Ying. A middle-aged burly man stepped forward and helped Lu Ming onto a horse. He let Lu Ming lie on the horse. After that, Mo Ying mounted her horse and galloped forward at a speed not much faster than a normal person's walking speed. Mo Ying, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You're walking so slowly on purpose. Have you thought about the consequences of standing the young prince up? The young prince is the son of our Inu Empire's Prince Zhenan. Mo Bing shouted coldly. You keep calling me little prince, but I'm not his dog. I can't see whoever I want to see and I can walk as slowly as I want. No one can control me. I said if you're impatient you can go back first. Mo Ying replied coldly with a hint of mockery. What did you just say? Mo Bing was furious. But Mo Ying sneered and ignored him. Little bitch, you think you're the pride of the heavens just because you have some talent? Just you wait. One day I'll make you regret what you said today. Mo Bing roared in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. The group of people moved forward slowly. Lu Ming woke up half a day later. As soon as he woke up, he felt a sharp pain all over his body. My body was cut by the sword chi of the Selavir Wolf Pavilion's assassins, and the pressure from the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps had cracked my muscles and bones. Fortunately, my internal organs are not seriously injured. I should be able to recover in a short time. Lu Ming secretly observed his injuries and pondered. Then Lu Ming struggled to sit up and circulated the true war dragon technique to begin healing his injuries. In the beginning, not a single bit of true chi was used. However, after circulating the true war dragon technique a few times, a wisp of true chi began to appear in his body. As he circulated the true war dragon technique, the true chi in his body increased. At the side, Mo Ying looked at Lu Ming but did not disturb him. On the other side, Mo Bing glanced at Lu Ming with a cold look in his eyes. So he's a martial artist. This time it's all because of him that we returned late. When we return to Su Tian City, we will teach him a lesson. Two hours later, Lu Ming had recovered 1% of his essential qi. He took out 2 spirit crystals and held them in his hands to speed up the recovery of his essential qi. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly. At the same time, the internal injuries in the depths of his body were also slowly healing. This was the benefit of having a strong body. His body had reached the 5th stage, so his recovery and vitality were extremely amazing. If an ordinary person suffered such injuries, they would have died several times. After half a day, Lu Ming had barely recovered 1/20th of his essential qi. The injuries on his body were much better and he no longer felt the piercing pain. "How's your recovery?" Mo Ying asked as she rode over. "I'm feeling better. Thank you for saving my life this time. I'll remember this in my heart." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. This was the Dark Moon Empire. Of course he could not use the name Tianyun or he would be killed on the spot. Therefore he simply used Lu Ming's name. "You don't need to thank me, it was nothing." Mo Ying pondered for a while and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Lu Ming, before you fell unconscious, you shouted that qi is divided into yin and yang. May I know what you meant?" "I finally can't take it anymore." Lu Ming smiled in his heart and said, "Miss, you're asking the obvious. If I'm not wrong, your blood meridian should be related to dragons. However, there was a problem during the cultivation process. The essential qi that you cultivate is more yin in nature, but there is yang in your blood meridian. Hence, the yin and yang are not compatible and you often suffer." Lu Ming also spoke very softly, only Mo Ying could hear him. Mo Ying's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was extremely surprised and said, "Young master, you can actually tell with one look. There's no mistake at all. My bloodline is that of a cloud dragon. Just like a flood dragon, I have the bloodline of a true dragon. However, I don't know why yang-type true qi would appear and interfere with my cultivation time and time again. I wonder if young master has a way to solavir this?" Having said that, he looked at Lu Ming with a face full of hope. She had already secretly sought out famous doctors and inscription masters, but she could not find a solution. He had been in despair, but now he had hope. "This shouldn't be difficult. I just need to suppress the yang attribute true qi and then strip it away. However, to do this I'll have to wait until my injuries are fully healed." Lu Ming said. "Really? Alright, I'll buy the best pills to help you recover as soon as possible." Mo Ying was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. He planned to go to Sutian City with Mo Ying first. He would return to Moonview City after he had recovered from his injuries. Otherwise, with his current situation, he couldn't even fly. If he encountered a stronger demonic beast on the way, he would become the demonic beast's food. That would be too unjust. Not far away, Mo Bing saw Mo Ying talking to Lu Ming and they seemed to be very intimate. He immediately roared in his heart. "This little bitch, she most likely has her eyes on this little bastard. When we reach Su Tiancheng, I will report to the little prince. Let's see how you all die." In this way, Lu Ming slowly rushed to Sutian City while healing his injuries. 2 days later, everyone arrived at Sutian City. Chapter 322. 322 Chapter 322 Recovering to the Peak. The power distribution of the Inu Empire and the Burning Sun Empire was completely different. In the Dark Moon Empire, the royal family was extremely powerful and controlled everything. There were a series of powerful aristocratic families that obeyed the royal family and ruled the mountains and rivers. Xian City was extremely majestic and was one of the top 10 cities in the Dark Moon Empire. The Mo family of Xian City was also extremely prosperous and could be ranked in the top 10 among the major families in the Dark Moon Empire. On the way, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. For example, Mo Ying was originally a branch family disciple of the Mo family, but she had amazing talent and was heavily nurtured by the Mo family. Now she was already one of the top 5 geniuses of the Mo family, and her cultivation had reached the one-stage martial ancestor realm. With such a status, the treatment in the Mo family would not be bad. They would have an independent courtyard and a dozen servants. As soon as they returned to the Mo family, Mo Ying brought Lu Ming to her courtyard so that Lu Ming could recover better. In a guest room in Mo Ying courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual herbs appeared beside him. At this point, Lu Ming could finally relax and recover to his heart's content. Immediately, he activated the 10,000 spirit war body and transformed the spiritual herbs and medicines into the qi of 10,000 spirits. The qi of 10,000 spirits seeped into his body and quickly healed Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's physical body was recovering rapidly. A few hours later, Lu Ming was done with the recovery of his physical body. He circulated the True War Dragon technique to recover his essential qi. It was already evening when he finished his cultivation. Thump thump thump. There was a knock on the door. Lu Ming opened the door and it was Mo Ying. Obviously, Mo Ying had just finished washing up, and her hair was still wet and stuck to her face. He had to admit that Mo Ying was indeed very beautiful. Among all the women Lu Ming had seen, Mo Ying was only slightly inferior to Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, Qiu Yu and Mulan. She was a rare beauty. Brother Lu, this is the healing pill I just bought. Take it and heal your wounds. Mo Ying took out a few jade bottles and handed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony. He took the jade bottle and smiled. Many thanks, Miss Mo. You're welcome. I won't disturb Brother Lu's healing. Mo Ying didn't say much. After a polite word, she turned around and left. After Mo Ying left, Lu Ming raised his head and looked in the direction of the north. That direction was deep in the Mo family. Lu Ming did not know why, but when he arrived at the Mo family, he felt that there was something deep within the Mo family that was attracting him. To be more precise, it was attracting the 9 dragon bloodlines, making them feel jubilant. What exactly does the Mo family have? It actually caused the bloodline of the 9 dragons to feel jubilant. It seems that I will have to stay in the Mo family for a while. Lu Ming looked in that direction and pondered. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming returned to his room to recuperate. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 days of recuperation, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered and his cultivation had returned to its peak. To be able to completely recover from such a serious injury in just 5 days was extremely shocking. This was completely due to his deity-grade cultivation technique, the True War Dragon technique, and his 5th stage physical body. In the past 5 days, Mo Ying often came to visit him, but she did not mention anything about treating her. I wonder what the local customs of the Dark Moon Empire are like. It's rare for me to come here, so I'll go and experience it. Lu Ming smiled. Then he walked out of Mo Ying's courtyard and casually strolled around Xianxia. Xian City was really huge. In the Blazing Sun Empire, Lu Ming had only seen a city bigger than Xian City in the Blazing Sun Imperial capital. On the streets, there was an endless stream of martial artists giving off powerful auras, and the streets were surrounded by a forest of shops. There were all sorts of strange items, and some of them were the specialty products of the Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming had only read about them in books in the past. Now that he had seen the real thing, he could not help but buy some. Little bastard, stop right there. Lu Ming had only been shopping for a while when a cold voice came from behind. Lu Ming turned around and could not help but sneer. wasn't the person who had come Mo Bing. Mo Bing's face was dark as he strode towards Lu Ming with 4 burly men. Who's the little bastard calling? Lu Ming said indifferently. Of course I'm calling you little bastard. Mo Bing said coldly. Oh, so it's the little bastard who called me. Hello little bastard. Lu Ming said with a smile. You win. Only then did Mo Bing react and his face turned livid. As for the 4 burly men behind him, they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. However, their bodies were slightly trembling, and it was obvious that they were having a hard time holding it in. You have a sharp tongue. Do you want to die? Mo Bing's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Lu Ming coldly and said, I think your injuries have almost recovered during this period of time. In that case you should get out of the Mo family as soon as possible. Mo Ying's courtyard is not a place you can stay in. The longer you stay, the more miserable your death will be. Oh, was it? I'd like to try. Lu Ming smiled and did not care. Brat, have you taken a fancy to that girl Mo Ying and are trying to get her? Let me tell you, the young prince has taken a fancy to Mo Ying. Whoever tries to get her is going against the young prince, and only death awaits them. Mo Bing threatened. Young prince? Who does he think he is? Lu Ming said indifferently. Mo Bing's expression changed as he shouted, Brat, you're courting death. Men, break his legs and throw him out of Xianxia. Yes. Behind Mo Bing, the 4 burly men answered in unison. They strode forward, exuding a powerful aura as they closed in on Lu Ming. 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm. The 4 burly men were all 9th grade Great Martial Masters. Buzz. Buzz. The 4 burly men attacked at the same time, aiming at Lu Ming's hands and feet. This was to cripple his 4 limbs in one blow. Bang. 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 The next moment 4 crisp sounds rang out, and 4 tall figures flew far away and fell to the ground. Each of them held an arm and wailed endlessly. It was the 4 burly men. At this moment each of them had an arm twisted into a fried dough twist, broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Mo Bing was stunned. He blinked his eyes hard, thinking that he was dreaming. The 4 9th grade Great Martial Masters had their arms broken in an instant and were sent flying. He did not even see how Lu Ming had attacked. How was that possible? This dying man that they had randomly met on the side of the road was actually this strong. Could he be a martial arts grandmaster level genius? Did you just say you were going to break my legs? Lu Ming smiled and walked towards Mo Bing. Mo Bing's expression changed drastically and he could not help but step back as he cried out, What the fuck are you doing? I'm an elite disciple of the Mo family. These servants can't compare to me. If you dare to touch me, I will make sure you can't leave Xianxia. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. He walked towards Mo Bing step by step. Mo Bing's face started to break out in a cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with fear. Finally he screamed, turned around and ran. Lu Ming sneered coldly. He flicked his fingers and shot out a few streams of energy which hit Mo Bing's legs. Mo Bing screamed and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Chapter 323. 323 Help. Mo Bing's legs were broken by Lu Ming and blood was flowing out. Mo Bing wailed in pain and even his tears flowed out. A large number of people in the surroundings watched in shock. Mo Bing was the genius disciple of the Mo family and was very famous in Sutian City. Someone actually dared to break his leg? Who was this person? Many people sized Lu Ming up and guessed secretly. What are you shouting for? Now get lost. Lu Ming shouted angrily. As if they had been granted amnesty, the 4 burly men struggled to get up, supported Mo Bing with their other hand and ran away. Lu Ming did not care and continued to stroll on the streets. After strolling around for a while he walked back. Just as she returned to Mo Ying's courtyard she met Mo Ying. Brother Lu, how are your injuries? Mo Ying asked. I'm almost done. Lu Ming nodded and smiled. Then that. Mo Ying stammered and stopped. Let's go and take a look at the essential qi in your body. Lu Ming smiled. Good. Mo Ying was overjoyed. Not long after, Lu Ming and Mo Ying came to her bedroom. Mo Ying's bedroom was elegantly decorated and had a faint fragrance. The two of them sat cross-legged on the bed. After that, Lu Ming and Mo Ying's palms pressed against each other. Lu Ming transferred a stream of essential qi into Mo Ying's body. Mo Ying's genuine qi was strong and condensed, and it was extremely cold. However, within the cold true qi, there were traces of hot true qi that were intertwined with the cold true qi. As a result, Mo Ying's Xin qi was not pure, which would greatly interfere with her cultivation. Sometimes the cold and heat would alternate, which was extremely painful. Only by removing the burning genuine qi could Mo Ying's restraint be removed. At that time, Mo Ying's cultivation speed would be even faster. It's indeed the true qi produced by the cloud dragon. It's actually in the shape of a dragon. Lu Ming realized that Mo Ying's cold and hot vital energy had formed the shape of a dragon, like small dragons entwining together. It was very similar to the true qi cultivated from the true war dragon technique, but the dragon-shaped true qi cultivated from the true war dragon technique was more realistic and vivid. After observing for a while, Lu Ming retracted his essential qi. "Brother Lu, how is it? Can it expel the yang attribute true qi?" Mo Ying asked nervously. This concerned her future path of martial arts, so he was naturally nervous. Lu Ming nodded. There shouldn't be any major problems. The two types of essential qi are intertwined too deeply. It's not something that can be completely expelled in 1 or 2 days. I estimate that it will take about 10 days. It's okay. It's worth it no matter how much time I spend. Mo Ying said excitedly. She had already endured it for more than 10 years, so why would she care about 10 days? Thereafter, Lu Ming placed his palm on Mo Ju's spine and channeled essential qi. Roar. A cloud dragon that was as white as jade emerged from Mo Yi's body and roared at Lu Ming. How audacious! Lu Ming's eyes lit up and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. It was clearly in the shape of a python, but when the cloud dragon saw the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it seemed to be terrified. With a wail, it directly sank into Mo Ying's back and didn't dare to move. Swallow. Lu Ming's palm exuded a powerful devouring force. As he pressed it against Mo Ying's back, the devouring force gushed out. The yang-type true qi in Mo Ying's true qi was instantly extracted and refined by Lu Ming, as if he was extracting silk from a cocoon. Wisps of it, although not very fast, were very stable. Mo Ying's delicate body trembled slightly, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of her body. 2 hours later, Lu Ming stopped. Who? Mo Ying let out a long breath, then carefully observed her own true qi and then trembled with excitement. It's really stripped. Mo Ying turned around excitedly and looked at Lu Ming with excitement and gratitude. This time I've only extracted a portion of it. It looks like it'll take another 8 or 9 days. Lu Ming said. Thank you, Lu Ming. Mo Ying had already forgotten her awkwardness and was extremely excited. The problem that had troubled her for so many years was finally going to be solved. Then we'll continue tomorrow. Lu Ming smiled. And good. Mo Ying nodded happily. Following that, Lu Ming would spend 2 hours a day to help Mo Ying extract the yang-type essential qi. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and the yang-type true qi in Mo Ying's body had almost been stripped away. Mo Ying circulated her true qi, and her speed instantly increased by several times. It was extremely smooth, and she even broke through a realm in one go, reaching the 2nd grade of martial ancestor realm. On the 8th day, just as Lu Ming was stripping away the remaining yang-type essential qi for Mo Ying, there was a sudden noise and screams from outside. Young prince, missing is really cultivating. Mo Ying's servants called out. Chapter 324. 324 Chapter 324 The Young Prince. Get lost. A few lowly ants dare to block the young prince's way. Are you tired of living? An old man with a big belly shouted and waved his palm. Mo Ying's servants were sent flying far away and fell to the ground. One side of their faces was already swollen and blood was flowing from their mouths. Behind the big-bellied old man, a young man in luxurious clothes with a sinister face walked in. "Young prince, please spare my life. This lowly one didn't lie. Miss Mo Ying is currently cultivating in seclusion and has ordered us not to disturb her no matter what." A maidservant in her 20s knelt on the ground and said with a trembling body, "Can't be disturbed? Who did Mo Ying think she was?" The little prince coming to see her was a blessing that she had accumulated over several lifetimes. What could be more important than the little prince? "Hurry up and report this or I'll kill you all." The pregnant old man shouted coldly as he looked at the maidservant with a ferocious expression. "Young prince, young miss, she really..." The maidservant wanted to continue, but the pregnant old man was already impatient. He shouted, "You're really looking for death." Bang! The pot-bellied old man slapped the other side of the maidservant's face. The maidservant screamed and flew far away. She fell to the ground and passed out. When the other servants saw this, they trembled in fear. "Hurry up and call your miss out. Otherwise she'll be a role model." The pregnant old man pointed at the maidservant and coldly said, "Squeak." At this moment, Mo Ying's door opened. Lu Ming and Mo Ying walked out of the room one after another. When the young prince saw Lu Ming walking out of Mo Ying's room with her, he was stunned. Then his handsome face contorted, he pointed at Lu Ming and screamed, little bastard, you actually dare to enter Mo Ying's room. What are you two doing inside? Damn it. And you little bitch, I came here to see you. Not only did you stand me up, but you also closed your door and refused to see me for 7 days. So you're with this little bastard. I'm going to kill you." "Hey, who are you? You're barking like a mad dog. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Also, we're both unmarried. We're just hiding in the room doing what we should do. It's none of your business." Lu Ming cast a sidelong glance at the young prince and said indifferently, You. The young prince was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. Did he eat a flood dragon's gallbladder? Also, the young prince really wanted to shout, "It's none of my bird business," but of course he forcefully held back his words. "Kid, do you know who I am?" The young prince took a deep breath and spoke slowly. He reckoned that Lu Ming did not know who he was. He wanted to announce his name and make Lu Ming feel fear, panic, and fear. Then he would kill Lu Ming and let him know what regret was. "Who are you? Does it have anything to do with me?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "You." The young prince was stunned for a moment. Then he took a deep breath to calm himself down and continued, "You listen well, I am the only son of Zhenan Wang, the young prince of Zhenan Wang Fu." With that, the young prince looked at Lu Ming arrogantly, hoping to see fear, panic, and fear on Lu Ming's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lu Ming seemed to have heard the name of a nobody and did not have any reaction at all. Lu Ming said indifferently, "So it's the son of some dog-shit Duke of the South. So the sons of the Duke are all idiots." "What did you just say? You're looking for death, you're looking for death." The young prince was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and kept screaming, "Abby!" Mo Ying rushed to the unconscious servant girl and checked her injuries. Then he looked at the young prince angrily and said, "Young prince, I was only following my orders. Aren't you being too harsh?" Heavy-handed. Mo Ying, she's just a lowly servant girl. She doesn't know any respect, yet she dares to make excuses in front of me. I'm teaching her a lesson on your behalf. The young prince gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. "You." Mo Ying's pretty face was livid with anger. "What respect?" "You keep saying that others are lowly, but in my opinion, you're just a trash who relies on your father's influence." Lu Ming said indifferently. "Audacious, impudent, lowly ant, you dare to call me trash? You have committed a grave crime. Today no one can save you. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human." The young prince cried out hysterically. Lu Ming actually dared to call him trash? A lowly ant actually dared to call him trash. Rebellious. Isn't it? You think you're high and mighty, superior to others, but what do you rely on? Power or strength? Lu Ming sneered. I have power, I have strength, I was born noble, how can you lowly ants compare to me? The young prince shouted. Oh really? Since that's the case, you're nothing but a pile of dog shit in front of me. Lu Ming said. What? What did you just say? Damn it, kill him for me, I want to grind his bones to dust, skin him and pull out his tendons. The young prince roared madly. Little bastard, die. The pot-bellied old man had been holding it in for a long time. At this time he roared angrily and aimed a palm at Lu Ming's face. He might be fat, but he was as fast as lightning. His cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. In an instant it was close to Lu Ming and was about to slap his face. Brother Lu, be careful. Quickly run. Moing exclaimed. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. Just as the big-bellied old man's palm was about to land on Lu Ming's face, Lu Ming kicked him. It was impossible to describe how fast this kick was. The kick arrived first despite launching later, and it landed heavily on the round stomach of the big-bellied old man. His stomach sank in like a rubber ball and his eyes were like dead fish popping out. Ah! With a scream, the old man with the big belly was sent flying backward like a swollen ball. Buzz! Lu Ming moved and caught up with the pregnant old man in an instant. He slapped him. Pa! A crisp sound of a slap was heard. The old man with the big belly was sent spinning dozens of times in the air by Lu Ming's slap before he fell heavily to the ground. Boom! A human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The old man with the big belly was lying in the pit, twitching continuously and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. The entire place was silent. Everyone, including Mo Ying, looked at Lu Ming in a daze. The big-bellied old man in the 3rd level of the martial arts grandmaster realm was beaten up by Lu Ming as if he was an ant. He was half dead after 2 punches. Lu Ming was actually such a terrifying expert. Previously, although Mo Ying knew that Lu Ming was very powerful, she had guessed that Lu Ming should be just a little stronger than her. However, at this moment she knew that she was wrong. She was terribly wrong. Lu Ming's ability was far beyond her imagination. Good hit. Mo Ying's servants roared in their hearts, feeling extremely refreshed. Previously, the pot-bellied old man had been so arrogant and regarded them as ants. Now they were like dead dogs. Little bastard, how dare you hit my people? How dare you? The young prince reacted and shouted. Chapter 325. 325. I'm stronger than you. Who said I only hit your people? Lu Ming smiled and walked toward the young prince. The young prince's expression changed drastically and he cried out in disbelief. What are you doing? You dare to hit me? You're going against your superior, you're disgraceful. Pa! Lu Ming responded with a slap. The young prince did not even have time to react before he was slapped in the face by Lu Ming. He spun 3 times before he stopped. He looked at Lu Ming in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him. In the Dark Moon Empire, the royal family had supreme authority. His father, Zhenan Wang, led all the troops in the south of the Dark Moon Empire. It could be said that he was a figure who was second only to one person and above all. As the only son of the Duke of the South, his status was extremely noble. No one had ever dared to disobey him, let alone hit him. He even suspected that he was dreaming. However, the piercing pain on his face told him that this was real and not a dream. Hence, he shouted hysterically, "Arg! You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me? You're dead. Your whole family is dead. No one can save you." Pa! Lu Ming threw another slap at the other side of his face. The young prince's eyes were filled with stars and he was completely dumbfounded. He forcibly swallowed back the long string of vicious words that followed. You said that you have power, strength, and are high above others, that you see others as lowly ants and can bully them as you wish. But now I'm stronger than you, so you're also an ant in front of me. Am I wrong to say that you're a pile of lowly dog shit? Lu Ming stared at the young prince and said coldly. Fuck me, fuck me. The little prince's face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that Lu Ming was not afraid of him at all. He did not know what to say at that moment. What's wrong? You don't dare to speak? Where's your courage? Lu Ming's eyes were like two sharp swords, shining and dazzling as he stared at the young prince. The young prince felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated and shouted, "What do you want to do? My father's army is not far from Su Tian City. If you dare to touch me, not only will you die, but the Mo family will also be buried with you." "Oh really? Then I'll kill you first and see what your father can do to me." Lu Ming sneered. He was not moved at all. He took a step forward and a cold killing intent burst out, making the scene seem as if it was winter. Don't. Don't. Two loud shouts rang out at the same time. One of them was from the young prince. He screamed in fear, almost scared out of his wits. The other one was from Mo Ying. Lu Ming frowned slightly and stopped. "Brother Lu, he is the son of Duke of the South. If he dies in the Mo family, Duke of the South will be angry and the Mo family will be razed to the ground. Please spare his life, Brother Lu," Mo Ying requested. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the young prince and chided, "I'll spare your life for the sake of Miss Mo Ying's plea for you. Hurry up and get lost." The young prince felt as if he had been pardoned. Ignoring the pregnant old man, he turned around and ran off, disappearing from this place in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not continue to attack. It was not that he let the tiger return to the mountain. Just like what Mo Ying had said, he was not afraid of killing the young prince, but it would definitely implicate Mo Ying and the Mo family. "Brother Lu, I've implicated you." Mo Ying walked to Lu Ming's side and said apologetically, "Haha, what does this have to do with you? It's normal to encounter such brainless idiots everywhere," Lu Ming said with a smile. Immediately after, they helped Dao Bai heal her injuries. Not long after, an angry roar came from a luxurious mansion in Su Tian City. "Damn little bitch, damn bastard, die. Die. Damn it, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human." In a large hall, the young prince's face was twisted with rage as he roared and smashed the tables and chairs in the hall to pieces. On both sides of the hall stood 5 or 6 figures, who didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, the young prince Yin Jiufeng gradually calmed down. "Little prince, it's all that little bastard Lu Ming's doing. I don't know what kind of drug he used on that bitch Mo Ying." The moment Mo Ying saw him, she seemed to be fascinated. "How hateful." A gloomy voice was heard. It was Mo Bing. At this time his legs were still wrapped in a thick cast. Clearly his legs that were broken by Lu Ming had not recovered. That little bitch Mo Ying, I thought she was a chaste woman, but she's just a slut. I wanted to fuck her first since she was dying. It's a pity that such a stunner died just like that. Now she's with that little bastard. I can't wait to kill her," the young prince Yin Jiufeng said with a sinister expression. "Little prince, that bitch Mo Ying won't be able to live for long. As for that Lu Ming, I didn't expect his cultivation to be so high. How should we deal with him?" Mo Bing asked. "It doesn't matter. I'll send a letter to my father later and ask him to send an expert over. At that time I'll make him beg for death." Yin Jiufeng gritted his teeth and said in an extremely sinister manner. In the next few days, Lu Ming continued to strip Mo Ying of her yang-type true qi. 3 days later, the yang-type true qi in Mo Ying's body had been completely expelled. Mo Ying was relieved and her Jin qi became extremely active. Every day her face glowed and she looked more beautiful. The Mo family's martial arts practice field was the place where the Mo family's disciples cultivated. Once the Mo Ying yang-type true qi was completely expelled, he brought Lu Ming to the Mo family's martial arts field. In the middle of the Mo family's martial arts practice field, there was a huge stone pillar. The stone pillar was crystal clear like jade, and one could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. "Brother Lu, this stone pillar can test my compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. The higher the compatibility, the more I can obtain the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. In the past, before my young attribute true qi was dispelled, I was the one with the highest compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance among the younger generation of the Mo family. Now that my young attribute true qi has been dispelled, I want to see how compatible I am with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance. Moing obviously trusted Lu Ming and did not hold back at all. The inheritance of the Mahist's ancestor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but look into the depths of the Mo family. That place was the place that caused the 9-dragon bloodline to jump for joy. He wondered if it had anything to do with the inheritance of the Mo family's ancestors. When Mo Ing arrived in front of the stone pillar, she immediately attracted the attention of some of the nearby Mo family members. Is Mo Ing going to test the compatibility of the ancestors' inheritance again? She's already the most powerful person in the younger generation. The inheritance of the ancestor belongs to her, so what's the point of testing? That's right. Her compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance is as high as 5 stars. Moreover, the compatibility is innate and will not increase after a period of time. I really don't understand why she came to test it again. In the surroundings, some of the Mo family's youngsters were discussing animatedly. Moing did not care about this. She put her palm on the stone pillar and a bloody light flashed on her spine. Buzz. At this time, the stone pillar suddenly trembled and shone with bright light. In the end, 6 brilliant stars condensed. Chapter 326. 326 The Ancestors' Inheritance of the Mahist. All the members of the Mo family were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. After a long while, intense discussions broke out. 6 stars. Mo Ying's compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance has actually reached 6 stars. How is this possible? She used to be a 5-star. Unbelievable. The compatibility with the ancestors' inheritance can still be increased? I've never heard of such a thing, not even in the ancient books. It's unbelievable. I'm so envious. Some of the younger members of the Mo family were already incoherent. Squeak. A white-haired old man walked out of a building next to the martial arts practice field. He was ecstatic when he saw Mo Ing condensing 6 stars on the stone pillar. He muttered, 6 stars, that's great. I've tried so many times and this is the most suitable one. This time I'm sure I'll succeed. We can look forward to great things. By then the Mo family's status will definitely rise by a lot. In the martial arts practice field, Lu Ming saw the stone pillar glowing and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Just now, when the stone pillar shone, he felt the 9-dragon bloodline in his body had a kind of restless feeling which was very wonderful. At this moment, Mo Ing retracted her palm, her face revealing a happy expression. My true qi has become purer. It's indeed more compatible with my ancestors' inheritance. Mo Ing said happily. Lu Ming looked at the stone pillar and suddenly walked forward. Brother Lu, what are you doing? Mo Ing was stunned. Then she saw Lu Ming stretch out his palm and press it against the stone pillar. Brother Lu, are you going to take the test? But this is our Mo family's testing stone pillar. What's the use of him testing? Mo Ing thought. The other members of the Mo clan were even more dumbfounded. Who is this kid? What was he trying to do? This is the stone pillar that our Mo family uses to test the compatibility of our ancestors' inheritance. What is he doing there? Could it be that this kid also wants to test the compatibility of the ancestors' inheritance? What a joke, an outsider. Brat, quickly stop. On the side, the people of the Mo clan spoke out one after another, and some people even revealed mocking smiles. But in the next moment, buzz. The testing stone pillar started to shake violently, emitting a bright light. The dazzling light was even more intense than the one caused by the ink. Then the light condensed into stars in the sky. 1 2 goo. 8 stars. In the end, a total of 8 stars were formed. This. The eyes of all the members of the Mo clan almost popped out of their sockets. They were filled with disbelief. All of them trembled and pointed at Lu Ming, unable to say a word for a long time. Mo Ying's reaction was similar. Her small cherry lips were so wide open that they could swallow a duck egg. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. 8 stars, 8 stars. This kid's compatibility with our ancestors' inheritance has reached 8 stars. How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm dreaming, I must be dreaming. Pa. A crisp slap was heard. Why did you hit me? I was just checking to see if you were dreaming, so you weren't. Nest, an outsider actually has a compatibility score of 8 stars with our ancestors' inheritance. It's really blinding. The surrounding Mo family members were already in a state of confusion. This is God's will, God's will. God bless the Mo family, ha. The white-haired old man in the pavilion was so excited that he was trembling. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I must inform the master of this matter immediately. The white-haired old man muttered, then turned around and left. As expected. In the martial arts practice field, Lu Ming retracted his palm, deep in thought. Previously, he had discovered that the so-called test of compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance was actually related to the dragon bloodline. Lu Ming guessed that the Mo family's ancestor also had the bloodline of a cloud dragon or a flood dragon. That was why Mo Ing had such a high compatibility. On the other hand, Lu Ming had the bloodline of the 9 dragons and could be said to be the ancestor of all dragons, so the compatibility was naturally high. He had reached 8 stars. It's a pity that Brother Lu is an outsider. Mo Ing sighed in her heart. Moing, let's go. Lu Ming smiled. Mo Ing nodded and returned to the courtyard with Lu Ming. At the same time, an urgent discussion was going on in a secret room of the Mo family. 2 days later, a middle-aged man came to Mo Ying's courtyard. Greetings, Patriarch. Mo Ing and the others quickly saluted. This middle-aged man was the Mo family's head. Little Ing, tomorrow, you will go and inherit the ancestors' inheritance. The head of the Mo family did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Tomorrow? So soon? Mo Ing was stunned, obviously a little surprised. A long night is fraught with dreams. The sooner you inherit the ancestors' legacy, the sooner you carry it forward, the sooner I can rest assured. The head of the Mo family smiled and was very kind. Thank you, Master. Mo Ing bowed excitedly. She was originally just a branch family member of the Mo family. It was already very difficult for her to reach this stage. Furthermore, she was going to inherit the ancestors' inheritance tomorrow. This was a supreme honor in the Mo family. At this moment she was deeply grateful to the family head and the Mo family. No need for such formalities. The head of the Mo family laughed heartily. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, You must be young hero Lu Ming, right? That's me. Greetings, Mo family head. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You don't have to be so polite, young hero Lu. 2 days ago you resonated with the testing stone pillar. This news has long spread throughout the Mo family. It's a miracle indeed. The head of the Mo family sighed and changed his tone. Here I still need young hero Lu's help with one more thing. You need my help? May I know what's the matter? Lu Ming was a little curious. I want to invite young hero Lu and Moying to go to the land of the ancestors' inheritance and help Moying get the inheritance. The head of the Mo family said. Me. This time not only Lu Ming but even Mo Ing was a little surprised. That's right. To be honest, it's not easy to inherit the ancestors' inheritance. There might be some obstacles along the way. Young hero Lu's compatibility with the Mo family's ancestors' inheritance is as high as 8 stars. With you following and helping Mo Ing, nothing will go wrong. I hope young hero Lu can agree. The head of the Mo family cupped his fists and said. Mo family head is too polite. Since I can help Mo Ing, I will not refuse. Lu Ming said. I was good. Lu Ming wanted to see what it was that made the 9 dragons' bloodline so excited. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the head of the Mo family was elated. He chatted with the 2 of them for a while before leaving. Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you again. Mo Ing slightly bowed, her eyes as clear as water. A day's time quickly passed. The next day the Mo family head sent someone to pick Mo Ing and Lu Ming up. Following the person who led the way, the two of them walked into the depths of the Mo clan estate. Chapter 327. 327. The person at the bottom of the blood pool. As expected, it's in the depths of the Mo family. Lu Ming's expression changed. The Mo family mansion was built in layers and layers with countless palaces. The two of them walked around for half an hour before they arrived at a dilapidated stone house. In front of the stone house, the head of the Mo family and a few white-haired old men had already arrived. I'm owing Lu Xiaoxia, you're here. The place where our ancestors left their inheritance is under this stone house. You can go in when we open the door. The head of the Mo family smiled. Lu Ming and Mo Ying nodded. Let's start. The head of the Mo family nodded to the elders. The old men moved and spread out around the stone house. They shot out beams of light into the stone house. The stone house began to tremble slightly, emitting rays of light. The stone house was covered in inscriptions. The inscriptions were bright, and with a few shouts from the elders, a stone door in front of the stone house suddenly opened. The moment the door of the stone house opened, Lu Ming seemed to see a blood-colored ocean surging toward him. The nine-dragon bloodline seemed to be so excited that it was about to roar at the sky. This place is not simple. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Mo Ying didn't seem to feel anything unusual, and she looked at the stone house with anticipation. All right, Mo Ying, young Master Lu, the stone door is open. You can go in. The head of the Mo family said. Many thanks to the patriarch and the elders. Mo Ying sincerely thanked the Mo family head and the elders, then stood up and walked towards the stone house. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he followed Mo Ying in. After the two of them walked in, the stone door of the stone house automatically closed. Great things have come to pass. This time my Mo family will have made a great contribution. After the stone door closed, the head of the Mo family laughed excitedly. However, his smile did not have the slightest bit of kindness. Instead, it seemed a little ferocious. In the stone house. After the stone door was closed, the stone house was not dark. The walls of the stone house were inlaid with luminous stones. There was a big hole on the floor of the stone house and a stone ladder slanted down the big hole. The head of the Mo family had told them that the inheritance of the Mo family's ancestors was deep underground. The two of them did not hesitate and walked down the stairs. The stairs were very long and they kept going down. After walking for about 1,000 meters, they saw a stone door. The stone door was flowing with inscriptions and it was bright and colorful. In the middle of the stone door there was a pit. Mo Ying took out a jade tablet and shone it into the pit. Gotcha. Immediately the stone door made a creaking sound and opened automatically. Behind the stone door there was another stone ladder that went down. The stone ladder was getting more and more steep, almost vertical. After walking for a while they saw another stone door. Mo Ying did the same thing and opened it with a jade card. This time there was a passage behind the stone door. On both sides of the passage there were stone rooms. Lu Ming furrowed his brows slightly. He could sense a chilly aura from the stone rooms. How can this place be so eerie? Obviously Mo Ying had also felt it and said with a slight frown. Perhaps it's because no one has been here for too many years. Lu Ming said. Mo Ying nodded and didn't say anything. The two of them continued walking. After walking for a while, the stone chamber disappeared, and the passage continued forward. After walking for about 1,000 meters, they reached the end of the tunnel. In front of them there was a huge underground cave. In the cave the coldine qi was even thicker. In the middle of the cave there was a huge pool. The two of them were stunned when they saw the pool. This pool was not filled with water at all, but bright red blood. That's right, the entire pool was filled with blood, and the smell of blood filled the entire underground cave. What was this? Could this be the ancestors' inheritance? Mo Ying said in shock and disbelief. Walala. At this moment the blood in the pool churned violently. Then the blood gushed into the air and actually condensed into two blood-colored dragons, which pounced at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Roar. The two blood-colored flood dragons roared, and the smell of blood assailed their nostrils. The flood dragon's claws were as sharp as knives as they clawed at the two people. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. The demon's subduing spear appeared and he thrust it forward. Chi-chi. Two spear lights burst out and shattered the two blood dragons. Roar. Roar. However, the water in the pond churned and the blood water in the pond condensed into 8 blood-colored dragons. 8 blood-colored flood dragons pounced toward the two of them. How did this happen? At this moment, Mo Ying finally reacted. She waved her hands to resist the blood-red dragon. Lu Ming's long spear trembled and he thrust it forward, crushing the blood-colored flood dragons one by one. However, these blood-colored flood dragons were not destroyed. They gathered together in the air and formed another blood-colored flood dragon. At the same time, more blood-colored flood dragons continued to form in the pool and pounced at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. There was no way to kill them all. In a short while, Mo Ying was scratched by a blood-red dragon's claw, leaving a deep wound. Boom. The aura on Lu Ming's body exploded violently. He swept his long spear out and dozens of blood-colored flood dragons exploded in the air. However, it was useless. After a while it would reform. Since I can't kill it, I'll just destroy this blood pool. Lu Ming strode forward, intending to blow up the pool full of blood. Clang. Clang. At this moment the sound of metal clashing could be heard from the blood pool. It sounded like iron chains were colliding with each other. Clang clang clang. The sound of the collision became louder, and the blood in the pool of blood surged more violently, making a loud noise like a stormy sea. Roar. Roar. The blood-colored flood dragons roared repeatedly. They stopped attacking Lu Ming and Mo Ying and flew back into the blood pool. Boom. Under the pool of blood, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. The entire underground cave shook violently, as if there was a prehistoric giant beast in the pool that was about to break free. I'm not willing. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the bottom of the blood pool. Lu Ming and Mo Ying's expressions changed drastically. There was actually someone at the bottom of the blood pool. I can't accept this. The Dark Moon royal family is despicable and shameless. The entire Mo family is despicable and shameless. You've set me up. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. A loud roar came from the blood pool. The voice was filled with pain and unwillingness as well as hatred. Clang clang. The sound of the chains clanging became even more intense. The next moment the blood pool suddenly churned violently. As the blood churned, it actually formed the shape of a human. This humanoid figure was dozens of meters tall and extremely huge. It looked like a burly old man. He roared at the sky and tried to break free, but the endless blood around him wrapped him up. Roar. With an earth-shaking roar, the endless blood water condensed into a 100-meter-long giant flood dragon, which wrapped around the old man's body. Chapter 328. 328. It's all a conspiracy. I'm not willing. The old man roared and struggled with all his might. Blood filled the air and the underground cave kept shaking. Lu Ming and Mo Ying looked at this scene in shock. The strange movement of the 9 dragons' bloodline came from this blood pool. From the looks of it, there should be flood dragon blood and even flood dragon soul inside. Lu Ming's mind was racing. But what's with that old man? Lu Ming could not figure it out, but he was certain that this was not the ancestors' legacy that the Mo family had mentioned. Looking at Mo Ying's expression, it was obvious that she didn't know that he and Mo Ying had been deceived. The huge old man's struggle became more and more intense, as if he could break free at any time. Buzz. Buzz. At this time, 2 old men with almost bald heads and wrinkled faces suddenly appeared on both sides of the cave. As soon as the 2 old men appeared, bright lights flew out of their hands. The lights flew into the walls of the cave and inscriptions appeared on the walls. Countless inscriptions interwove together to form an inscription formation. It condensed into a band of light that flew into the blood pool. Immediately, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the blood water and the huge blood dragon. This caused the power of the blood water dragon to increase greatly, and it suppressed the figure of the huge old man. Arg. Despicable Mo family, I'm not willing to accept this. The huge old man's figure let out an unwilling roar. Suppress. The two elders from the Mo family shouted. Their bodies glowed as they controlled the inscription formation to suppress the giant elder's figure. Boom, boom, boom. No matter how hard the huge old man struggled, it was still useless and his movements became smaller and smaller. Start the condensation. One of the elders from the Mo family shouted and the other nodded. The two of them moved their palms and dozens of blood water dragons flew out of the blood pool. They roared and pounced at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. What was different from before was that these blood water dragons had inscriptions flowing on their bodies, and they were obviously more powerful. Two elders, what are you doing? I'm a disciple of the Mo family. Mo Ying was shocked. However, the blood water dragon did not stop attacking, so Mo Ying could only resist. Bang! But with just one move, Mo Ying was sent flying. Then a blood water dragon wrapped around Mo Ying, trying to drag her into the blood pool. Elder, what are you doing? My Mo family's disciple Mo Ying is here to accept our ancestors' inheritance. Let me go. Mo Ying shouted in fear. Kill. Die. Lu Ming shouted and swept his long spear repeatedly. The bloody water dragons exploded one after another. Then he grabbed the bloody water dragons on Mo Ying's body and squeezed them with force, crushing them. On both sides of the cave, the two Mo family elders' expressions changed. They looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Blood refining formation, kill. The two elders from the Mo family bellowed. The light from the inscription formation in the cave became even more dazzling. In an instant, hundreds of bloody water dragons flew out and pounced at Lu Ming. Of course, these blood water dragons were only a few meters long and could not compare to the huge water dragon that was entangled with the huge old man. Ah, Mahist girl, don't expect to get out of here alive. What ancestors' inheritance? I just want to use you to refine the Inuit demonic chief. At this moment, the laughter of the old man came from the blood pool. Boom, boom, boom. These words were like thunder, exploding in Mo Ying's heart. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she screamed, "You want me to refine the Een Moon Devil Chief? No, this can't be true. I don't believe it." You don't believe me? The truth is right in front of you. Little girl, just accept your fate. You've been deceived by a group of hypocrites. The old man in the blood pool said. No, this is impossible. Two elders, is this true? Mo Ying looked at the two elders of the Mo family. As a disciple of the Mo family, it's your honor to make a sacrifice for the Mo family. Surrender now. The two elders of the Mo family spoke. Their faces were extremely cold and emotionless. Mo Ying felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her body staggered backward and her eyes were filled with disbelief. The Mahist is despicable. They want to use the blood and soul of a dragon and the two of you as a catalyst to refine me into a puppet without a soul that only listens to orders and only knows how to kill. No way, I won't yield. The old man roared in the blood pool. It's useless even if we don't yield. This time not only is there a little girl with the cloud dragon bloodline, but there's also a kid who is more compatible with the flood dragon. With the two of them, we're 100% sure that we can refine the Een Moon demonic chief. The heavens are blessing our Mo family. Yanquan, this is your fate. Quickly yield. An elder of the Mo family shouted. I'll fuck your head. The old man roared. Mo Ying's body trembled and her eyes were listless. It was as if her soul had been drawn out of her body. It was fake. It turned out that everything in the past was fake. What genius of the Mo family. What do you mean by focused training? What ancestors' legacy? They were all fake. The purpose of all this was to refine the Inuit Devil Chief. The reason was probably the cloud dragon bloodline in her body. It was no wonder that the Mo family had invited Lu Ming in and said that he would help her. It was all nonsense. It was nothing more than Lu Ming's blood meridian. Everything made sense. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming kept waving his long spear, blocking the blood-water dragons. Moying, pull yourself together. We don't need such a family. At most we'll rebel. Lu Ming shouted. Mo Ying's body trembled and she finally recovered a little. She gritted her teeth and said loudly, I decide my own fate. I will not listen to arrangements. Rebellious and stubborn, become a part of the family's glory. Kill. The two elders of the Mo family roared and controlled the inscription formation. More blood-water dragons flew out and attacked the two. A bunch of hypocrites, kill. Lu Ming shouted. Boom. The aura on his body erupted like a volcano, and a huge stone tablet with 4 Asilavir chakras appeared, shining brightly. Lu Ming erupted with all his strength. Boom. The power of wind and fire gathered, and with a sweep of the long spear, a large number of blood-water dragons exploded. A 4th-level king bloodline. Who is this kid? An elder of the Mo family shouted in shock. As far as he knew, there were no geniuses with 4th-level king-level bloodline in the entire Dark Moon Empire. Where did Lu Ming come from? Could he be a peerless genius from some mid-tier empire? Who cares who he is? There's no way out today. Let's kill this brat first. Another elder of the Mo family shouted. Good attack. The two elders of the Mo family formed hand seals. Roar. The huge blood-water dragon that was initially wrapped around the elder let go of the elder and pounced at Lu Ming with a furious roar. The aura was so powerful that it shook the heavens and earth. He gave off the feeling that he was much stronger than an ordinary 9th-level martial arts grandmaster. It couldn't be blocked. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. He was about to retreat when he suddenly stopped. Buzz. A blood-red light flashed behind his back and the 9-dragon bloodline appeared. Chapter 329. 329 Devouring the Flood Dragon Soul. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky. Although the 9-dragon bloodline seemed to be only a dozen meters long, it was very small in front of the 100-meter-long blood-water dragon. However, the blood-water dragon suddenly stopped in the air and looked at the bloodline with fear in its eyes. The huge flood dragon's body trembled violently. It roared and turned to run. However, it was too late. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and a powerful devouring power burst out of its mouth. At the same time, the bloodline dragon twisted its body and, like a bolt of lightning, appeared on the head of the blood-water dragon in an instant. A powerful devouring power enveloped it. The bloody water dragon was extremely frightened. It kept roaring and its huge body kept twisting. However, the bloodline of the 9 dragons stopped firmly on the head of the blood-water dragon and continued to burst out with devouring power. Roar. The bloody water dragon roared. A dragon's soul was extracted from the body of the blood-water dragon. The first thing that appeared was the head of the flood dragon soul. It kept roaring and tried to shrink back, but it was useless under the devouring of the 9-dragon bloodline. It was being pulled out bit by bit. What's going on? What's going on? An elder of the Mo family shouted in disbelief. Kill, kill. The 2 elders of the Mo family gritted their teeth and tried their best to activate the inscription formation in an attempt to get rid of the 9 dragons' bloodline and kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, when the giant blood-water dragon touched the bloodline of the 9 dragons, it was like a mouse meeting a cat. It did not dare to resist at all. The dragon's soul in the blood-water dragon was continuously extracted. Soon more than half of it was extracted. Kid, what are you doing? Still not stopping? Hurry up and stop. You're trying to ruin the Mo family's 1,000-year plan, do you know that? Quickly stop. The 2 elders of the Mo family cried out hysterically. Ah, you 2 old dogs, you've lived so long, have you wasted all your time on dogs? Stop. And then use my own life to complete the Mo family's 1,000-year plan? Have your fucking brains been eaten by dogs? Also, what's your Mo family's 1,000-year plan? What does it have to do with me? In my eyes, they're all dog shit. Lu Ming let out a long howl. The words of the 2 Mo family elders were too laughable. Fuck you, you're looking for death. The two Mo clan elders' shriveled old faces flushed red, and they were so angry that they almost bled. They were the Mo family's grand elders and were usually high and mighty. When had anyone dared to scold them like this? "I'll kill this brat first," an elder of the Mo family shouted. He slowed down his control of the inscription formation and was about to pounce on Lu Ming. However, the moment he stopped controlling the inscription formation, the elder in the pool of blood went berserk, and the entire underground cave started to shake. Detestable. The elder of the Mo family was unwilling, but he could only fly back and continue to control the inscription formation. Roar. At this time, the nine-dragon bloodline let out a deafening roar. Its devouring power suddenly increased, and the dragon's soul in the blood water dragon was pulled out. The flood dragon's soul roared in fear and struggled with all its might. "Don't. Stop." The two elders of the Mo family shouted. However, the bloodline of the nine dragons opened its mouth and sucked the flood dragon's soul into its mouth, disappearing without a trace. The nine-dragon bloodline revealed a satisfied expression and flew back into Lu Ming's body. The two elders of the Mo family started to scream like mad ghosts. "Let him go. You guys are thinking too much." Lu Ming sneered. Boom. At this moment, the underground cave began to shake violently. In the pool of blood, the blood water surged and churned. Clang clang. The sound of iron chains colliding rang out. "Not good, quickly suppress old monster Yan Quan." The two elders of the Mo family screamed in fear as they tried their best to control the inscription formation to suppress the old man in the blood pool. But dash. Bang. The next moment, there was an explosion and a figure shot up from the blood pool. Chapter 330. 330 Chapter 330 Escape Battle. Quick, gather the experts of the family and prepare for a change. The head of the Mo family roared and his voice spread throughout the entire Mo family. Buzz. Boo. Many figures flew over from every corner of the Mo family. These were all martial arts Grandmaster realm experts. As one of the top 10 families in the Inu Empire, the Mo family's strength was not to be underestimated. In addition to these martial grandmaster powerhouses, there were also some martial grandmaster realm martial artists gathered. In an instant, the stone house was filled with people. In the underground cave. Break. Die. Yan Quan roared. His true energy burst forth like an ancient beast struggling. Clang, clang, clang. With 3 consecutive crisp sounds, the remaining 3 chains were all broken by the hot spring. I've been trapped for more than 10 years and I've finally escaped. Mo family, accept my revenge. Yan Quan laughed crazily, his face revealing an extremely ferocious expression. After a while he turned to look at Lu Ming and Mo Ying. Whoosh. He moved his body and appeared a few meters in front of Lu Ming and Mo Ying in an instant. Ah. Mo Ying was so scared that she gasped and took 3 steps back. Lu Ming's figure did not move, but his pupils shrank. He held the long spear horizontally in front of him, ready for a great battle. Little girl, what are you afraid of? You guys saved me, why would I make things difficult for you? Yan Quan grinned at Mo Ying, then looked at Lu Ming with surprise in his eyes. Little brother, this time it's all thanks to you that this old man was able to escape. This is a great favor and I can't not repay it. However, now is not the time to talk about this. After this old man has destroyed the Mo family, we will talk about this again. Yan Quan laughed and strode toward the exit. Let's go out too. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then followed the old man out with Mo Ying. When he passed by the corpses of the 2 Mo family elders, Lu Ming had silently devoured their blood essence. The 3 of them continued forward. Soon he walked out of the underground and returned to the stone house. Boom. Yan Quan's palm struck out, and the stone door of the stone house exploded. Broken stones flew everywhere and a burst of exclamations came from outside. It seems that they are all waiting outside. Good, I don't need to go and find them. Yan Quan grinned, his eyes filled with killing intent as he strode out. Lu Ming and Mo Ying followed. Lu Ming's expression changed the moment he walked out of the stone house. There were hundreds of people outside. All of them had powerful auras and were all experts. Even the weakest among them was at the martial grandmaster realm. Flame Spring. Seeing the three of them come out, the Mo family head and several elders' expressions changed drastically and they cried out. Set up the formation, quickly set up the formation. One of the elders shrieked. Buzz. Buzz. Their figures flashed wildly. At least a few dozen martial grandmasters moved and formed a battle formation. At the forefront of the battle formation were the Mo family head and a few elders. Mo Ying, how dare you release the demon that the family has been suppressing? You are unforgivable. The head of the Mo family shouted. Mo Ying's body trembled when she heard this. They had lied to Mo Ying and wanted to use her as a guide to refine her into the Yin Moon demonic chief. But now, as soon as she came out, the head of the Mo family pinned the crime of releasing the demon suppressed by the Mo family on Mo Ying's head. He was really shameless. Family head, you lied to me. There's no inheritance of our ancestor down there. You want to kill me? Mo Ying said in a trembling voice. Shut up, little bitch. You're wrong. If you still dare to talk back, kneel down and accept your death. The head of the Mo family shouted, not allowing Mo Ying to talk back. He was no longer as kind as before. Mo Ying's face was pale and her delicate body trembled non-stop. She bit her lips so hard that it bled and she didn't even know it was bleeding. Initially she still had a glimmer of hope for the Mo family, but now she had lost all hope. Ha, old man, you lied to your own disciples saying that you want to pass on the ancestors' legacy, but it's actually just for the order of the younger disciples to refine some bullshit Inuit demonic chief. Now you're still making it sound so grand. Are you a fucking dog? Don't you have any shame? Lu Ming laughed loudly, pointing at the Mo family head and berating him. Little bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that? The head of the Mo family roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who the hell are you? Do I have to give you face when I speak? Don't flatter yourself. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked at the head of the Mo family in disdain, as if he was looking at a pile of dog shit. This kind of gaze almost made the head of the Mo family spit out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Pa, little brother, that was a good scolding. The entire Mo family is a pile of dog shit, haha. Yan Quan laughed. Damn it. Lu Ming, you've ruined the refinement of the Dark Moon demonic chief and the great plan of the Dark Moon imperial family. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be able to make up for it. At this moment, a sharp cry filled with resentment rang out. It was Yin Jiufeng. Oh, isn't this the young prince? Why don't you go home and drink your milk? Do you want to get beaten up again? Lu Ming pursed his lips. One sentence almost caused Yin Jiufeng to suffer internal injuries. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a human. Yin Jiufeng shouted in a furious voice. If I remember correctly, you called me that last time. Why, are you still human? Lu Ming revealed a mocking smile. Arg. You fuck you. Kill him. Kill him. Yin Jiufeng's face turned ashen and he almost exploded in anger. Kill. The two elders behind Yin Jiufeng shouted and were about to pounce on Lu Ming. Who can he kill? Yan Quan coldly shouted as he threw a punch. Bang. Bang. The two old men exploded, scaring Yin Jiufeng so much that he screamed repeatedly. Under the protection of the remaining two old men, he retreated frantically. Let's attack together and suppress old demon Yan Quan. The head of the Mo family roared. Suppress old demon Yan Quan. Everyone from the Mo family shouted. More than 30 martial grandmaster powerhouses set up a large array and charged toward Yan Quan. Good. I'll settle the score with the Mo family today. Yan Quan shouted as he charged towards the Mo clan. Kill. Yan Quan shouted with a shocking aura, like a demonic god. He threw out a punch and a brilliant fist force shot out toward the Mo family. Lu Ming could sense that the aura from the flame spring was not any weaker than the sect leaders of the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire. This was the limit of Xianxia realm, known as Half-Step King realm. 100 Swords Formation, suppress and kill. The people from the Mo family did not dare to be careless. More than 30 people joined forces, and their auras merged together to form a giant sword that was hundreds of meters tall, slashing down at Yan Quan. Boom! The huge sword and the fist radiance collided, producing a shocking boom. The entire Mo family shook violently, and some of the nearby buildings were blown to pieces by the shockwave. This attack was evenly matched. Kill! Immediately, Yan Quan and the Mo family members began to fight again. Kill this little bastard now! Yin Jiufeng shouted. Buzz! Buzz! Behind Yin Jiufeng, the remaining 2 elders charged towards Lu Ming, exuding a powerful aura. Martial Ancestor 8th stage. The 2 elders were both in the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor realm. Chapter 331. 331 Bloodline Evolution again. Now let's see who can save you. Yin Jiufeng revealed a malevolent expression. However, a smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He stood there without moving. Roar! At this moment, a loud roar came from the sky. A tall and burly figure descended from the sky and landed heavily between Lu Ming and the 2 elders, leaving a huge pit in the ground. Golden-eyed blood corpse. This tall figure was actually the golden-eyed blood corpse. We finally arrived. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Just now, when he came out of the stone house, he noticed the demon suppressing token's abnormality. He noticed that the golden-eyed blood corpse was near Su Tiancheng and was probably looking for him. He wasn't surprised that the golden-eyed blood corpse was able to escape from the Inu Empire's assassins. The golden-eyed blood corpse had already reached the early stage of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9, and its body was like Vajra. If it wanted to escape, even a half-step king warrior might not be able to kill it. When Lu Ming discovered that the golden-eyed blood corpse was nearby, he immediately used the demon suppressing token to summon the golden-eyed blood corpse. He also deliberately talked to Yin Jiufeng and the others to stall for time. Finally, the golden-eyed blood corpse arrived. Goldeneye, kill them! Lu Ming ordered. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced forward. Bang! Bang! In just one exchange, the 2 8th-grade Martial Ancestor Realm Elders that Yin Jiufeng had brought with him screamed and flew back. On each of their bodies, there was an additional claw wound. Where the claws had scratched, the flesh and blood had disappeared, revealing the white bones. It was extremely horrifying. This scene was too sudden and Yin Jiufeng was immediately stunned. Mo Ying, who was beside Lu Ming, was also stunned. She realized that she could not see through Lu Ming at all. Since the first time she saw Lu Ming and heard him call out, "Qi is divided into yin and yang," Lu Ming had brought her a series of surprises. In her opinion, Lu Ming was a mystery, an unfathomable mystery. Now there was actually a 9th-level martial arts grandmaster taking orders from him. Monster Run! Take the young prince away! An old man roared. He wanted to rush over and take Yin Jiufeng away, but it was already too late. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and rushed out. It waved its claws and the claw rays were like heavenly blades. Pucci! In just a few moves, the 2 old men were torn into 2 by the golden-eyed blood zombies and died an unnatural death. Ah! Yin Jiufeng screamed in fear, his face as white as paper and his body trembling. The 4 experts his father had sent to help him had been killed just like that, leaving him all alone. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at Yin Jiufeng with a smile. However, in Yin Jiufeng's eyes, Lu Ming's smile was more terrifying than a demon's. Mo family head, quickly save me, quickly save me. Yin Jiufeng shouted with all his might. However, the head of the Mo family did not even look at him. What a joke to save him. Right now, everyone from the Mo family was locked in a battle with the Flames Spring. They could not even take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to save him? It seems that no one will come to save you. Lu Ming smiled again and walked towards Yin Jiufeng step by step. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. My father is the Duke of the South and he has a large number of soldiers. If you kill me you'll die too. And the referee. Yin Jiufeng shouted. What else is there? Last time I let you off for the sake of the Mo family. Are you going to use the Mo family to threaten me this time? Besides, you've tried to kill me many times. How can I let you go? Lu Ming's expression finally turned cold. Don't. Yin Jiufeng roared, turned around and ran. However, Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear ray shot out, piercing through Yin Jiufeng's back. Yin Jiufeng screamed and fell to the ground. He screamed repeatedly but he didn't die. Lu Ming walked over and squatted down to look at Yin Jiufeng. Save me, save me. Yin Jiufeng struggled with all his might, blood flowing out of his mouth. Save you? I'll tell you another secret and you won't ask me to save you anymore. I have another name and that is Tianyun. Lu Ming smiled faintly and whispered in Yin Jiufeng's ear. What? Yin Jiufeng's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of despair. He growled, Champion. Before he could even say the word Ho, he had already died. The Blazing Sun Empire's champion Ho Tianyun was known by all in the Yin Empire. He killed several powerful legions of the Dark Moon Empire and shocked the Dark Moon Empire. Upon hearing that it was Tianyun, Yin Jiufeng lost all hope and took his last breath. The Mo family's Grandmaster realm martial artists looked at Lu Ming in horror and did not dare to attack him. Boom. Boom. Between heaven and earth, only the sound of Yen Quan and the Mo family's battle reverberated. The battle between Yen Quan and the Mo family was still ongoing. It had to be said that the 100-sword battle formation set up by the Mo family was indeed very powerful. Even with more than 30 martial ancestor realm experts and the Mo family head's 9th-level martial ancestor realm cultivation, they were still able to fight to a draw with Yen Quan, who was at the half-step king realm. Roar. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled beside Lu Ming, its gaze constantly looking in the direction of the stone house. You're going to absorb the blood. Lu Ming understood what the golden-eyed blood corpse meant. The golden-eyed blood corpse was very thirsty for the flood dragon blood in the underground cave. Go. Lu Ming muttered. Buzz. After receiving Lu Ming's order, the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed toward the underground cave. On the other hand, Lu Ming stood still, refining the blood essence while watching the battle. Lu Ming's body had devoured the blood essence of a few 8th realm martial arts grandmasters. It was too thick. The blood essence was constantly converted into energy and refined into true qi. Lu Ming started to aim for the 4th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, Lu Ming's body let out a dull sound. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm. Just as Lu Ming broke through to the 4th tier martial ancestor realm, the 9-dragon bloodline suddenly let out a long howl. It rushed out of Lu Ming's body and howled towards the sky. At the same time, the body of the 9-dragon bloodlines changed rapidly. It was originally a python that was more than 10 meters long, but it was now rapidly growing longer and thicker. The scales on its body became more crystal clear. Then claws grew out of the python's belly like dragon claws. On the top of its head there were 2 horns. A flood dragon. This was the image of a flood dragon. The bloodline of the 9 dragons had evil levered. After devouring an astonishing amount of blood essence and a flood dragon's soul, the bloodline of the 9 dragons finally began to evil lever. From the python form, it had evil levered into the flood dragon form. Ow! The flood dragon of the bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky, and a bright Asilavir chakra appeared on its body. King-level bloodline. The great martial masters of the Mo family and Mo-ing were all dumbfounded. Even the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters in the battle and Yen Quan looked at Lu Ming in shock. Bloodlines could actually evil lever? From ordinary to king level. This was too shocking, simply unheard of. He had never seen such a record in the ancient records. This young man is too extraordinary. Yan Quan's eyes were bright and no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 332. 332 The Terrifying Devouring Power. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. The evolution of the 9 dragons' bloodline was too sudden and he could not control it at all. If possible, he would never choose to let his bloodline evolve at this time. Retreat quickly and spread this news to the Duke of the South and the imperial family. This man is a monster. He must be killed. The head of the Mo family shouted at the martial grandmasters. A bloodline that could evolve was simply unheard of. It was too shocking. Since they were already enemies, they couldn't let such a person live. This was what the head of the Mo family thought. Let's go. There were more than 100 martial grandmasters, and they all rushed in all directions. If that's the case, then all of you can stay. Lu Ming muttered, his eyes exuding a terrifying murderous intent. The bloodline of the 9 dragons must not be exposed. Although this place was far away from the headquarters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, it would be a disaster if the characteristics of the 9 dragon bloodline were to be passed to Martial Emperor De. These people must die. Lu Ming soared into the sky and the 9 dragon bloodline appeared behind him. A worm dragon that was 100 meters long was floating above Lu Ming's head. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared into the sky, and a powerful devouring power burst out of its mouth. The devouring power was dozens of times stronger than before it evolved. The mouth of the 9 dragon bloodline was like a black hole, and a terrifying devouring power spread out, shrouding more than 100 martial grandmasters. The 100 or so great martial masters seemed to have been frozen in place, and then they showed extremely frightened expressions. The power of my bloodline is being lost. Not good, I feel like my blood essence is about to be drawn out. More than 100 people let out terrified screams. Devour! A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he shouted. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons suddenly cried out, and the devouring power in its mouth became even stronger. Then a terrifying scene happened. All kinds of bloodlines floated above the heads of more than 100 great martial master realm warriors. These bloodlines wailed and actually left their masters, flying towards the 9 dragon bloodlines and being swallowed by them. My bloodline power has been devoured. He screamed, but then the scream stopped abruptly. That was because 9 drops of blood essence flew out of each person's body and were swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. More than 100 people fell to the ground stiffly without a trace of life. The scene was silent. Even the battle between the Mo clan's martial arts grandmasters and Yan Quan had stopped for a short while. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The roar of the bloodline had actually devoured the bloodline power and blood essence of more than 100 people. What kind of ability was this? He was simply a demon. Demon, you're a demon. Someone from the Mo family shouted. What demon? In my opinion, your Mo family is the real demon. All of you should die, kill. Yan Quan roared and charged towards the Mo family again. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle again. Moing looked at Lu Ming with fear in her eyes. I didn't expect the devouring power to be so terrifying after the 9 dragon bloodline evolved to king class. It can directly devour a living person. Even Lu Ming himself was a little shocked. In the past, it could only devour the blood essence of the dead. Now that his 9 dragon bloodline had evolved to the king tier, he could even devour living people. Those were only great martial master realm warriors. I wonder if they have any effect on warriors above the martial ancestor realm? At the thought of this, Lu Ming cast his gaze at the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters. I'll try. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragon bloodline. The terrifying devouring power enveloped the Mo family's martial arts grandmasters. Immediately, some of the martial grandmaster powerhouses with low cultivation levels trembled, and the power of their bloodlines became somewhat unstable. What the hell is this power? The martial arts grandmasters roared and their essential qi exploded wildly to resist Lu Ming's devouring power. It's more effective for martial artists below the 4th level of martial arts grandmaster. It can affect the stability of their blood vessels. It's also effective for martial artists above the 4th level of martial arts grandmaster, but relatively speaking it's less effective. Lu Ming came to a conclusion in an instant. For martial artists with lower cultivation than him, it was still very effective. It could affect the circulation of blood vessels, but it could not directly devour blood essence and the power of blood vessels like a great martial master. It would be blocked. Those with higher cultivation levels than Lu Ming would also be of use, but the effect would be relatively smaller. However, this effect should not be underestimated. If he were to affect his opponent's bloodline or even blood essence in a great battle, his combat power would definitely be greatly reduced. Be careful. At this moment the head of the Mo family shouted. Due to the influence of the devouring power from Lu Ming's bloodline, the Mo family's 100-sword battle formation became unstable. Yan Quan seized the opportunity to attack and was immediately at a disadvantage. The Mo family will be destroyed today. Yan Quan roared, his attacks like a tide. Hold on. Yan Quan has been suppressed for more than 10 years and has been seriously injured. This is only a temporary eruption and he can't hold on for long. When he can't hold on any longer, it will be our time to counterattack. At that time, everything will still be under our control. The head of the Mo family roared. Everyone from the Mo family was determined and used all their strength to stabilize the situation. Yan Quan's face was a little gloomy. His situation was indeed as the Mo family head had said. He had been suppressed and tortured for too long. He had many internal injuries. Now he could only use a secret skill to burst out his peak combat strength, but he couldn't hold on for long. Once the secret skill's time was up, he would be in a passive position. Immediately, Yan Quan used all his strength and attacked with all his might. Yan Quan can't hold it in anymore. It's just as I guessed, we'll hold on. The head of the Mo family laughed and revealed a happy expression. Boom. At this moment, a loud boom came from the ground behind the stone house. Then a blood-red pillar of light shot out from the ground and broke through the clouds. Buzz. Then a burly figure rushed out of the blood-red light pillar. Golden-eyed blood corpse. This figure was the golden-eyed blood corpse that had gone to the underground cave to absorb the flood dragon blood. But now the golden-eyed blood corpse's aura was extremely terrifying, not any weaker than the flame spring. This was the aura of a half-step king. He didn't expect the golden-eyed blood corpse to advance from the martial ancestor 9 Dan to the half-step king realm after absorbing the flood dragon's blood. And in such a short time. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Ming was overjoyed. Goldeneye, kill them. Lu Ming pointed at the Mo family. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and pounced towards the Mo family members. Not good, block it. The Mo family head's expression changed drastically. This is the will of the heavens to destroy your Mo family. Die. How could Yan Quan miss this opportunity? He laughed as he charged towards the Mo family members. Devour. Lu Ming once again controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline. The powerful devouring power was used on the Mo family members. Boom. Boom. There were 2 explosions. Immediately after, screams of pain were heard. Some of the Mo family's warriors who were only in the 1st and 2nd realm of the martial ancestor realm were killed by the terrifying energy. Even those with high cultivation were shocked. The 100-sword battle formation was broken. Chapter 333. 333 The Mo family destroyed. Under the combined attacks of Yan Quan, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and Lu Ming, the Mo family's 100 swords battle formation fell apart. 7 or 8 first and second grade martial ancestor realm experts were instantly killed. Not good, go quickly go. At this moment, the head of the Mo family was extremely frightened as he roared madly. The 100-sword battle array had been broken, and the enemy had 2 half-step king warriors. There was no need to fight. If they stayed here they would definitely die. After the Mo family had finished shouting, he turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. No one can escape if they want to. Yan Quan roared and was the first to chase after the Mo family head. Within a few breaths he had caught up to the Mo family head. Flame spring. The head of the Mo family roared in shock and launched a frenzied counterattack. However, the difference between a normal martial ancestor realm warrior and a half-step king was extremely obvious. In just a few moves, the head of the Mo family was already coughing up blood. Die! Yan Quan shouted as he grabbed the head of the Mo family's head and twisted it off. Ha! Kill, kill, kill! Yan Quan laughed and continued to chase after the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, Lu Ming's long spear kept stabbing out. The spear's radiance burst out and a few Mo family warriors in the 3rd and 4th grade martial arts grandmaster realm were pierced into sieves. The golden-eyed blood zombie moved around and its body flashed rapidly. It waved its claws and tore the Mo clan martial arts grandmasters into pieces. This was a massacre. In front of the golden-eyed blood corpse and Yan Quan, the many Wuzongs of the Mo clan were as weak as babies, unable to resist at all. Even if they managed to escape they would be caught and killed. Lu Ming did not feel sorry for her. The Emu Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire were at war. They were enemies. Moreover, it was the Mahist who wanted his life first. Since they were mortal enemies there was no need to show mercy. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Kill. Lu Ming held his long spear and fought a bloody battle. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level of the martial ancestor realm, any martial artist below the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm would not pose much of a threat to him. Little bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. A 7th grade martial arts grandmaster elder from the Mo family roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared, and the terrifying devouring power acted on the old man's body, causing his body to slow down slightly. Whoosh. Lu Ming dashed past him and the long spear pierced through his heart, blasting a huge hole. Killed in one move. Then, the blood essence and the power of the bloodline all flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons. In the sky above the Mo family, screams rose and fell. Not far away, the Mo family's martial masters, warriors, and even those with lower cultivation bases were fleeing in all directions. Lu Ming did not kill these people. These people did not see the evolution of Lu Ming's blood meridian. They were not a threat to him and there was no need to kill them. At this moment, Su Tiancheng fell into a deathly silence. Countless people hid in their homes, shivering. After a while the screams stopped. The dozens of martial arts grandmasters from the Mo family were all killed. Roar. The golden-eyed blood corpse howled as its blood chi rose. Its body was red, but its eyes were even more golden. Emoing stood there in a daze and looked around. The corpses reflected in her eyes and her eyes were extremely complicated. In this short period of time her life had experienced a tremendous change. These people used to be the elders of the family whom she respected, but now she suddenly found out that they were just using her. For a moment she really found it hard to bear. Lu Ming did not say anything. He just stood there quietly. Miss Emoing, I'm leaving. What are your plans? Lu Ming spoke after a while. Although Emoing had also seen his bloodline evolution, he could not kill Emoing to silence her. Emo Ying's body trembled as if she had come back to her senses. She squeezed out an ugly smile and said, Brother Lu, I'm planning to leave the Inu Empire and travel the world. That's good. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming knew that Emoing more or less held a grudge against him. No matter what, Emoing was a member of the Mo family and Lu Ming had killed so many of their members. It was normal for Emoing to bear a grudge against him. Therefore Lu Ming did not invite Emoing to go with him. Brother Lu, I'll see you again if fate allows it. Emoing said softly. She glanced at the Mo family, then turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the sky. Ha, little brother, I can't bear to. At this moment, Yan Quan appeared beside Lu Ming. No, I'm just sighing. Sometimes fate is really unpredictable. Lu Ming smiled faintly. That's right. Fate is unpredictable, so we must cultivate martial arts to break the shackles of fate and fight against the heavens. Yan Quan grinned and immediately said, little brother, it's all thanks to your help that I was able to escape this time. If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll definitely do my best. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. You're too kind, senior. It was just a coincidence. That won't do. I've always been a person who repays kindness with kindness and hatred with hatred. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease. This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, not only would I not be able to get out of this trap, but I would also be refined into a Een Moon demonic chief and be trapped in it forever. This is a great favor that I have to repay. Yan Quan stubbornly said. This. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. To be honest, Yan Quan's combat power was extremely strong. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to ask Yan Quan for help. Senior, please stay by my side and help me for a while. Is that possible? Lu Ming said after a moment of silence. Okay, then I'll stay by your side and help you for 10 years. After 10 years we'll be even. How about it? He said. Yan Quan opened his mouth and said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, many thanks, senior. The current situation in the Blazing Sun Empire was complicated. With Yan Quan's help and the golden-eyed blood corpse, Lu Ming finally had the ability to protect himself. He could then become a true overlord in the Blazing Sun Empire and have the power to compete with the omnidirectional sword school. One had to know that in the Blazing Sun Empire, half-step kings were the strongest. The Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a true king for hundreds of years. Yan Quan grinned. In fact, Yan Quan was also very curious about Lu Ming. He was so young, but not only was he very powerful, but he also had a powerful existence like the golden-eyed blood zombie by his side. Yan Quan had lived for many years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Senior, to tell you the truth, I'm not from the Enu Empire, but from the Blazing Sun Empire. Moreover, the Blazing Sun and Enu Empires are currently at war. I wonder if Senior would mind? Lu Ming said. A war between two countries? The royal family of the Dark Moon Empire is despicable and tried to harm me. I'm going to get even with them. I'm going to the Blazing Sun Empire and kill the experts of the Dark Moon Empire. That's what I want. Yan Quan laughed. All right, let's go. Lu Ming said. Soon after, he, the golden-eyed blood corpse, and Yan Quan turned into a rainbow and disappeared in the direction of the Moonview city. On the way, Lu Ming briefly explained his identity and the current situation. Lu Ming also had a rough idea of the experience at the Flame Spring. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.